Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is 2023, which means it is Q-School to start the new season. I'm Phil Bars, Jack Garwood, and we are here to run you through the next 7 days. Yes, Gob, I said 7 days of Q-School action. How you doing, buddy?
I'm planning pulling a sickie halfway through this week already if my voice don't hold up. But yeah, I'm all good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, to be fair, my voice is ropey. My voice is ropey as well, as you can tell.
Solid start to the day. I mean, we're expecting 800 entries across the 2 Q schools this weekend. That's across stage 1 and stage 2. Some of those direct to stage 2 already. It's just going to be a crazy week as per. So much going on. Hopefully we've got a few of the team dropping on at various points throughout the coverage as well. So it's not just us two for 7 days straight, but these could be 10, 11-hour streams quite easily if history is anything to go by.
Yeah, also we've got John O'Shea is going to drop in as well. Robert Owen said he's going to come in as well, so it's going to be good. Also, the new layout. As you can see, we are quite small here. We've had a play around with this, and we'll give you a sneak preview. Games aren't live yet. However, it is going to look something like this. We're going to have 2 feature games at the bottom and the 2 rolling screens at the side once they are live. So that's the plan. We kind of had a play with this yesterday, and it looked all right, Gob.
It does. There's going to be a lot on the screen, but there is a lot going on as well. So that's just the way that Q-School coverage has to be, I'm afraid.
Yeah, absolutely.
As ever, if you guys at home want to watch along anything specifically, if you've got friends playing, with the size of the team, it's going to be impossible for us to see every single dart and every single result. We'll have as many screens open as we possibly can and keep up as much as possible. But if there's anyone you guys want to watch specifically, dartconnect.tv, head over there. You can keep up with results and scores for all of those as well.
Yeah.
And if you do want to get involved in the chat room, obviously make sure you're firing in there as well.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Look, over 800 entries. Is it 27 cards on offer? You're going to have to play well over the next 7 days to get one of these golden tickets, as they're being dubbed. I'm not quite sure I like the golden ticket Dream Factory billing, if I'm being honest.
10, 12 years ago it was, wasn't it? That was the way to sell this. That was exactly how this played out. But look, there are so many opportunities out there now. The costing alone of funding a year on tour has gone up, especially with so many, especially for a UK-based player. Look, for the European dart player, then they're flying up, etc. So yeah, look, it goes both ways here.
Yeah. But I haven't even looked. So I spoke to the guys from PDC Europe yesterday, and they were like, it's going to be around 10 a.m. Central European time. As well, and I don't like the new Dart Connect either.
I've stuck with the old one, I'll be honest.
I'll switch
there was
back.
A link. There was a button right at the top to stick with the old one. The new one wasn't actually loading the current events. It was just saying load archive. So I've gone straight back to the old one. I do like the fact that on the new one there is a World Seniors tab.
Yeah.
Instead of having to search seniors, obviously the amount that I need to use that myself. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I like the fact they're not standing still, but until we see this new one actually in function, then we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, a couple of questions from the chat room. You can't watch any live games during Q-School. There are no cameras at Q-School. So the only way you can watch it is on Darts Connect or with us all in one place. So we've got you hooked up, but there are no cameras there. So that's that one. Also, yes, Declan, you did see a Scottish flag in the EU one. I believe he's been living in Europe for a long, long time, so was given dispensation to play in the European one. Daniel, a lot of it is to do with cost. It costs around £7,000 to run a stream board for the day. And also, it's not really fair because everyone's trying to win a card. I think that's the main reason, Gob, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't agree with this stage being streamed at all. I get that there is a desire for it and there's going to be more and more so, but until you can stream every single board and put every player in the same situation when you're playing for a future career and things like that, then I don't agree with having a stream board at that point. Yeah, there is no board assignments yet, so they are definitely behind, unless this is a Dark Connect issue.
Well, they're not in Niedenhausen this year, are they?
I don't believe so.
Morning, Andrew, as well. Hope you are good, mate.
Kalkar.
Yeah, interesting. Thoughts on Conan Whitehead? Look, he's got a huge chance. If he plays like he did at the Super Series, he will be in the mix.
Yeah, 100%.
So we are just waiting for things to get underway. And it wouldn't be a Monday if Gob didn't drop off.
Got a 30-foot cable running through my house, and it still decides to just chop between Wi-Fi.
Fair enough. Yes, I'm guessing it's Lau Weekly Darts Cast. Still waiting for them to push the button over in Germany.
They could just show one or two main boards with the best prospects playing, but that's unfair on the best prospects, in quotation marks, wherever you want to say it, if they've got a history in the game, whatever, because they're under the same amount of pressure to go and get their tour card back or to get a tour card as everybody else there. So just because they're a bigger name, they shouldn't have to do that. They should be allowed to go and have this opportunity to go and get back on tour.
Yeah. Like I say, unless they can stream every board.
Yeah.
But we are just waiting. There's one for you, Gob. Andrew wants to know, while we're waiting, how was your weekend calling county?
Very good, actually. Very, very good. Derbyshire won 25-11 against a very good Somerset side as well. They just, the way the games played out, the way that the matchup went, etc., that things went in Derbyshire's favour, especially after, for the last couple of years while I've been part of the setup and got involved in whatever, it's been a bit of a case of the women's B will do a steady job going at least level. The men's B would probably falter a little bit. The women's A would dig them out of trouble and get them back level, and the men's A would just hang on for a result. This year, it's both the women's sides finished level yesterday, and both the men's sides absolutely played out of their skin. So, great to watch. Really good atmosphere. Somerset were great visitors. I think there's a couple of those guys heading to Q-School, as well as a few from Derbyshire as well. So their names I'm going to be keeping a look out for. Yeah, really good, to be fair. My 140 call is bang average. But no, I enjoy it. It's fun. They're a good bunch as well. I wouldn't do it for absolutely anybody. So,
yeah. Morning, Jim. I hope you are good. Look, I suppose in Europe, all eyes are on one person, Gob. Or especially today.
yes.
And that is
Corey Cadby.
correct.
There are other names in that side, but I think the biggest story in there is because this return has sort of come out of nowhere as well.
Yeah. And look,
it is just going to be an interesting story to follow. And look, I'm a little bit... Plenty of people in there already right now saying that Cadby will get a card easily. The Cadby of old would get a card easily.
Agreed.
Right? If the same Corey Cadby rocks up at Q-School as the player he was when he left the tour, the last time he played PDC darts, Corey Cadby will get a tour card. Is Corey Cadby the same player?
Look, that's the question. We don't know.
One DPA event last year.
I've been chatting to him. He sent me some screenshots of his practice games, and I know it's not the same. However, the numbers are encouraging. If he can replicate the numbers that I've seen him putting in practice, he will go very, very close. Yeah. But practice and when the lights are on are two completely different things, as we know.
Yeah, 100%. We have the board calls are live. So can I now view it in knockout groups?
They are.
This is going to be a long day. There are 4 5-1-2 games per board. Plus a 2-5-6. So we have how many boards do we have? And we have 32 boards. Holy, here we go.
Here we go.
Let's have a look then who we can find. I'm starting from the bottom, actually. Board 30, Sergio Crasson. He had a decent run last year, the Italian. Interesting if they can get themselves a tour card. Jim Widmeyer's on 29.
Danny Lalby's going UK route.
Board 27's interesting. You've got Richard Veenstra on there, Pero Lubic. You've got Mindergas Baraskas as well, Peter Strubik from Hungary. Grant Sampson on board 26. All the way, not all the way to Q-School, but this is just how brutal this can be, right? You look at, there are plenty of names in here that I'd be honest, I don't recognise from European school. First round, 500, round of 512, Andy Barton's against Tony Alcinas. One of them is already on the back foot.
Yeah.
Owen Roloff's on board 23. Oh, board 22. Diego Portela is in there, as is 5-1-2 game. Moreno Blom against Nico Kurtz.
Has
Chris Lamman, Ricardo Perez all on 20.
God, on this one,
Yes.
Diogo Portela, has he tried to take the easier option after bombing UK Q-School for so many years?
Possibly. Oh my. Board 18. Jelle Klassen is in there. Marcel Gerdon, the German's in there, as is Dragutin Horvat. We've also got Alex Spellman against Kabul Jagitska, who's played on the European Tour. And Michael Ploy's on there as well. What do we have?
I'm looking forward to seeing Spellman.
Yeah. That we really impressed him in the CDC last year. On 17, some interesting players in there. We've got Vincent van der Meer, Nico Springer, Ryan de Vrede's in there as well. Oh my, first round, Roman Beneke against Jacob Taylor from Canada.
Oof.
Same board as Benito van der Pas. Was interesting to see him back. That sort of came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Still haven't found you know who.
I found him, and I think he'll be reasonably happy with the players that I've seen.
Larry Butler on board 12. Wesley Placia on 13. I think he's got to be getting a card, don't you?
Yeah.
Davy Prewson on the same board as Larry Butler. Sebastian Steyer on board 11. Same as Gino Voss. Arjun Kontaman on board 10. 9's interesting. Jose Marquez. Wesley Van Tripp, Jeffrey Sparadans, David Schlichting. Marco Cantelli on board 8. Okay. Steady board for Corey Cadby. There are a few tests in there, though. In fact, there's quite a few tests in there.
It could have been worse, though.
It could have been, but don't forget this is stage 1 as well, and I've flown through some boards where I don't recognise a single name. Cadby's on the same board as Thomas Hudet from the Czech Republic, Jesus Nogueira, Jeffrey de Graaf, Arsene Balaj as well. There's a few tests in there. First round game, Kevin Blom against Stefan Siepman. Paulo Ferreira on board 5.
Johnny, I agree to a point on that, but also he's got a technical fault in his game.
Yeah, look.
Where he starts trying to enter the board at stupid angles because of the way he crouches and lurches.
Yeah, I don't think that was a board issue at all. I think that's a technical issue. The fact that he is so tall but loops instead of throws. At his pace, if he threw straight or direct, once it hits the board, it will kick up because of the amount of force he put into it anyway and how long he is. But because he's so loopy, they almost try and drop in as steep as possible. It's not how science works. Potentially a bit both. Depends what points he's using. I don't think there's a great deal of difference. massively. There is a little bit. But I think the dartboard is a dartboard in the main part. You're going to get a few fallouts, bounce outs, whatever. You might get some more consistency in the way that some are made. The one I will say is that for refereeing, the quality control on the mission boards is shocking.
They're too hard as well for me.
Some start that way though because they're built for durability at home, so you can turn them lots of times. If they start too soft, they just never take a dart towards the end. But the paint job on them, where they paint the black segments after they put the wires in, and then don't go back and check the wires. Half the wire's black, half the wire's white. So you stood at the side, you've got a light ring where you could see the light straight in your eyes constantly. And then you can't see if the point's in one side or the other of the line because it's partially painted.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
Stephen, I've been good. I've only got two. I've got an emergency one in the fridge, but I've only got two.
I'm sending my brother out because I've had some pan au chocolat for breakfast.
I'm going to have some Weetabix in a minute.
Tell you what I have lost though. My glasses. UK Q-School hasn't started yet, Daniel, so that's not due to start until 11.
10 a.m.
10.
Yeah.
Maybe that draw will be up soon then.
Yeah. The EU one, we are waiting for any minute. They're already late. Standard. They are best of nines, aren't they, Gob?
Believe so.
Yeah. Lucas asked, how do we feel about North Americans this year? Look, I have been really, really impressed with the growth of North American darts and where it is right now. So I'm expecting good things from the North Americans.
Look, especially off the back of the buzz currently around darts in America. If they were to get another tour card holder, it would just be massive right now.
Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to seeing Spellman. I really am, because I was impressed with him last year. That we all know Danny Lauby can play. There are consistency issues, but if he rocks up and gets it right on a day, he could easily blitz the field.
I think Danny's young enough and with less commitment personally than those a bit older. And I think from what I've seen on social media previously, Danny's partner's incredibly supportive of him as well and gets involved in Facebook conversations and whatever else. And I think that he'd move over here and being away from family would potentially be less of an issue for Danny than it would for players that we've seen get a card and make that move. We've seen Jeff Smith try and be a tour card holder where you travel back and forward. We've seen Danny Baggish have 2 years on tour, but has decided not to go after his tour card again. He's effectively just said, no, I'm not trying for that anymore. Being away from my family is too hard. Gordon Mathers has done the same in the opposite direction, 2 years on tour, but he's decided he doesn't want to chase PDC anymore as well. So,
yeah. Big Johnny says, I rate Leonard Gate, seen him play to be. Yeah, Leonard's ceiling is unreal. It's just he doesn't perhaps hit it enough. And like we say about most, he hasn't got a B game, but the A game is very good. Robin says, what do you think of Henderson? I don't know is the honest answer. I don't know what I'm expecting from Big John in stage 2. Towards the end of the year, there was signs that perhaps he was getting back to somewhere near the John Henderson we know. But doing it in this environment is completely different.
Yeah, I mean, Darts Oracle have just tweeted John Henderson averaged 93.72 in the last 4 months, the highest of any Q-School participant with matches in our database over that period. My concern is that because he's had such a tough couple of years, that even with that average, can he get over the line in the tight ones?
Yeah.
I'm not knocking the quality or ability of John Henderson at all. I think he's mustard and one of the nicest guys you're ever going to meet. But when you have been heading in a downward direction, it's quite hard to stop that slide.
Yeah. Jake, we are waiting for them to go, mate. It was meant to be 9 a.m. for the European one. So we are waiting on them. Bob, yeah, look, that is part of Danny's reasoning for not going. He thinks it's easier for him to play on the CDC tour and get to Alexandra Palace. Whether that's right or not is another question, but that's what he thinks. Hi guys, what do you think about Max Hopp? The honest answer is I don't know. I don't know what I'm expecting from Max Hopp.
Nothing. I'll be honest, I think he's struggled in the last couple of years, potentially under the pressure of being the German number one, whether or not Clemens' recent rise takes a bit of that pressure off. I think he's tinkered with his action a little bit too much, went chasing a little bit too much, and now he's just in a position where I'm not really sure he knows what to do with his throw.
Robert, thank you very much indeed. Very kind of you. 365 were offering odds on players just to win a card. Kieran, I actually think both will win their cards back. I think Keegan Brown's actually played very well the back end of the year. And I think Scott Mitchell was a little bit unlucky as well. So I think both will win them back. Always Elvis now. Nico Springer is playing. He's on board 17 today. My favourite German is playing. Nico Kurtz on board 22, but he's got a tough first round game, that's for sure, in Moreno Blom.
Moreno Blom is the only person I've ever seen that is able to replicate Wayne Mardle's trick of blowing the dart into the board.
Yeah. Flo asks, who's your number one player to get a card from the UK and the EU? Right. I am going from the UK, Keegan Brown, from the EU, Wesley Placier.
I like that Wesley pick. Like that Wesley pick a lot.
To be fair, and Jean Van Veen as well. I think he gets one.
Sedlacek for me. Same as Stephen for Euro. In fact, Jelle Klassen. I think he's been mustered away from the PDC for the last 6 months. WDF number 1.
Morning, Matthew. Hope you are good. Yes, I did see Dave Pallett has entered, hasn't he, Gob?
Believe so.
Yes.
He has.
Yeah. David Pallett is.
He's exempt to stage 2.
Yeah.
So you won't see him until Thursday, Friday. I don't even know what day
we've got the first game warming up, boys. We are in and around. And he's found his glasses.
My brother found them. I think he tidied up, put them away, and I don't know where they were.
What do you think about the ladies, Gob? Do you fancy any of them to come through?
I'm glad you added to come through on that. It was about to get a bit personal. Too early for this. Not yet. Not yet. I think another year or two, maybe. Look, we know that Lisa's done it before. I'm not sure Lisa is playing at the same level as she was when she did get a tour card. Obviously, Bo isn't there. Pleasantly surprised to see Laura Turner has entered. I mean, look, there will be eyes on Fallon, but there will also be attention away from Fallon as people start to enjoy the fact that Bo's playing at a high level and Lisa's been quality, etc. Keep an eye out on her. Look, tough draw, whatever, could go against her massively. But, played very well at Ali Pali. Was unlucky, I think, against Ricky. I think we could say that about all 3 of the ladies that played at Ali Pali this year, to be honest. They were beaten by the draw, effectively. Since then, Fallon's played in a few exhibitions. She came back, played county yesterday, averaged 82 and a 3-0 win. I think that last year was a bit of a kick up the backside for her.
Yeah. She also beat MVG in a big exhibition on Friday.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Johnny says, I think Bo made the right decision not going to Q-School. I do and I don't. I would have liked to have seen her gone, and even if she only played for a day, just so she could have a crack at the Challenge Tour at times next year as well.
Potentially. It just depends how she's managing her calendar. If she's still chasing the WDF and defending that title in December next year, I think that might make more of a reason as to why that if Lakeside was the normal time and by getting a card she could have played in both, then I don't think there would have been. I think she might have been there.
Wait a minute, I've just had a WhatsApp and I've just been bashed. Wait a minute, I've missed it. Where is he?
Have you hurt someone's feelings because you didn't see their name straight away?
Yeah.
I mean, I've missed whoever it is, so.
Right, let's scroll back. If you're still watching, my apologies, Jimmy. I'm just going back now. Jimmy is one of the boys from the PDC, and we steal his graphics quite a lot.
Ah. Hello, mate.
It's early as well. Someone asked, no, we won't be in Bahrain, but I am going to Copenhagen.
Hopefully that we'll let them keep you as well.
Morning, Sam and Jimmy as well. Hope you are both good. We've now got 2 games warming up. Fingers crossed they're sorted in Germany. If we'd have known, God, we could have had an extra half hour in bed.
I'm raging right now. I can't lie.
Yeah.
Spewing. Nobody can get cards today as well. That is one thing that we should be talking about right now. Is that the first few days are effectively a qualifying stage for the second phase of Q-School. So.
Right, I found his comment. Jimmy wants to know, he says, morning, Phil, who's your outside pick for a card?
Outside pick. Oh, I'll tell you who it is. If he puts it together. Adam Warner.
Yeah. I don't know. I've got 2. I don't know if they're outsiders or not, but they're outsiders because they've never done anything within PDC darts. However, we've seen a lot of Graham Usher on the Super Series. I think he can go there and cause real damage. And based off what he's done from the ADC, I'm really looking forward to seeing Adam Atkinson.
I like the Schlichting pick in Germany.
Yeah. Robert Rickwoods, my mate, he's a fantastic player. Emma says, yeah, look, Robert can play. We've seen him get to a Super Series weekly final. So, absolutely. Right, I'm now encouraged. There is a whole host of games warming up. Yes. I don't think we are far away.
No. There is something else to remember at this point as well, is that the EU Q-School is self-marked. So not only have they got to coordinate 32 games to get started in a room full of 400 or so people, they've got to find all the individual players as well. There is no PDC appointed markers scheme in Europe.
To be fair, I know Robert Owen's in the chat room. He's going to come on at some point this week as well. He says, do you think the people that have turned up for one day for the Challenge Tour and then hope for getting MODUS is a waste of money? Is in my opinion. Yeah, look, I'm not a fan. I'm interested to see how many drop out tomorrow.
Yeah.
I really am.
I guess it depends where people are in their life. If they are hedging their bets for next year, for the rest of the season, outside the 128, I'm not against it, but it depends how many do that and how many attempt that and what level those players are at as well. Like, not everybody can be Scott Williams from last year.
No. And look, that's the thing is, people have picked up on what Scott Williams did last year and are chasing that dream. But the chances of that happening again are very, very slim. One, it's just unlikely. And two, Scott Williams is a damn good player. And I don't mean the others aren't, but in my opinion, Scott Williams can go and get into the top 32 in the world. There's a difference between being 64-ish and that next level. And I think Scott Williams is that next level.
Even if they're not chasing it under the premise of going and earning a tour card outright from the Challenge Tour spots next year, and they're just hoping to play in a lot, I guess it's just a bit, I don't know.
To be fair, James, I absolutely agree with you here. And both of these I have had a little flutter on to get cards. Shane McGurk and Daryl Slithen. Slithen massively impressed me in the Super Series. And Shane McGurk we've known about for a while. Oh, we've got a live game.
We do. Q-School is underway.
Right.
Oh, let's go. Game number 1 underway. Heikki Hyvänen against Jens Slotter.
Again, everyone, if you can make sure you give us a thumbs up and subscribe, we would massively appreciate the support. I was going to say something then, Stephen. Actually, I'm going to say it anyway. Ask the Chinese. They'll tell you who's going to win. Too soon for that, Gob?
Whoa.
I'm not lying now, am I?
Behave, Philip. Christ.
Jan, I'm not sure if there's any from Northern Ireland this year. We'll have a look in a second.
Don't know until they get underway and we see the flags.
So we are underway in Germany. That's a good point, Rob. Have they actually officially announced what the split is?
I've seen 14-13 in the favour of the EU because they do have pro rata more numbers.
But I've not seen anything from the PDC, I don't think.
No. Final stage is best of 11.
Yeah.
They don't actually say. The final line is, in addition to the daily tour card winners, further tour cards up to a total of 27 will be awarded on a pro rata basis to players from the respective UK EU qualifying school. Final stage orders of merit following day 4. Do we think... I can't see the split anywhere.
They haven't officially said. Yeah, James, that's what we think, but the PDC haven't confirmed it.
Let's have a look at the final entries confirmed one.
God, is it 4 and 3 or 3 and 4? As in the days and...
Should have checked that bit. 2 secs. 3 and 4.
So that's what I thought.
9th to the 11th for the first stage.
Oh.
I think because it's day 1 and because everyone's a little bit caught off guard by what time we started streaming this morning, Phil's going to take the European Q-School and pronounce all of these names perfectly.
Obviously.
Yellow Klassen underway. Heikki Hyvönen takes a 2-0 lead over Jens Slaughter. Marcel Hunch has taken the first leg against Wojciech Brolinski as well. There's more and more games get underway. Keegan's not in it yet. Keegan Brown doesn't start until stage 2. He's exempt. I had to check that this morning. What does it cost to play on the Challenge Tour? So it's you pay £450 to go to Q-School. If you don't get a card, you're eligible for the Challenge Tour. And I think, are they still £50 an event?
I think so.
They only got rid of the entry fees to the Pro Tour, didn't they? A few years ago.
God, do me a favour. On your Dark Connect, can you click on any of the games and are yours working?
Yeah. Are you still in the old one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went back into the new one. It's not bad, you know.
Yeah, but the problem is, I can't. The issue is, I can't get the link address from the new one.
You can't what?
Right, so on the old one, to put it on our screen, right, we needed to right click and it says copy link address. On the new one, it doesn't give us that option.
Oh. Oh. $55 now as part of the entry, extra $5 for markers. Jesus.
Let me just double check this. Yeah, so it's working on the new one, but I can't get to the link address.
That's not good.
And on the old one, just nothing comes up in the match.
That's an issue. Best leg of the day so far goes to Tony Alcinas, 13 data. Steady.
The annoying thing is it was working yesterday when we tested it.
Mm-hmm. Will there be a Cadby alarm? Do you think we've been organised enough to make one?
No, because I've been rough as hell.
Kevin Blom, Stefan Seatman are 1 apiece. Yellow Klassen already into a 2-0 lead against Andre Bothman. Grant Sampson's won the opener. Ian Cash has won them up on Andrew Beaton.
God, we've got an issue. We can't get a feature game at the moment.
And we'll just have to run this. Oh. I'll talk through Germany. You do some rearranging and just get us the scores. How's that for a plan? Robert, language. Richard Veenstra's 2-0 up on Michael Malius. Peter Trapp 2-0 up on Michael Customans. Heike Hyvenen 3-0 up on Jens Slotter now, by the way. A new Italian name I haven't seen at Q-School before. Rocco Folciniti 1-0 up on Nicholas Brackelman. Kevin Rothweiler 2-0 up on Lucas Unger, averaging 100 so far. Stephen Morrison 1-0 up on Luis Felipe Camacho. Yellow Klassen 3-0 to the good now. Only averaging 75 as well. Corey's on game number 3 on his board. So we currently have 1-0 to Arsene Balaj against Rene Kroot. Then it'll be Benjamin Frudenreich against Mark Inhelder. And then Corey will be on after that. Now Richard Veenstra now 3-0 to the good against Michael Malius. Gilbert van der Meijden 3-0 up on Michael Lang. Stein de Klerk 2-0 up on Mark van Dijk. Put it out there, what's the longest leg of darts going to be today? Hopefully nowhere near as long as the one that I had to witness in a competition on Friday night. We do a round robin locally, and my game was last and I decided to qualify, and we had to go and play on another board because there was a 40-minute best of 3 that was still going on by the time we left. We have a draw for the UK. I'm going to have a quick look along that one. And already, I get we're more familiar with the name, but I'm looking at board one going, crikey, there's going to be some big names in trouble from the start as well. First game on board one, the Red Dragon, what's the event called? Champion of Champions?
Yeah.
Alex Small takes on Colin Osborne. Dom Taylor's on that board as well, as is Dylan Dowling. Yanis Mustafaev is on board 2, as is Gary Blades. Mark Layton from the seniors in there as well. Oh my. Board 3, match number 2, Dan Reed takes on Dylan Slevin. Thomas Cromwell's on there as well against Andy Houghton. Adam Jenkinson will take on Rachel Brooks 2. Graham Usher will take on Martin Thomas to start. Fallon Sherrock is on board number 4, and her first match will be against Chuck Alan Norris. Conan Whitehead's also on that board as well. Richard Veenstra now 4-0 up, by the way, as is Gilbert van der Meijden. I cannot see. Yellow is still 4-0 up as well, as is Marcel Hunch. Stein de Klerk is 3-0 up, as Jelle Klassen is the first winner of the day. He beats Andre Wolfman 5-0 from Germany. James Richardson's on board number 5, as is Adrian Gray. Coney Nagy's on there as well. Dylan Duo from Gibraltar. James Beaton.
God, shut up a second. Anyone technically minded in the chat room know how I can get the link address for the games on the new Dark Connect, because I can't do it anywhere. And if we can't...
Someone put it in earlier.
What's that?
Someone put it in earlier, didn't they?
I don't know. I've been trying to find it.
Did they not say something about cookies? Or am I just hungry? Files and cookies, says Andrew.
That means absolutely jack to me.
No, I'm Jack. Hello. Another result in Europe as well. David Pisek has beaten Ludovic Lemaire 5-0. Back to the draw in the UK. As I said, James Beaton against Scott Marsh. Veenstra wins 5-0 as well. Board 7, Justin Hood. Been very steady yesterday at County. Craig Galliano on there as well. Michael Huntley 2. Board 8. Any big names on there? Peter Jakes is on there.
Right, Andrew, you're going to have to talk me through this, because I'm on a Windows computer to stream, and I hate Windows. How do I find... I'm Apple.
Yeah. Gilbert van der Meijden has won 5-0 as well.
I'm guessing, though, if I clear browsing data whilst we're in the middle of streaming, we're going to lose everything. No, I'm on a Windows machine to stream, but I use Windows for everything else.
Board 10, Rob Collins, Jack Vincent is in there. Joey Palfreman's in there as well. What we got on 11? Ben Quemby opens up against Robert Rickwood. Stefan Seatman is a 5-1 winner over Kevin Blom, and Peter Trapp has beaten Michael Customans as well. Oh my, second game on 12. Josh Payne against Justin Smith. Gary Stafford is on there as well, as is Pete Burgor in a Challenge Tour runner-up.
Google Chrome. We tested this yesterday, and everything worked on the old Darts Connect. That's why we had to set up the way it is. We tested everything yesterday, and it was fine.
Correct. Steve Hines on board 13, as is Jacob Gwynn. Kevin Lane, Ryan Murray's on there as well, 14. Fred Box, he was on the top 5 averages in the county setup yesterday. Board 15 is Mason Whitlock, son of Simon. Stuart Kellett on there as well. Lee Budgeon, Stu Wilson. Mark McGeeney's on board 16. Jamie Lewis attempting to get his tour card back is on 17. Start against Lewis there. Adam Smith-Neal's on there as well, who take on James Parkin. Adam Warner's on board 17 as well. That's my favourite so far. Shane McGurk's on board 18, as is Sean Fisher, Thomas Lovely, Richie Parkin, Jamie Durrant, Mal Cumming. That list goes on and on. Nick Kenny opens up on 19 against Joshua Birksfield. Chris Gilliand is on that board as well. So that answers the question about the Northern Irish as well. Board 20, Reece Coley, Daniel Day is in there, Reece Robinson, Brian Woods. We've got results for Sven Van Dunn, a 5 winner over Edward Sabo, and Nick Krul has beaten Jean-Pierre de Jong 5-0. Oh, board 21, David Wazowski opens up against Lisa Ashton. Jim Mostyn's on that board as well, as is Jim Walker. Henry Coates will take on Harry Ward as well. Young JDC star up against Cat Ward, returning to Q-School after giving up his tour card. On 22, Sam Cromwell's in there. We see Sean Legret as well. For 23, Andy Hamilton. 24, Darren Brown against Greg Ritchie. James Hurrell's on there as well. Ben West. Ryan Finesse. We got results for Heikki Hyvänen, 5-3 against Jens Slaughter. Marcel Hunch beats Wojciech Brolinski 5-2. Grant Sampson was a 5-0 winner over Maurice Reitz as well. Board 25, Wayne Jones in there against Michael Barnard. John Williams-Jones against Owen Bates. Bruno Rios from Brazil as well. Dale Gadsby, my friend, is in there too. Lorraine Winstanley's on board 26, as is Carl Gabriel, Prakesh Jiwa, Graham Hall as well. 27, any big names standing out in there? Chaz Barstow, hello to you. Chris Quantock opens up against Michael Warburton as well. Shorty Mack, board 28, first round draw, Phil. Aaron Monk. Oh. Adam Moulds on that board as well. So Sean Matthews.
Right. I've just cleared all my data and cookies. You're on the old one.
Couple of results flying in. Philip Krajatska has beaten Hallgrimur Elgerson 5-1. We got results for Kevin Rothweiler 5-1. Pavo Myler has beaten Michael Musso. And Stein de Klerk has beaten Mart van Dijk.
Right, I've cleared everything, and the old version of Darts Connect still isn't showing anything when you come up onto the games. And on the new version, I still can't get the link address. We've got problems, Gob. At the moment, I can't get a feature game.
Show the screens then. Just show the two schools. And we'll work on it tonight. Jose Marquez is a 5-1 winner over Jochen Graudent. draw for the Q-School UK, by the way. 29 is where we see Katie Sheldon. Matthew Dennant's on 29 as well. There's always a story around him. Tom Lonsdale against Kurt Parry as well. John Bowles is in there. Board 30, Keelan Kay, Kieran Tiernan, Lewis Pride, Kevin McDine, Matt Paget. 31 is where we see the youngster Cam Crabtree. Lots of attention around him at the minute. Alan Tabban is in there as well. Alex Chubb, Ryan Harrington. Reese Hayden is in there. Danny Lauby, Leighton Bennett. What a board. Board 31 is. Imagine standing there as they're waiting for that to cycle through on the screens and all of those players just walk away at once. You'd be very, very happy to see that if you're on 32 and still waiting to see where Daryl Pilgrim appears to be the standout name as well. Nobo Greaves at Q-School. She has opted against it this year. As we expect play to get underway in the UK shortly as well. Who was the best performer so far? Stefan Seatman with the best average so far, 91 from him. So 90 from Jose Marquez as well. Rocco Fulciniti has beaten Nicholas Brackelman 5-0.
The annoying bit is, Gob, normally we are not ready for stuff, but the fact we actually tested this yesterday is annoying.
Yes, what he said.
Sam says, Phil, if you copy the link from Darts Connect to remove the old, I think that should work. Right, okay, let's have a look. Wait a minute.
Yao Neves has beaten Zdenek Vajsa from the Czech Republic. Andy Bartons has beaten Tony Alceness 5-4 as well. That was one of the standout ties from round one. Ian Cash is currently 3-2 up on Andrew Beaton. Giuseppe De Rocco is 4-2 up on Tobias Chufka. All right, Dan. Hello, Billy. Still the politest kid I've ever met. Para Lubic is tuning up on Bert van Roosbroek. Stefan Belmont finds himself behind, averaging just 68 through the first leg against Michael Ostrode. Giuseppe De Rocco is a winner in the first round. Good to have you in, John. Don't know what the PDC are doing, to be honest. forget just how quick a turnaround it is between the Worlds and Q-School sometimes. So
I'll tell you what, thank you very, very much to Sam. It was absolutely don't get me wrong, it's a bit of editing, but we've got a feature game back.
woo!
Right, so from the EU, Gob, who do you want as a feature game?
Well, they're not live yet, but warming up is Jacob Taylor against Roman Benecke, as is Nico Blom against Moreno Blom against Nico Kurtz. So
That's
both of those are warming up. We've also got Franz Rocha underway. Jim Widemar is currently one apiece with Lars Moynat. Stefan Belmont's just gone one apiece. His average has climbed a little bit. We've got a 4-4 between Jan de Wert and Patrick Bullen. As is Arsene Balazs against René Kroot. And we have a winner. Arnaud Loyen has beaten Jean-Pierre Dalcourt 5-4. Laurent Toussaint is 4-0 up on Felix Knapp. Gabriel Rollo, 15 dart leg to open against Dalibor Smolik. René Kroot has beaten Arsene Balazs. Morning, Adrian. When does UK Q-School start? Good question. They were supposed to be underway around 10, but I guess they're reading the draw out and getting everybody ready. So I expect in the next 10 to 15 minutes for the UK to get underway as well. How's Fallon on board 4 doing? She hasn't started yet. UK hasn't got underway at all.
Interesting one for everyone here. As of tomorrow, Gob, Scott Williams is marking at Q-School.
Interesting. Stephen Morrison's a 5 to winner against Luis Felipe Camacho. To be fair, I was offered it, but we're streaming.
Yeah.
Nicholas Ioannidis has beaten Malte Dupont 5-2. I've seen the Italian commentary on Michael Smith's 9 Data, and it is fantastic. It is so, so good. I don't speak a word of Italian, and I know exactly what they're saying at every single moment. It's brilliant. Big, big fan. I saw a clip earlier, or like a teaser of, I can't remember his surname, the American Ariel, who is a big, big journalist out there, does an MMA-based podcast. They've changed the graphic a little bit from the MMA show to dart something in anticipation of the conversation with Michael Smith coming very, very soon as well. So the Americans are absolutely all over it. Seed Nisovic has beaten Jorg Schlechter. That's going to be a mess. Ewan says, Pete Burr going to get a card, stick your pennies on it. Interesting story about that one, Phil.
Yeah.
I haven't actually told you this yet. He's using your darts.
He's using my darts.
You know the rights that you passed on to me?
Yeah, yeah.
So Pete threw with them all of last season, but his have worn down so significantly, has no grip left. So I've packed them off to him with your long points put back in as well, by the way. Andrew Beaton's a 5-3 winner over Ian Cash. And sent in my repointer as well via some other people yesterday. They're on a loan deal for Q-School, and then I'm getting them back. And then one of my teammates wants them, to be honest. But yeah, they are Phil Bars, Peter Wright darts. Could be getting a tour card. Whether or not I get them back at that point is a different matter. But yeah, he's borrowed those. He does have a deal brewing, but I'm not sure they've got the right set for him just yet.
He's got to play with those points though if he's going to use them, because they're immense.
Well, obviously I throw quite short and he throws long, so I literally had the points that you left in them and the points that Jim McEwen gave me in his barrels, but they wouldn't fit in the barrel, so I had to go with the ones that you gave me. They are the first World Championship darts, so they're the two-tone ones. Mark Peterman has beaten Rene Grottello, 5-4. I'm murdering some of these names. Have you noticed how Barzi hasn't given us a single result from EU Q-School all morning?
I was trying to sort out technical issues.
Yeah.
However, Jacob Taylor is one
the 5-4 winner over Patrick Bullen.
Oh, I forgot about him as well. Alexander Merckx is 2-0 up. The MODUS Super Series Champions Week could get absolutely decimated.
Yes. We have a game warming up in the UK.
Oi, oi.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Can I get a hell yeah?
No. Don't ever do that on stream again. Ever. Ever. Yeah, I'm not very good with them. I borrowed them from Phil because they look like they'd suit me, but I just can't grip them at the back. I got mine on a couple of sets. We might have to take a trip to...
You still haven't thrown the Valhallas yet, have you?
No, the front-loaded, but aren't front-loaded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Genuinely, you would like them. They are an amazing dart.
We have... From where I live, there's a shop in either direction that will let you try the darts.
Yeah.
I think the boys are eyeing up a trip over the next few days, so would be a
also
rude to not
the
go
game
and have
that's
a
born
peek.
up in the UK is that Dennis Coleman a la Doesers Dennis Coleman.
I don't know. Doesn't quite say that in brackets afterwards. We've got a couple of locations in there, but no. Oh yeah, Doesers, mate.
not Martin Adams, not Martin Atkins bracket Wiggins.
No. David Venkin has beaten Manuel van der Rede 5-1. Merckx has gone 3-0 up, Phil, against Marco Janssen, but he is only averaging 66. Jacob Taylor doing the job on Roman Beneke so far. That's a 3-0 lead for him. Eros Ordent has just taken a 2-0 lead on Maurizio Castrovinci. Wim Dirks has just beaten Stefan something that disappeared. It's hard enough pronouncing these names when you don't know who they are. Marcel Gurdon's a 3-1 leader over Yoshihisa Baba from Japan. Laurent Toussaint is a 5-2 winner over Felix Knapp. Racing through these 5-1-2, but obviously at that point there are something like 200 of them to get through. So Muffin Man. Michael Pausch has beaten Jan Menga 5-1. Jim Widdemeyer, the American, 5-1 winner over Lars Moynat. Merck's now 4-0 up. Looks like he's absolutely cruising into second round.
Absolutely.
Franz Roach also 4-0 leader so far.
Nico Kurtz taking the opener against Moreno Blom. Tough one with Nico Kurtz. Don't know what to expect because we just haven't seen him this year.
Yeah, it's said that about a few of them, can't we? A few of them we know, or there's a lot of expectations around. The opposite way is,
yeah.
Chris Landman is, yes. I don't remember
Chris
saying his
Landman.
name. He was on the entry list, but I don't remember saying his name. Still just Steve Hine warming up in the UK. Well, according to the entry list, he's not. Vincent van der Meer has beaten Lorenzo Schmelcher 5-2. UK should have started at 10, so any minute now. We have one game showing us warming up. Yeah, I can't see Chris Landman. It is Does' mate Dennis. Stefan Belmont's a 5-1 winner, as is Alexander Merck, although he wins 5-0 against Marco Janssen. There's a fair few more Italians involved this year than there have been before. Do we think they're just brewing along nicely? Do we think they might be the next?
I'd like to see an Italian Super League.
Yeah. Or just a PDC affiliated Italian organisation.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know what to expect from Nico Kurtz, Barzi, but he is 3-0 up on Moreno Blom, averaging 90. Blom averaging just 75.
My only worry, and I've been consistent with this with other players, so I can't change my mind just because it's Nico Kurtz, but if he wins a tour card, is he going to use it properly?
Yeah.
And I've been critical of other players and I would be again, that if you win one, you have to use it correctly.
Yeah. Charles says, Allez le bleu, Tricot for the win. Look, I think France are there or thereabouts now. Marcel Gerdon's a 5-1 winner over Yoshihisa Baba, by the way. Aside from the top two, though, do they have the depth that the Italians would have if they all just kicked on? Do you know what I mean? We've seen like Ludovic Lemaire and maybe one other in PDC events from France. That's still only 4 names flying about. The Italians have got quite a few putting themselves out. Look, whether or not they're at the same level or performance-wise is a different matter. But if they get the opportunities to progress and move up, 9 Italians.
Yeah. And I don't think she's in there, but you've also got, is it Andrea? That's Aurora. But again, developing both sides, developing the Italian game and the ladies' game at the same time.
Yeah. Ruma Moyman has beaten Martin Guga 5-2. Jacob Taylor's beaten Roman Beneke 5-1. Seals it with a 14-dart leg. Mightily impressive from the young Canadian. Franz Rocha has beaten someone who's just disappeared from Hungary. You'd expect so, Stephen, but I guess travel restrictions in the past, etc. We saw. We've seen a few not use their card properly. We saw
Unterbuchner, Marjanovic.
There was one from Asia a few years ago that did the same.
Royden Lamb,
that was it.
Reyes never used his towards the end. Kai Fan Young.
Harms.
Yeah.
Wesley Harms.
So,
absolutely wasted his. No, Kai Fan Lung did use his. He lives in the UK. Kai Fan Lung lives in Liverpool. Or up that way. Gabriel Rollo just beaten Dalibor Smolik. The Italian has averaged 83. John Desramos 3-0 up on Attila Valli. Jamie Lawrence is 3-1 up on Stefan Kobo. We've got a 5-3 win for Pero Lubitsch against Bert van Roosbroek. Thibaut told me Lemaire is just the driver for the lads who plays because he's there. Fair enough. Do we think Klassen wins his card back? I think so. I think he's looked mustard this year. Eros Odent has beaten Maurizio Castrovinci at 5-0. Arms didn't use this because a very sick kid at home was travelling to hospitals a lot. That'd be another reason why you wouldn't use one. Plenty more games warming up in the UK Q-School as well. You watch Barzi come back from the bathroom and suddenly start talking a lot because they're easier to pronounce. I know his game. Q-School is £450 per person to enter. How long till Corey? Arsene Ballage lost a few moments ago. Benjamin Freudenreich is currently 3-0 up on Marcel Inhelder. So after we call the result of that one, Corey will be on. Fabian Stutz has beaten Mohamed Daniel Shobahi. Morning, Steve. How are we doing, mate? Looking forward to seeing you in Reading in a few weeks' time. Kurt's now 4-2 up on Moreno Blom. Bit of a fight back going on. Matthias Athens is a 5-3 winner over Daniel Grochotsky. The best name I've seen so far. Falco Hux. 4-0 up on Mika Fluekicker. DC Albert Reading also should be a good weekend.
Oh, God. Board 8 on Q-School has just made my day that's warming up from the UK.
Warming up? I was looking at... Oh, here we... Yes! Some Oasis punts are back! We got to roll with it! Yes! Enrico Chinalato is a 5-3 winner over Christian Helmica, and Francois Schweyen has just beaten Pascal Hartung 5-4 as well. Oasis is back. Go on!
It's time to sit back on that Wonderwall and remember.
Yes! The best part of the day. Benjamin Freudenreich is now 4-0 up on Marcel Inhelder, which means we are potentially just a leg away from the much-anticipated return of Corey Cadby. John Desramo has just beaten Attila Valley 5-0. Are the Portuguese in the draw? Yeah, there are. Quite a few sneaking in. Do we think that's a little bit of the Jose de Sousa effect?
I hope these can count.
I don't think anybody's as bad as Jose is. DC, I don't know who you are. Have we met? I'm trying to think of everybody on that tour now that's initials of DC.
Yes, the UK games are now warming up. Yeah, Simon, it would be funny if he walked out to Blur.
Oh, no, he'd get lynched if he walked out to Blur.
It would be funny, though. I'm guessing...
Could be Derek Corson. Great shout, Steve. That is you, Derek. Hello. Ricardo Perez, 5-1 up over Dominic Filippi. And Nico Kurtz did win as well. We're at the point now we're going to start losing track of results. Benjamin Freudenreich has beaten Mark Inhelder 5-0, which means warming up on board 7 very, very soon will be an Australian flag. And
right.
UK is under way. Christopher Mather is underweight against Daniel James Smith.
Who are we going? Feature game first in the UK. Alex Small against Colin Osborne? Or
Yes.
Graham Asher against Martin Thomas?
Small against Osborne. Osborne's one of the picks for me. Stefan Schroeder is 5-0 winner over Marciano Killian.
Once that goes live, we'll put that up. Roger says, do you think Corey Cadby will get his card? I hope so. And that will be our feature game as soon as it goes live.
Yeah, well, morning, Lendl. How are we doing, buddy?
How we doing, mate?
Denny Odekata is a 5-1 victor over Rainer Hertel. Yeah, we'll have Corey as our feature game, so that'll be just below my chin. Lots of games all live in the UK now as well. No, this is, Bob says, this, one for the chat maybe, is there normally more people at EU than the UK? What change there? I presume it's not just all the non-UK EU players going to Germany. No, normally it is UK has the higher numbers. I guess it's still quite a new thing for a lot of the players. I guess in Europe, the opportunities and the chance for a lot of the UK-based players to go to Q-School have been around for a long, long time now. As the game continues to grow and get exposure in new areas of Europe, we're seeing a lot of Germans, a lot of Belgians in play. There's a few from Austria in there, a lot of the Dutch as per, but we know that Barney is largely responsible for a lot of that. We're seeing just more and more growth across Europe, more and more PDC affiliated organizations popping up. You've got the Nordic and Baltic region that do great things for the game as well. A few results by Michael Rastovitz, a 5-0 winner, and Jamai van der Herrick. So, yeah. Corey Cadby has just gone live, Phil. Do we need a Cadby alarm? Is that what we need?
There we go. It took a while, God, but we're up and running. We've got 2 feature games and plenty going on the other screen. I'm just going to adjust that bottom one.
We know how to pick them as well, by the way. A 14 dart leg to open for Alex Small against Colin Osborne. 15 dart for Stephen Plumstead against Gareth Ashley as well. Missed her name earlier. Kirsty Chubb's in the draw. She takes on Ian McKenzie. Falco Hux has just beaten Mika Fluecka. Matt Paget takes opener against Josh Ledbetter. Yanis Mustafa is 1-0 up on Danny Allen. Cam Crabtree, 2-0 up against Paul Anderson, averaging 115, Phil. That is why there's a lot of talk around him right now.
We saw it at the Super Series. His ceiling is unreal. However, it is ceiling or nothing. There is nothing in between with him. He's a kid. He can learn this.
He's still incredibly young, and the rise he's had in the last year or so is ridiculous. But he's basically a product of lockdown, isn't he? He picked his darts up when there was nothing else to do at home.
Yeah, completely is the thing. And he can develop, but I think the only way he gets a card, and I don't mean this horribly, but at his young age, is if he blitzes it on one day. I don't see him being consistent across every day. I think he's going to have to just win it outright one day.
Marcel Urber has beaten Stan Willems in Europe.
No, Andrew Corey
in Europe because we're in Europe, but
yeah, no, Corey hasn't done any of the Australian tour. Gino Voss currently 1-all.
Board 22 UK Q-School should be okay with the pronunciation. Stephen Inkpen. Shane Sheridan. Nailed it. Marcel Haussutter has just beaten Dirk Langhoff 5-0. Anytime you want to jump in for a Euro one, Phil, you just let me know.
Yeah.
Dragutin Horvat, 5-1 winner over Andreas Klein, 91 average for him. That's one of the best we've seen so far today.
Just looking at Corey was a bit slow out of the blocks in the opening leg, but this one's a little bit good, Gob.
1-2-8 after 9. Osborne gets a leg back against Alex Small as well. Yeah, sorry, Lendl. Normally, if there's just one or two that we see on a Euro Tour or a Pro Tour, I'll message Lendl on Twitter and go, mate, how do I pronounce this? But when there are so many.
Yeah.
You know what we need? You know how the FIFA produce a booklet of players' names, numbers, stats, and how to pronounce their names for everybody? We need one of them for Q-School.
Oh, yeah.
We'll let you know as many results as possible, Stephen. We currently have Mackenzie 2-0 up on Kirsty Chubb. Patrick Peters is a 5-1 winner over Anil Velic.
Martin Thomas is 2-1 up on Graham Usher. On board 4 in the UK.
Craig Galliano 3-0 up on Max Balcom.
Oh, we've got another one. Oh, I love this. We've got Bradley Martin, brackets Skegness.
Yeah, I've seen that. There was a Skegness in there, and there was somewhere down south as well. There was another brackets earlier. We will see a second one. Marcel Walpen has beaten Claudio Dono 5-1.
The brackets are back.
The brackets are back. There's a Skegness. There was another one as well. I can't remember where it was.
Chris Landman is underway on board 20, but he's 1-0 down. Only averaging 68.
How did you manage to find the easiest one to pronounce in the entire score? And go, yeah, I'll go with that one. Arse.
Play to your strengths, Gob. Play to your strengths.
We are. That's why I'm doing Euro.
Yeah. I don't have to butcher them. I tell you, look, we were unsure what Corey Cadby we were going to see, but this has been steady so far. This is encouraging.
88 average, pretty solid. David Schlichting is on board number 9. They're currently only on the second match as well. Steen Weckermans is currently 4-2 up on Bernard Paire. Then you've got Sam Quenders against Dennis Akhtar, Wesley Van Tripp against Jeffrey Sparadans, and then we will see David Schlichting against Armin Glanzer. He is the last 5-1-2 game on his board, so a fair bit of time to wait before that one.
Currently, Liam Gallagher is casting no shadows as he's 1-all with Jack Bishop on board 8.
Jamie Lawrence, yes, I found one. It was 154. I don't know who against though because it disappeared while I was celebrating being able to pronounce his name. He beats Declan Cobo or Cabal.
Colin Osborne battled back from 2-0 down. He's currently 2-2 with the Red Dragon, the champion of champions, Alex Small. Also looking around the board, Sam Cromwell 3-0 up now on Thomas Smith. Ian McKenzie 3-0 up on Kirsty Chubb. Lorraine Winstanley in action, but 2-1 behind. Dylan Slevin as well in action. 3-1 up against Dan Reed. That's a tough game for both of them on board 3.
Mm-hmm. Steve Hines falling up on Dennis Coleman.
I don't mean this horribly, but they're both averaging mid-90s. And I look at the game above, and you've got 79 average playing 55. You'd like, just give me one of them.
Would be nice. Gino Voss is 4-1 up against Julian Zvergel. Rob Collins leads 2-1. Liam Meek has beaten Ian Jones. Richard Boucher 4-0 up on Chris Craven. Jeremy van der Winkel has beaten Tom Hammermeister.
Lendl says getting a good draw for Q-School is so important. Yeah, absolutely.
Cabby 4-0 to the good. No. Osborne 3-2. Was he 2-0 down as well?
Who's that? Osborne? Yeah. Exactly. Just shut the mic a second. Sun's doing my nutting.
Davy van der Zande has just beaten Ronnie Evanpool 5-1. Fair few players now reaching 4 legs, but the first player to reach 5 in the UK school was Steve Hine. He beats Dennis Coleman 5-0, but he is very swiftly followed by Lee Davies, who beats Robert Barrett-Gore 5-0 as well.
Absolutely. Craig Galliano. Yeah. I wonder what, again, the Gibraltars could have gone to Europe as well, I'm guessing, but pick the UK.
Yeah. Luke van der Berg has just beaten Marcel's Valley. Muffin Man.
Everyone knows the Muffin Man.
Richard Boucher has beaten Chris Craven as well, 5-0. So Bagels flying in early at Q-School.
Remember, everyone, make sure you like and subscribe.
Yeah. Paulo Ferreira is out already, Phil. He loses 5-3 to Rene Farth. Jaron Caron is a 5-0 winner. And Gino Voss, 5-1 winner over Julian Zvergel. We got a 5-0 win for Ian McKenzie as well. And Marius Brink, a 5-1 winner over Yannick Etter.
That's interesting. They had to. That's interesting. It's interesting they had to, that especially when Gibraltar is an absolute tax haven, when you see a lot of UK businesses based there to get around UK tax.
No comment?
Don't need to comment about it. You just look at the gambling companies that are based there.
I was going to say a certain former sponsor of the PDC World Championship, but definitely one of those.
I was going to say they're all there. How we doing, Juanita?
Matt Cass is a 5-1 winner over Neiman Hasida. How have I still found a difficult name in the UK? Matt Paget, a 5-0 winner over Josh Ledbetter. So 5-2 win for James Richardson. Liam Meek, a 5-2 winner over Ian Jones as well. Simon's relation Mason is playing today, Mason Whitlock. And Crabtree, a 5-3 winner over Paul Anderson.
And Corey Cadby
Williams
has blitzed his way through, Gob.
Good result for him. I sort of agree with a comment that was in the chat room earlier as well, by the way, about Corey would probably benefit right now from reaching stage 2 via the order of merit.
More time on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wins for Graham Usher, Jonathan Kavanagh, and Dylan Slevin over Dan Reed. That puts Dan on the back foot nice and early. Gary Jackson, that did say 5-2 against Howard Dale, but Dark Connect's having a bit of a thing. Rob Collins beats Adam Bowman as well. We got a result for Kevin Coleman against Benny van der Linden in Europe. Yeah, Tam. Win a day, you straight into stage 2. Benito has started. That might be an interesting one for our feature, Phil. 16 in Europe. Board 16 in Europe for the feature. Benito van der Pass, if you please. Stephen Plumstead has beaten Gareth Ashley. We have a result for Torbjorn Gustafsson, a 5-2 winner over Manuel Hafner. Chris Landman, after all that, Phil, is 4-3 behind to Liam Remder. Uh, 128 progress, or they top up to 128. So you've got the players already sat waiting in stage 2. Exempt to stage 2. Then you'll have all the day's winners, and then they'll top up from the order of merit afterwards as well. 8 quarterfinalists each day. I need to read more. This is what I was on stage all weekend. 8 quarterfinalists from each day. So there's no point in playing them, is there? Is that a way of just skipping down 4 matches? 3 rounds of matches? Because there's no seeding in stage 2. Aaron Dwyer is a 5-2 winner over Lorenzo DeVoe. Bradley Martin from Skegness has beaten Sean Fox 5-2, and Jacob Gwynn is a 5-1 winner over Ian Frame. Colin Osborne, 13 dart leg in a decider, gets the job done against Alex Small as Benito van der Pass takes the opening leg against Killian Schmutz. Kieran Bridgewater, 2 games away. We've got Niley Baralda from Ireland against Steve Wells, and then he'll take on James Betts. Lee Barrow, 5-1 winner over Ben Davies. Daniel Smith James is a 5-2 winner as well. Phil can talk, he's just busy. Shane Sheridan's a 5-2 winner over Stephen Inkpen. Greg Ritchie, Darren Brown, 4 apiece. We've got a win for Sam Cromwell over Thomas Smith.
It's all right, I'm trying to juggle the Super Series and this at the same time.
Mark Robinson, 5-3 winner over Mark Challenger. Nick Kenny has beaten Joshua Burksfield. Connor Heenhan or Kieran Team played yet? Don't think so. No, not yet. Chris Landman turns it around. Phil, he's a 5-4 winner over Leon Remda. Another Portuguese player I've not heard of before. Alexandre Antunes is 3-2 up on Alexander Klein. Stephen Beasley has beaten Simon Farley 5-2. We got a result for Nico Springer, a 5-1 victor over Maurice Juncker. Cadby did win 5-0. Steady for him. Heenhan starts in the second phase. He does. Johannes Bruns is 5-2 winner over Andre Gertz. No, Corey's in the EU Q-School, Christian. Best average of the day currently sits with Vincent van der Meer after his 5-2 win over Lorenzo Smelcher earlier, averaged 96 in that one. We've got wins for Kevin Lur against Daniel Zadak and Patrick Tringler against Michael Hertz. Nick Cox has just beaten Ricky King in UK. Dylan Slevin's 95 average was pretty close to that as well in the UK.
Done all right there.
Owen Maiden, 5-1 winner over Ryan Lounders. Killian McCormack looks like he's just beaten James Evans Bradford.
What a game this is as well between Smith and Payne.
Marco Peters is a 5-0 winner over Jordi Floren. We have a Craig Searle warming up, Phil. Is that a relation, do we think? It's not the most common surname I've ever heard. Have we had brothers have tour cards at the same time?
Not sure.
I know we've obviously had the West brothers and the RJR faction, but I'm not sure if any of them have ever held cards at the same time. I wasn't sure if Tony held one. Kim and Ronnie. Duh. Next, Marco Poltz is a 5-0 winner over Marcus Valchols. Somehow that's easier to pronounce than me messing up. That's terrible, John. Paul Allen has beaten Jared Thomas 5-3. That is a great question. Would Corey become the first player in history to get a card from UK and Euro Q-School? I think he would. David Pruson's a 5 winner over Dragon Simic. Pascal Devroy has beaten David Rossi 5-4. We can acknowledge it, and then we're going to move on from it. Yeah, just 43 average. Look, we're going to see some performances like that from Q-School, but that is the beauty of this tournament. You could turn up, pay your money. Whether people think that's right or is fine as the PDC and what everything this stands for is a completely different conversation to have. But there is absolutely no restriction on this. Alexander Antunes is a 5-2 winner over Alexander Klein. Double 16's in. Good to have you. He doesn't know anybody. It gives an easier passage through the first round or whatever. Not going to rock up and take out one of the favourites or anything, are they? So they pay their money, they contribute. I think it's £450. So with 880 entrants, I think it works out at just under £400,000 to the PDC. Basically, they've just funded the Premier League prize money from Q-School. How are we doing, Duzza?
How are we doing? Hope you're enjoying your holiday, buddy.
Michael, there's a lot of people very, very confused now looking at that going, what the bloody hell are you on about as well? Patrick Strubick is a 5-4 winner over Jamie Suckling. Fair play for having the bravery to go and play. Fair play to having £450 plus 3 days hotel, food, drink, and travel to do it as well. Jack Bishop's a 5-4 winner over Liam Gallagher. Phil, he just slides away in round number one.
Don't worry.
I know. But I just wanted to chuck a Oasis reference out there. If I had a grand and nothing better to do with it, I'd go to Q-School for 3 days as well. One of the best piss-ups of the year. Is that a 12-dart leg for Josh Payne with 130 checkout? It looked like it was. Eric Goda has just beaten Mehdi Poggi from France 5-0. Shane McGurk, 5-0 winner over Raymond Marshall. Jonas Masselin has beaten Giot Yessi 5-0. Dennis Akhtar, 5-0 winner over Sam Quenders as well. Michele Torretta is a 5-3 winner over Andreas Grenz. Lots of European results flying in right now. If you didn't have sponsors, it would be so hard to afford it. Some people wouldn't. Yeah, I know some people that have got sponsors lined up for the season that weren't going to go to Q-School over the age of 50, but have been paid to go as well, which is also quite a nice bonus. So, like, all right, I'll take the opportunity. There isn't really a practice room. It is all one open area. There is a practice area. Yeah, this one's a little bit more relaxed. Lisa Ashton is live. She's underway against David Rzuski. Pavel Zherkal has beaten Lucas Seckinger 5-3. Benito van der Pass 5-0 winner over Kilian Schmutz. Not much of a test for Big Ben, but he is through to the next round. Justin Hood currently throwing up on Joe Usher. Fair few players on 4 legs as well. James Young, Lou Bevan, Cameron Anderson as well. Mark Sadler are all just 1 leg away from progressing in the UK. I can't even see that name. Van Ockenberg Zwan has beaten Alexander Brandt. Can't see his first name. When I played on Dev Tour years ago, it wasn't like drinking the main playing area, just practice area. I could drink sat at the table. They might have changed the wristbanding system at that point. You had to have a certain wristband to go in to buy alcohol. Stop them needing to mess around. James Young's a 5-0 winner over Alfie Smith. Lou Bevan a 5-2 winner over Wayne Morgan. I think I was the last year where you weren't allowed your phones out either. You just have to have them on silent and not take any photos. It's just such a stupid thing to get fined for. Felix Schiertz is a 4-0 winner over Hans Acton. $12 years ago in Arica. Yeah, you might outdate me a little bit there. I might have been there though. 27, 15. No, I didn't go there till I was 8 years ago. I went along to watch a couple. But didn't play until... I never played in Wigan, actually. I never, been there. Remio Grabavac is a 5-2 winner over Hendrik Yaden. Sebastian Kine, a 5-4 winner over Bertus Herx as well. Why did I go to Q-School? I went to Dev Tour, Tug. Don't you start. Mr. I should have been in the A this weekend, but had a bad leg. Be better. Mark Sadler's a 5-2 winner over Liam Butler. Werner Tiest has beaten Alexander Troops 5-1. Adam Warner, can't say his nickname on stream. It is way too early in the morning. Is a 5-0 win over Scott Campbell. Scott Walters has beaten Paul Higgins. Dave Wazowski currently 3-0 up on Lisa Ashton. 2-0 up on Lisa. That definitely said 3-0, averaging 104. Players are allowed guests at Q-School, but that's it. You can't just turn up and spectate.
If anyone wants to jump in for me, then please feel free, because I'm going to launch something in a minute.
I'll just ping Dan. Josh Payne is 4-3 up on Justin Smith. Much dross about. A couple of 40s, Johnny. A few 50s in the UK as well, but it's early. If those averages are still around in three rounds' time, then we've got an issue. It's a 5-0 win for Scott Baker against Fred Box. 5-2 win for James Beaton over Scott Marsh. Adrian Gray, former tour card holder, is a 5-2 winner over Joe Higgins. And Justin Hood is a 5-1 winner over Joe Usher. I had the pleasure of calling for Justin yesterday. Warming up right now. Hopefully, in time to start after the Payne Smith game is Fallon Sherrock against Alan Norris. Yeah, so players are allowed. Is it one guest or two guests? I can't remember. It's been a while since I've been one guest. Yeah, and that applies to all PDC floor events. Scott Baker, a 5-0 winner over Fred Box. How many games will Ian McKenzie play today? Is it however many he keeps winning? Mason Whitlock finds himself behind to Ross Rimmer, 3-2. Ryan de Vrede threw one up on Michael Ringort. Hello, Matt. Would you like to add some context to just saying Dylan's surname for us? Is that Simon Whitlock's son? Mason is Simon's son, isn't he? He's miles away.
Yeah, I'm getting my nuts chewed.
Felix Schertz is a 5-0 winner over Hans Apton. Joaquim Goncalves is a 3-1 up on Tamo Bruning. Does look like there's a lot of Portuguese players. Yeah. He's a cube playing today. I haven't seen his name, you know. Rene Idams. Haven't seen Kellett play yet either. The Slev did win, Matt. 5-3 winner so far. Josh Payne does beat Justin Smith. We've got a win for Cameron Anderson against Kevin Mills. Alan Norris and Fallon Sherrock are just getting underway. Jimmy McCurdy beats Robert Grundy 5-2. The Turtle is going to destroy. Will be 2024 world champion. Is that Schlichting? That's his nickname. Is our youth champion Littler in Q-School? I don't remember seeing his name. I don't think he's old enough.
He's not old enough. He's not 16 until end of Jan, I want to say.
Yeah. Alex Spellman's game up and running. And he does take a 1-0 lead over Gabor Jakitska. Slev and McGurk to get a card. What are you saying? Tough, Matt. The field is stacked. Impressed with Slev so far. You don't just beat Dan Reed opening round to do nothing, hopefully. Pascal Devroy versus David Rossi. I know absolutely nothing about Pascal. Katie Sheldon doing good. I'm not sure she's started yet. She's 2-1 down against Elliot Philcox. Lee Cox beats Robert Thompson 5-4. Alan Tabban, the Saint, still going. beats Henry Cuttin 5-2. Sherrick and Norris 1 apiece. Sherrick with the better average so far. Justin Hewitt is a 5 winner over Thomas Doherty. Robert Rickwood beats Ben Quemby 5-3. Lee Budgeon or Lewis Pride played yet. I haven't seen either of those names yet on the right-hand side. It's on the right side, that's where I'm just looking. Todd Rainsley is a 5-2 winner over Luke Yates. Lisa Ashton is defeated 5-1 by David Wazowski. Any surprise youngsters yet? Not so far. It's still quite early, to be fair. We're not even around complete. So Mats Gies has beaten Ulrich Janssen 5-0 in Germany. So if you lose, that means you're out. Yeah, for today, Danny. So there's 3 days of round 1 action, stage 1 action. And you're hoping to qualify for stage 2. And at stage 2, there is just 128 players per day. Which is good, actually, because I've sat here thinking we're going to be doing 11-hour streams all week. Actually, once we get down to 4 days of stage 2, we get a lot less time sat in front of a camera. So my voice might not be that bad at all. Kieran Tian is 1-0 up on Luke Hardy. Someone was asking about him earlier on, so he's just started. Alan Norris with a breaker throw to go 2-1 up on Fallon Sherrick. Caught it. Adam Atkinson 4-0 up on Luke Constable. How come Kevin Painter didn't fancy it? Is it due to World Seniors? Possibly. He's also quite a regular in the Super Series. Might pick up some ADC competitions as well. Jack Vincent, a 5-2 winner over Jason O'Donovan. He's a letter away from somebody bursting into the rendition of Too Many Hearts. Dom Taylor, 5-1 winner over Tom Bourne.
Too Many Broken Hearts, if you want to get it correctly.
Yeah, I know. It's on our darts playlist as well. It's ridiculous, and I've got it wrong. My mates are going to be fuming. But I'm about to tell them that I've just dropped it in, so... Thoughts on Leighton Bennett? 2 seconds, we can call out some more results because Mason Whitlock has beaten Ross Rimmer 5-4. Sam Hodinott has beaten Robert Wybrew 5-2 as well. Morning, Mike. How are we doing? Yes, Tam, I do. Leighton Bennett had an awful lot of attention very, very early. Still think he's a very, very talented dart player. I think there was a lot of pressure on him. There aren't many 14, 15-year-olds or whatever age he was doing exhibitions at the Tower of London with the greatest player of all time. So there was a lot of pressure on him. Then came the target on his back as well, I guess, in that because there was so much attention, you get a little bit of jealousy from other players as well that might think they're as talented. You get players like Luke Littler and Henry Coates come through the JDC that your teammates, World Cup, etc., that you just enjoyed playing with. But he's still got a game in him. Still see his name go deep on dev tours occasionally, and he's still quite young. Let's not forget he's only just become eligible to play in that as well. The greatest player of all time, Lawrence Halagan, what a boy. But he's currently working on something else as well, so we'll get him back in.
Sorry, Matt, I need to get this in sorted.
I did miss a couple of results across various Q-Schools, but I'm struggling to find out which ones they were. Adam Atkinson beats Luke Constable 5-0. Dom Taylor, I've called that one already. They don't happen. They don't show in order that have just come as well. Marco Cantelli is a 5-4 win over Martin Rumpke. Jaron Miok, a 5-0 win over Walid Shabahi. I saw that surname earlier, so there must be relatives potentially. Definitely missed Steve Detmer winning 5-0 over Bruce Troop. Ryan Palmer is a winner as well, 5-2 over Andrew Highland. Cameron Anderson beat Kevin Mills 5-4. Dewey Bynum was a 5-0 winner over Wayne Chanley as well. Manley's not playing though. Manley works for the PDPA, so he might be there. I do love how official everything is, by the way, Phil. Did you see the thing doing the rounds on social media yesterday?
I didn't see a lot yesterday, mate. Felt like crap.
The post from Peter Manley's personal Facebook saying, just a quick warning to everybody attending Q-School at Milton Keynes this week, the bar and all the functions are card only. At a day's notice. Yeah, no cash. I had to share it with a few people I knew, to be fair. Remo Mandial has beaten Jarno Mikkelsen 5-1. Marcel Guga, 5-0 win over Radek Prusu Sr. Marcus Hoffman is a 5-2 winner over Mark-Oliver Medek. James Hurrell, 5-3 winner over Christopher Wickenden. Do you know what? I don't think people are talking about James Hurrell enough here. Been quite impressed what I've seen from him in the Super Series. WDF, you don't captain England if you haven't got ability. He was WDF #1 for a long time as well. So Daniel Day is 3-0 leader over Casey Jones. You've got a winner for Stephen Löhr against Torsten Janssen in Germany. Philip van Gass has beaten Dirk Pauling as well. Elliot Philcox has beaten Katie Sheldon 5-1. Sean Ryan is a 5-2 winner over John Burgess. Wasn't Hurrell the Leighton Bennett of his day a few years back? You'll have to tell me on that, Peter, because I'm younger than him. So,
KR 3000. I'm fine. I'm just, yeah,
not fine. It's stressed. It's fine. We'll be there. It's cool.
Irritated, I think, is the word you're looking for, Gold.
Yes. Jan Havlicek is a 5-1 winner over Dennis Brock. Joaquim Goncalves is a 5-3 winner over Tamo Bruning as well. Fallon Sherrick, Alan Norris, currently 3 apiece. Fallon does have the throw as well. James Hubbard, remember him, of course. Former World Youth Champion. There was talk he'd got the darts back out earlier in the year. I'm not sure to what level, but there was talk that he was back playing a little. Felix Steinbrunner is a 5-1 winner over Justin Mueller. Any of the Welsh boys been on yet? There's been a couple plays so far. Roy van der Grint is a 5-4 winner over Thomas Cohnlein. Matteo Ognebeni is a 5-3 winner over Axel Swartenbroek as well. No Mark Dubbridge this year. No, he's off to the seniors. Fallon goes 4-3 up on Norris, but Chuck fires back with a maximum. Scott Taylor was a 5-0 winner. Just waited for that one. Katie Sheldon was beaten 5-1. Didn't the women match play players get free entry? Yeah, because they were top 8 at the time. Or was it top 8 order of merit? I'm not sure if it was the match play players or top 8 order of merit.
I think it was top 8 order of merit.
Thomas Lovely, 5-3 winner over Sean Fisher. Randy Bart is a 5-1 winner over Alexander Elia. We have a 2-5-6 game live in Germany, so we're nearing the end of the very first round. Thomas Lovely has beaten Sean Fisher. That's another result not going the Welsh boys' way so far. Fallon, Tun 180, puts the pressure on Alan Norris's 129. Norris leaves 36. If Fallon can find us 1-2-1, she'll be into the next round. Keep your eyes on that one. Leaves 64. Are we heading for a decider? Tug, we will fall out. That is not my nickname. Lucas Feinig, a 5-3 winner over Lawrence Mangdal. That is all his surname, but I can't see his first name because it is too long to fit on my screen right now. Wesley Holtrop is a 5-0 winner over Till Meinschner. As Norris did level us up at 4 apiece, and Fallon opens up with just a 42. Is that a slip? It is if you only find a 60, yeah, as well. Leo Hendricks is a 5-4 winner over Martin Kramer. Wesley Placia, 5-0 winner over Till Steen. Expecting him to go decent. Phil PB on the phone to Daniel Levy. Yeah, get us a new defender. While he's at it, could he give the John Emery a call and tell him to buy us a midfielder at Liverpool, please? Jeremy Fagg has beaten Josh Newton 5-0. Daniel Day, a 5-0 winner over Casey Jones as well. 177 from Fallon to leave 42. She is 2 darts away from the next round, and there's nothing Norris can do about it at that point. Only 80 to leave 122. 42 for Sherrock. Now Norris played pretty steady in the Super Series last week. Has been a threat on the seniors as well. Just 10 from Fallon. She must have missed 2 darts at double 16. Will she get another look? Ryan Hogarth, a 5-2 winner over Charlie Simons. Bugger off, Mike. Sherrock, more darts incoming, and it goes in 1. Fallon Sherrock defeats Alan Norris, an 88 average against an 87 average. That is a nice little test that shows us that maybe Fallon Sherrock is putting the work in for 2023. Elsewhere, Sean McDonald, currently averaging 100, is 3 up on Aaron Monk. Pascal de Klerk has just beaten Karsten Corner 5-2 in Germany. Why are the scores different on telly reviews to Dart Connect on my phone? Because there'll be a delay from us live streaming to the point where it then hits you. So your Dart Connect on your phone will be real time. Ours will be anything between 10 seconds to 45 seconds behind. And that's if you're bang on watching us live and haven't skipped back a bit on YouTube at all. Alex Spellman, a 5-1 winner over Gabor Jagitska. And Pascal Ruprecht is a 5-1 winner over Tobias Plutz. David Lammy is a 5-3 winner over Kevin Lane. That's another loss for a Welshman. And I think, Phil, we leave that feature board exactly where it is because Conan Whitehead is up next. Richie Parkin has taken the first leg against Jamie Durrant. Ben West has also just fired in a 13-dart leg to open against Nathan Potter. Kieran Tian is a 5-0 win over Luke Hardy, averaging just 71 though. More to be done from him. Any Leonard Gates at Q-School? No. He's just accepted an invitation to the Jennings-Bet World Seniors Darts Championship in February. It's Brian Woods playing today. I've seen the name, but haven't seen his result yet. So he'll be around about soon. Stephen Rosny is a 5-1 winner over Sean. Kai Fan Lung, 4-3 winner over Terry. 4-3 leader over Terry Winfield. Sorry. And we have a 2-5-6 game underway in the UK as well. Adam Smith-Neil against Derbyshire's James Parkin. Loves a maximum, does James. He's also the lad that constantly told me he wasn't good enough for the Dev Tour in the last few years, despite playing County A, and has now gone to Q-School. So I'm going to slap him. Cabby played yet? Yeah, he won his first round 5-0 pretty convincingly. Justin Pipe doing seniors? No, he's not a name we've seen so far. Leighton Bennett, 4-3 up on Darren Armstrong. There's a lot of talk. Well, we were having a conversation about him a little bit earlier. Carl Gabriel is 4 up on David Taylor. Pipe retired from darts. Did he actually?
I don't know if he officially retired. He never actually put it out there. I'm retired.
29 darts in for Matthew Denon, and he is 2-0 up on David Summer. There is always a Matthew Denon story at Q-School, isn't there? I wonder which one we will get from him this year. Smith-Neil has taken the opener in his match. We've also got some 2-5-6 games underway in Germany. Kevin Vabakel is 2-0 up. Limas Zabavicius, 1 apiece with Niels Albas. Carl Jonsson, 1-0 up against Davey Robbins as well. Scott Artis is a 5-1 winner over Alan Lawler. Mark McGeaney, a 5-1 winner over Callum Francis as well. Udo Lurcher has beaten Fabian Bile 5-4. That was our featured game. We'll get that one changed over shortly. Toff Jorgensen has just started. If you fancied that one, Phil, on board 30. There was a result for Spellman earlier as well. I'm pretty sure he came through it. The other option is Diego Portela on board 22 for Europe. Any news on Cabby? Yeah, he won his first round game, waiting for his second. Kai Fan Lung is a 5-3 winner over Terry Winfield. Massimo Dalla Rossa is a 5-4 winner over Tefeo Badal. One more round 2 start-ish. Some of the games are starting now. We've got 2-5-6 games underway in the UK already. Richard Folkes and Harry Gregory and Smith-Neil against James Parkin. Conor Levitt has just beaten Chaz Barstow 5-2. Didn't see that one. And we got 4 2-5-6 games in that one as well. Can't see Michael Poole. Can you? No. Do you know which school he's meant to be in? Is that UK? Presume so with a name like that. Don't want to do that. He is a couple of games away. He got straight into the 2-5-6. So we've got Michael Burgoyne currently 4-3 up on Lee Williams. Then we'll see Mark Layton against Charlie Martin. Then Jack Fledger against Gary Blades. And then we will see Michael Poole against Keenan Thomas. How's Dean Winstanley and Kellett getting on? I don't think we've seen any of them yet. We'll struggle because I don't see Dean's name in the draw at all. I see Lorraine, but I'm not seeing Dean. And Stuart Kellett is on next against Dave Baton. He hasn't started his 5-1-2 game yet. Various boards different. There. And Leighton Bennett has been defeated 5-4 by Darren Armstrong. He did lead that game 4-3. But the Scot has beaten him. Smith-Neil's doubled his lead against Parkin. He's now 2-0 up. Carl Gabriel, the South African, has just beaten David Taylor 5-0. That 3-0 Adam Smith nil is absolutely motoring right now. Lee Budgeon is warming up, as is Dylan Duo, who is prized about getting away as well. So again?
Smith Nill's one that's got the game to go and just do all kinds of damage.
He does indeed. Harry Gregory won that up as well. We got a win for Jensen Walker. It's a 5-2 victory over Corey Evans. Richie Parkin leads 3-1 over Jamie Durrant now. Brian Verhelst has beaten Simeon Heinz. Seth Stefano from America, not one of the names that I recognise from the CDC. It's 4-3 up on Nico Reeler. Did Jose de Sal's World Cup partner enter Q-School? Jose Marquez, I believe so. I'll dig out his result in a moment. It's Sven Kristoffersson defeats Connor Steiger. Who are we looking for? Marquez. He beat Jochen Groudent 5-1 to open up on board number 9. He'll take on Christopher Toonders in round number 2. How many points to advance to stage 1? There isn't an exact number. It's up to 128 players will make stage 2. Is Portella at Q-School? He is, but he went to Germany this time instead of the UK. KR3000 says, I can't be the only one who's pleased when Bennett gets beat. Terrible attitude. I disagree. I just think that people expected Bennett to be a lot older than he actually was because of the positions he was in. Kessler beats Van Hove, and Telnikers has beaten Dominic Thiel as well. When you put in a 13, 14-year-old into the position that he is, people are expecting him to be a model, well-rounded professional sportsman that takes defeat like you're supposed to. There's still a lot of learning to be done at that point, and I think people almost bullied that out of him a little bit. Ryan Harrington has beaten Alex Chubb 5-3. He got told off for celebrating 180s at 13 and 14 years old on TV. He's absolutely living the dream at that moment, and people are more concerned by the fact that he's enjoying himself and happy with what he's doing. So, no, at that point, I'm not sure I agree with that one. The way I look at Leighton is a little bit how I look at Daryl Gurney and Gerwin Price. They've almost been bullied out of their natural charisma.
To be fair, I know Matt's in the chat room and he might disagree, but I don't think Daryl's the same player without that aggression. When he's angry, annoyed, and snarling, he is 10 times the player for me.
No, so I spoke to him in Derby, and he's like, look, the PDC have almost bullied that out of me with fines, but I need to get it back in my game somehow. Scott Riddler is a 5-2 winner over Daniel Todd. We've got a 2-5-6 winner in Germany, Kevin Verbakel. So he's still got a bit of time to wait because there's still some 5-1-2 games warming up. So some of these boards are going to get a lot further ahead than others. Fallon has the 4th best first 9 average. Scoring power is back. And that's not, without the best part of Fallon's game in the last couple of years when she's been on TV has been her finishing, her combination finishing. So she's got the scoring power back as well and adds that level of finishing. An interesting 2023 on the cards. Matthew Dennant is a 5-1 winner over David Sumner at Sumner. And I believe he is the first person to average 100 today. Wayne Jones is a 5-3 winner over Michael Barnard. He played at the Lakeside last year in the World Seniors Tour. Diego Portela finds himself 2-1 behind to Manfred Kobelt of Germany. Vinay Ramnath has just won 5-4 in Germany as well. Matt says Bennett was massively mismanaged. Do we think that's a little bit of a warning, perhaps, to the Littler camp, to the Greaves, and others that are in similar situations. Adam Smith-Neal's a 5-1 winner over James Parkin, first man into the 128 in the UK. Rodney Vi has just beaten Sandor Ballo 5-4. Matt, I can't show that one on screen because we get demonetized. But I would translate nicely. Matt has just said, I'm sick of telling Daryl to be a little bit more aggressive. But he definitely just dropped the C-bomb in the chat room. Daniel Ayres is a 5-3 winner over Harry Lane. Lee Harris has just beaten Michael Bowden 5-2 as well. I also think that was a little bit of a while ago, so you might be watching us a little bit delayed. It's a win for Jody Toback against Patrick Heitmuller. Is the Bahrain Masters live on ITV or on PDC TV? Good question, Phil.
Let me have a look.
I've had Raf since he was 13 now. Yeah, look, there's just... The world of darts is very, very easy to get caught up in as well, I think. We've seen it from a few people as well. Look, there is a race nowadays from manufacturers and managers to put kids on the development tour and everything else. You think how many footballers are in academies that get deals and whatever? You don't really see them in the spotlight as much as you do from darts. They play their academy football. They might get their breakthrough in a league game, in a cup game somewhere through the season or whatever else. But in darts, it's sort of like, oh, look, this 13-year-old has just won this at this average and can go and play against the men next week and is all of a sudden expected to behave like a veteran pro of 20 years and whatever else. There's still a lot of learning to do that. I just need to accept that sometimes kids are going to be excitable and it's great to watch. Timo Straub is a 5-0 winner over Lucas Kainz. It is ITV next week. Peter Gallacher says as a 5-3 winner over Chris Hurds. Doesn't say anything. ITV4, 4 till 8 p.m. on Thursday and Friday this week. Conan Whitehead is in a bit of trouble here. He is currently 3 apiece with Martin Price. That was a break back from Price as well. Nico Plovia is a 5-0 winner over Justin Heidekruger.
It looks like it's live, which is something. Because we all saw
we know the PDC weren't happy with delayed coverage last year, so if they want to keep that deal, they sort of have.
I was about to say, Matt said on the interview we did with him at Leicester that they wanted it live.
Yeah.
So.
Michal Schmeider, 5-3 winner over David Tarso.
Right, what feature game do we want for Europe?
Good question. Struggling at the minute. Portella's just gone 3-2 up. We're going to get enough out of that one. Titus Canic's just started, but I don't know his opponent, Kai Weinert.
Let's have a look at the end of Portella.
Mm-hmm.
Jar. Yeah, Jar, the deal, they signed the new one. Mace was telling me.
Chris Hogg, 5-2 winner over Graham Rackstraw. Kieran Bridgewater, someone was asking about him in the chat room earlier. Has just beaten James Betts, 5-2. Konstantin Muller has just beaten Mario Schmalzl, 5-1.
Remember, everyone, come and say hi in the chat room. Make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel and tell your mates about it.
If you've got any.
Looking forward to the Euro Tours being on Viaplay. Yeah, I'm interested to see what they do with the Euro Tours. Portella 4-2 to the good.
Yes, Niels Alblas has just won 5-4. We've got Leon Zammert, a 5-0 winner over Wim Hofsink. And Macaulay Cook has just beaten Stephen Kirkham 5-1. Jim Mostyn, 97 average to beat Paul Orchard 5-0 as well. Last time I saw Jim throw, he was beating Johnny Clayton in exhibition. Board 3, Andy Houghton. I get told off for pronouncing his name wrong all the time because for years I was told his name was Andy Houghton. Andy Houghton, Derbyshire captain. Was beaten yesterday at County. Doesn't happen very often. A couple of sensational legs, a couple not quite so good. But I'd love to see a run from him. If not, he has signed up to the seniors this year. So looking forward to seeing him down there. Lee Stanley, Nigel Daniel making that trip as well. So that should be pretty good for those boys if they head to Reading. Stephen McNally has just beaten Dylan Duo 5-0. He's into the last 1-2-8.
Niall Cullerton 2-0 up. Good to see the werewolf back at Q-School.
Mm-hmm. Results for Lorenzo van den Troost against Andre Ritter 5-0 and Simon Tromler 5-0 winner over Benjamin Werner as well. Sebastian Steyer 2-0 up. The poll expecting a decent run from him. Bo Greaves is not playing. She's opted against going to Q-School this year, although it is her birthday today. So happy birthday to you, Bo, if you are watching. I'm on seniors this year. Should enjoy marking lots. Hey, we've got a couple of markers that come down. If you want to chuck them a fiver, I don't mess about. Lewis Pride, 4-1 leader over Stuart Wares. Lee Budgeon flying, 4-0 leader over Scott Sutton as well.
Yeah. Taz Nation Dart says, any thoughts on the group that came over from North America and trying to get a card? Look, it's great to see that they've come over and they're giving it a go. I'm looking forward to seeing Danny Lalby, Alex Spellman. I think Spellman can get a card. I really like the look of him. And look, we all know on his day, Lalby can be sensational. Has Paul Milford played yet? I don't know. I'll have a look for you.
Haven't seen his name yet as a result. So I don't think so.
No.
Ashley Coleman has beaten Barry Morgan. As a result for Mindergas Barascus as well as a 5-2 winner over Frank Peters. Ali Budgeon beats Scott Sutton. Lots of practice, Mark.
Paul Milford he's just warming up now on board 24.
Told you I haven't seen him yet. Kurt Parry's 4-up on Tom Lonsdale. They're both averaging low 90s in that one. Another one of those stinker draws when we first looked at it. Jeffrey de Graaf is 1-0 up on Thomas Hudek. Portela now just 4-3 up.
And Whitehead may be going out. Price has darts to win. And he's missed. Is that a lifeline?
Not only has he missed, he's dragged it into the 5 going for tops. Surely.
Yeah.
And then gone 3 and then missed on the outside. That's pressure, that is. As Whitehead beats him 5-4.
Last start in hand. That stings.
Yeah, Andreas Toff Jorgensen has beaten Jordi van der Broek 5-4. Pushed all the way in that one as well. Is Cadby a favourite for the card then? Fans' favourite? I think the bookies might have him as one of the favourites in Europe as well because of the name. In terms of performances, look, we've only seen him play one game. He averaged 80 odd. If he keeps that level up, then potentially. But I'm looking at players such as Jelle Klassen, Wesley Placia, amongst others, possibly a bit more than that one. Shane Price has beaten Liam Kindlom 5-1. I'm gutted we've lost Liam Gallagher already.
Don't look back in anger.
Frankie van der Linden 4-0 up on Masayuki Suzuki. Kurt Parry is a 5-1 winner over Tom Lonsdale. Gordon Daniel Smith 5-4 winner over Daniel Galloway as well. What are we thinking of the Ariel Halvani and the Wayne Marnell budding bromance? The more eyes on the sport, the better. I don't care how it comes about. Has Ariel's conversation with Michael Smith dropped yet?
Don't know.
Mikhail Yanko, 5-1 winner over Michael Ploy. Justin Fawcett of Canada has beaten Thomas Lukes from Schilling. There's some brackets in Germany. We've never seen that before.
Yes.
As David King,
in Germany.
5-1 winner as well. The Turtle averaging 70s. Today is interview perfect, so we'll drop it US time in a few hours, and maybe for the end of this coverage, good timing on that one. Marco Obst is a 5-4 winner over Yuri Brecha. Or Brechia. Do the points start from 256 onwards? Yes. Does Sky realise what a great commentator Mardle is? I think Sky are fully aware how good Wayne Mardle is. I'm not sure the rest of the world are fully aware of how great Wayne Mardle is. Richard Shanklin's a 5-2 winner over Gary Butcher. Look, yes, there are moments when, for some people, Wayne's style is a bit more over the top and eccentric, but he just adds excitement to their commentary. He knows what he's talking about, and in comparison to some of the others that they have on their broadcast as well, he is absolutely fantastic. I don't think Wayne gets the credit that he deserves. He is. I've never seen anybody analyse an action the way that Wayne Mardle can as well.
I think Sky's commentary / punditry team is very, very split right now. I think at the World Championships, they had 3 elite pundits.
Yeah.
And the rest not so good. I don't mean that horribly. I just think there's better out there than what Sky had. Yeah. But in Mardle, Webster, and Dan Dawson were the elite.
Yeah. The piece Dawson did at the Sky Pad before the final was just so good. I don't think anybody else could have pulled that off, and I don't think there's a. I know they've got a new producer, and they're trying to do new things, but I also don't think they could have introduced that to their coverage without Dawson. A couple of results, by the way. Ziggy Schenk might be my favourite name so far instead, as a 5-0 winner over August Zereminski. There was a win there, 5-0 for Niall Cullerton, and Owen Emma Bowden as well has just picked up a victory. I thought Corin was very good. I think if you have a conversation with Laura Turner off camera, she's incredible. I think she struggles to put that into a way that is appealing to an audience that's listening on TV. Oliver Muller is a 5-0 winner over Hatman Karacha as well. John Part, I think, has got a little bit lazy.
My issue with JP, it's a stuff away from the tour. He tries to blag and gets found out.
Yeah. Especially now we're introducing people like Dan Dawson to it as well. Dan Dawson can, on the spot, recall a last 32 game from a European tour event, 4 years, tell you the result, the average, and all sorts. Maybe not to that extent, but to that level of knowledge that just adds so much more depth to a conversation or a commentary. Part will go, oh, he had a good result somewhere. A couple of results flying in. Titus Panic, a 5-0 winner, by the way. Brandon Weston, 5-2 over Lee Grace, and Graham Hall, a 5-1 winner over David Wilson as well. Is Darren Webster at Q-School? I don't know. Carl Johnson, a 5-4 winner over Davy Robbins. Frankie van der Linden has just beaten Masayuki Suzuki in contender for the worst game we'll see all weekend. 45 average against 39.16. I very much rate David Croft. I think he is fantastic, and the fact they don't get him back in is a little bit of a disappointment for me. Keith Rooney's a 5-4 winner over Gareth Johnson, and Owen Bates 5-2 over John William Jones. That's a big result for him. Yeah, I think Pike has. In the past, I think Stuart Pike has been fantastic, but I do think he's struggling a little bit now. Gilbert van der Meijden, 5-0 winner over Stephen. Sorry, can't pronounce that one, and I'm not even going to butcher it. Cedric Corrin is a 5-0 winner over Christian Till. Reese Hayden beating Robert Nelson 5-0 as well. So do I just want Rain Man on commentary? Who are you calling Rain Man? Don't get that one. Yellow, 2-0 up. Yeah, I think that's what Sky are lacking now. And look, I don't think it is a fault of their own, but in the last couple of years, they've been unfortunate enough to. Look, Stuart Pike's getting older. Rod Studd has had his health issues with his stroke. We've lost Nigel Pearson. We've Clarkey stepped back as host.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are, when you're so used to something as well, when you start changing things up a bit and varying what we've got, it just gets a bit different. So, they stopped using him, Simon, because the season they stopped using Crofty, the F1 season overran. Because of COVID, the F1 season started later and finished later. And then I don't think they'd come back in. And as a host, let's be honest, they're going down they've gone down the female route at the minute in Emma and Anna. It was Woodsy before.
I thought Emma is exceptional. Emma is unreal, but I didn't think Anna was. There was too many mistakes. And I appreciate she doesn't do darts and understand darts, but at that point, the job shouldn't be going to someone that doesn't understand the sport. It should be going to someone that knows.
I'm not sure it was a lack of understanding on the sport. It wasn't a full BBC 3180s to complete a 9-darter. There is substance there. And look, there isn't a great deal of opportunity to do this throughout the season, I guess, but having your debut as a start host for the World Championships is tough because there is more eyes on you than anywhere else.
Agreed.
Sebastian Steyer has beaten Sven Thiel 5-2. Sky should use Jackie Oatley. I think she's fantastic.
Yeah, but they won't because she's now synonymous with TV coverage.
Yeah. Patrick Obermans has beaten Pascal Viritus, and Patrick Mart is a 5-0 winner over Paul Berefs. James Howard Hughes has beaten Daniel Perry 5-1 as well. A lot of 2.56s now. Is there a chance the UK is going to finish quicker than the EU?
100%.
It's absolutely flying here. When is Corey's next game? Still a few away yet. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Harrington.
If I speak.
He's not a fan of you. In the other... I think all TV broadcasts need a freshening up at the minute.
Oh, ITV was shocking at the Players' Championship. Take Mace out of the equation. Mace, on that last day, single-handedly carried that broadcast.
Yeah. I thought it was class.
The people you had not commentating that were still there, and the ones that was nothing short of scandalous.
Thomas Hudak is a 5 winner over Jeffrey de Graaf. Pete's in. Hello, mate. Just morning. Yeah, 100%. Do we ever take a day off? Occasionally. Only when you give Barzy your ticket.
Yeah, Pete, absolute legend. Thank you very much for the weekend. For the UK,
Lee, I'll be completely honest, I'm not sure he ever had it. Nah, it's a bit harsh, but I do think your more rounded commentators, the ones that do other sports, the ones that don't just solely focus on darts now, are being exposed by those that do. And by the amount of televised darts we're seeing and opportunities with the Super Series and the Euro Tour and Pro Tours being streamed, people like Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson, and that's how we picked up Webster, and we're seeing Dozer in the comments box now. I think Matt Edgar is fantastic. He's an absolute natural for it. We've seen Scott Mitchell in the commentary box a few times. Corin Hammond's been in there as well. There's just so many more out there now that know the game so much more than guys that are on TV because they've been there historically now. And I get that sometimes you can't just get rid of people or change things up significantly just for the sake of it at times, I guess. But there is a chance now that there is a new age of commentary teams brewing, and with new TV and commercial deals on the horizon in the next couple of years, the Sky deal will be up, and we'll see where they go with that one. Matchroom looking to move production in-house a bit more and control the broadcast and just send it direct to the broadcaster. We might see some changes as well. Loads of results flying in. Carl Beattie beats Joey Palfreman 5-3. Chris Fowler 5-1 over Lee Hunter. Darryl Pilgrim 5-0 over Derek Grazier. Lee Dutton 5-1 over Stephen Harbour. And Charlie Martin has beaten Mark Layton 5-4. Did I miss any?
Don't think so, but some names from the past. Kevin McDine is behind at the moment. Super Mac, not so super right now. Reece Robinson, we've seen him on tour before. He is 4-1 up on Neil Parry right now. He is 1 away. Mel Cummings, man we saw at the World Championship and the World Series. He is 3 apiece. Look, it's not a classic against Ryan Anderson. Won't make the feature game, that's for sure. But they're both having a damn good scrap about it. Jelle Klassen, 5-0 whitewash over in Germany. Sean, I don't think Jason is playing at the moment. Which is a shame. This one could be quite good. We saw Grant at the World Championships.
So is that what I think it is?
What?
That link you just shared. Is that a site skimming off this, but with a better home screen to see leg scores going in instead of just leg results?
It looks it.
Oh, that's fantastic! Danny Lauby takes a 3-0 lead. Alexander Masek has just beaten Sebastian Albrecht 5-0. Bars would smash Gillette Soccer Saturday. No, because he knows nothing about football. We've just spent 20 minutes saying that people that don't know darts shouldn't be on darts, and you want to put someone that knows nothing about football on football. Come on now.
Whoa, it's a little harsh. I know that Liverpool
Tell me I'm wrong.
Absolute garbage right now. How we doing, Joe? Hope you are good. Again, everyone, welcome along in the chat room, one and all. Thank you very much for all your kind words. Darts World, any news on the Bahrain ticket sales figures? Not official numbers. The only thing I was told was not great. But let's be fair, we're not going to Bahrain for the viewing.
We don't go to Gibraltar because they pack out the venue on a Thursday afternoon for a Euro tour, do we? Even though it starts Friday. Reece Robinson has beaten Neil Parry 5-2. Colin Osborne going well. How's he getting on this time? 3-1 up on Tommy Morris, averaging 99. Sergio Krasson has beaten Kevin Grebe 5-0. Kobe Jones Swanson has beaten Rob Holroyd as well. Darts in the dry countries never. No, because they did that with Dubai, didn't they? And it was outdoors on the tennis court, and it looked fantastic. And Gary Anderson and Van Gogh produced one of the best games ever, arguably.
When he said, God, when Pete says dry, he's not on about the weather.
I'm fully aware of that. It's just dry in public, isn't it? Drinking a hotel.
Yeah.
Paul Milford has just won 5-3. I didn't catch his opponent because it disappeared too quickly. And Larry Butler has just beaten Zion Rahman as well. How did Leighton Bennett get on? He lost in the last leg to Cider Stephen. He went down 5-4. Dylan Crean is a 5-1 winner over Daniel Maystone. Could the Premier League ever follow football's format 3 divisions? I don't know, because then I have to find a shed load more prize money and make players travel every week as well as Pro Tours or Euro Tours whenever they've got it. I don't think the Premier League for the PDC isn't about fairness. The Premier League is about a marketing exercise, and at that point, they don't need 2 divisions.
No.
Rob?
How are we doing, James? Hope you are good. Thank you very much. It's a great job on the live stream. Enjoying it on my lunch. Our pleasure. We're here all 7 days. So make sure you come and join us. Andy Hamilton is underway. We might put the hammer on. Let Lalby have his moment first. I'm not just going to cut him off.
All right, I'll fly through some results quickly, though, because Lee Palfreyman has beaten Darnell McCrory. Nicholas Engelbrecht has just beaten Ron Seegers as well. Colin Osborne, 5-1 winner. He goes over the 100 mark as well. He's looking in great form so far. Mark Vleghert, 5-0 winner over Mikhail Gadens. Krasson result is still showing up on the screen as well. Owen says Carl Schneid. We'll keep an eye on him for you then. John Bowles, a 5-0 winner over Danny Moore. Danny Lalby doesn't get his moment, Phil. You jinxed him. He's 4-1 up now, so we're waiting on that one. Mason Whitlock finds himself behind Gary Jackson once again. Thomas Cromwell has just beaten Andy Houghton. Andy Houghton, 5-4. Only referee for the bloke. Mental result in for there. Andy Jenkins is playing Q-School, but he is in stage 2, so he's exempt until Thursday. I get told off all the time, mate. It's definitely not spelled Houghton, is it? Hi, guys. Is this the best week of the year for that? It's the best week of the year for drama and coverage. We love it.
Simon says, this is fantastic. Only just discovered you guys today. I'm hooked. Our pleasure, Simon. We do this for all the Pro Tours and the Women's Series as well. This started off 3 years ago. We had an idea, and it soon spiraled, didn't it, Gob?
Yeah, we're like, we'll drop a couple of us up. We'll do an hour or so each. People can go and get lunch. And then me, you, and Jar sat here all day. We're like, oh, crap, what have we done?
Yeah, it was good. Great question here from Shane. Hope you are good, mate, as well. He says, do you think the PDC want Cadby to win his card, given his past? Look, we can't hide from it, Gob. It's there in black and white. You've only got to read the papers and Google it to know what the issues are. I think it's very split. Look, obviously, that stuff is not good.
Yeah.
But everyone deserves a second chance. And then
if he's been away and done the appropriate... Yeah, if he's been away and done the appropriate debt to society, etc., and come back, then fine. We see a lot of comments around Chris Mason at the same time as well, but once you've done your debt to service, it's almost like you're not allowed to be in the public eye again. And I completely disagree with that. I think that's literally how the UK and most justice systems in the world work. You do something wrong, you make not your piece of it, but you pay for it in some respect. You pay back your debt to society, and then you go about your life again. Look, there are some crimes that you don't particularly want in the spotlight as a model sports person for young people. But I just think there's a ridiculous case that you break any sort of law and suddenly you're never allowed to be a professional sports person or involved in TV or anything like that ever again.
Yeah.
I mean, Jimmy Carr never broke a law. Jimmy Carr did something that was morally wrong, but he's still fully allowed to go back to being a comedian and whatever else. And then everyone's looking at Cabby, Mason, who we're having a conversation with now, and whatever else, go, nope, they're not allowed to do that because they did something wrong in the past.
Yeah. So, yeah, look, the PDC are good at spinning it and hiding it. If Corey wins his card, comes back and is the Corey that we saw beforehand, bold statement, I know, Gob. But if he comes back and makes that splash again, I think within 2 years he'd be in the Premier League.
I think so.
Because he is just
borderline before. However, since he's left and gone away, other people that were similar characters that behaved similarly have been knocked down a peg or two. We were talking about Daryl Gurney a couple of hours ago, weren't we? About how he needs that aggression back in his game. Basically, as much as you can argue or disagree with or whatever with the fine that Gerwyn Price received from the Grand Slam for back-to-back matches against Simon Whitlock and Gary Anderson, and that fine was reduced significantly. That changed art.
Yeah, it did.
Quick results, though. Stephen Straub has beaten Ollie Holtkamp. Owen Roelofs is through, as is Bram van Dijk. Jonas Aplaski as well. I definitely missed a few more while we were talking about earlier. Stu Wilson has just beaten Steve Early, and Ryan Murray's 5-3 up as well. Daniel Ziegler, a 5-0 win over Chris Masilga as well. Yeah, Stephen, look, there are certain crimes that I think are beyond reparations to be in the public eye especially in a profession where you're considered a role model. Jacob Taylor wins again, beats João Neves 5-0. But in the most part, some of it different. Yeah, Jamie, I've literally just seen that. Have you seen our favourite, for want of a better phrase, shithouse of a dart player? Gerwyn Price has posted on his Instagram that he's trying out a new set of headphones on an aeroplane. Adam Mould, 5-0 winner over
I'm not going to lie, I'm a huge fan of that.
I don't think he helps, and we'll get into the serious conversation when he's on stage and whatever, but absolute shithouse, isn't he?
I love that. Huge fan. Lowest average of the day, James asked.
There was a 39 somewhere.
Yeah, there hasn't been as many shockers as what I thought there was going to be. In fairness.
Where are they gone? The lowest that I saw was Masayuki from Japan.
Whilst you're doing that, Ruthless James Richardson, a 5-0 winner, averaging 90. He had such a disappointing Q-School last year. Can he put that right this year? Chris Gilliland is averaging a ton. 3-0 up. Happy New Year, Laura and Maisie as well. Maisie genuinely sick today, but she gets to watch Q-School. Hope you are feeling better soon, Maisie.
That's convenient, isn't it? Maisie's sick today. We've got Billy sick today as well. Barzi, you're a bad influence. 39.16, the lowest average I've seen so far today.
I'll tell you what, I hadn't realised this until Jars just said, what a draw for Fallon. Alan Norris round 1, Conan Whitehead round 2.
Ooh, I did say it was a tough board when we saw it.
Yeah. We've got the Whitehead House family in as well. Hope you are all good. Hope little one is doing well. Mace is still doing commentary for the Super Series, just not until February because his January was manically booked.
We've still got more World Series to come. Pierre Fink is a 5-4 win over Marvin Koch. Ronald Balfour has just won 5-2 over Pascal Reuter as well. Benjamin Johnson has beaten Ricky Martin. No Living La Vida Loca today for him.
Is he
who
into
do you see
Super
booking their place today?
That cat's a dude old though.
You know way too many of those lyrics for me to be comfortable. At the minute, look, without looking into the draws too much, standout early performers. James Richardson's moved through 2 rounds, dropping just 2 legs. I think Colin Osborne looks fantastic. Came through a tough test against Alex Small to open. And then 100 average in the last one. That was the other one. There's a Reading. Brackets Reading.
So Josh
Payne's
Payne's
looking good Reading instead of Wigan. But the thing is, we're seeing brackets behind names. I don't remember seeing those names without brackets. So why do they need brackets?
Everyone should have brackets. Glad she's doing good. Lendl says, who do you guys see booking their place today?
I'm just answering it. In Europe, Spellman's been pretty good so far, through 2.
Yeah.
Klassen, solid. Titus Kanik has looked pretty sharp. Thomas Hudek's had 2 good wins, to be fair. Sebastian Starr has been pretty steady, had a 90 average and an 83 as well. They're probably the standout so far. Yellow's not really played that well yet, to be honest. But he's just been comfortable. 5-0 winner. Yeah, they're the ones I'm looking at today so far.
I think UK, I'm going Josh Payne. I think he's looked really, really good today so far. And if you'd have said Henry Coates against Harry Ward, they were both averaging 55. Simon, draw is totally random each day.
I wasn't expecting that from Henry, bless him. Crabtree's at it again, by the way. 12 data to open against Alan Tabman here in round 2.
Yeah, Gilliland looking good.
Hammer 5-0 winner. Superb performance from the Hammer.
Yeah, that's a shout. I might put washing machine in brackets.
No, Harry Ward did pack up. He had a tour card. He handed it back. One of only 3 players I can think of that's done that.
Cadby, Kyle.
4, 5. I forgot both of them. Barney, I was going to go Barney and
Taylor.
Kirk Shepherd.
Taylor handed his back as well.
Taylor was a retirement though, wasn't it? There's a difference.
Yeah, but he retired, but he still had to hand it back.
Yeah. I think retiring is different to just saying, no, I'm not playing anymore, though. Marjanovic, yeah, that was a waste. Was disappointing because I was really excited for him last year. Oh.
Right, who do we want from Europe, Gob?
Oh my. Europe.
Board 29 for our American viewers.
Are they awake? Are they out of bed yet?
Yeah, well, East Coast will be.
Yeah, go on then.
Corey's not playing yet, but don't worry, we will keep you posted when he is.
There's a UK version, Philip.
Oh, by that, you've worked out the person that sent me it wasn't from the UK.
What?
But you've worked out the person that sent me the original link wasn't from the UK.
No, I think the Europe was created first because there was 3 lines at the top to click more, but there wasn't an option to do anything with it. I think they've only just added that page. I think it's brand new today. I think the site has evolved in the last hour. It's a little messy, but it does look like a great little tool, to be fair.
I like it.
Yeah.
The problem is, if we put this on screen, it then alerts what's going on.
I'm not doing anything wrong with it. It's no different to what we're doing.
It's a little bit different.
I think it's too much to go on screen anyway. It's too much to go on screen, but I think for a 32 board setup, it's too much. If that was 16, if that becomes a Pro Tour thing, crikey, yes, please.
Yeah. So no one can win a card today. The first 3 days is all about making sure you qualify for stage 2. Stage 2 is where the tour cards are handed out.
If you reach the last 8 on any of the first 3 days, you will be moved across. 7:30 Eastern in the US and Canada. Yeah. I'm not talking to the Americans anyway.
When did Manly start coaching Dimmy?
I'm not allowed to talk on that one. Dewey Bynon has beaten Peter Chandler 5-2. Has Dan Reed played yet, Nico? Yes, he has, and he was beaten first round by Dylan Slevin. A horrible first round. Both players averaging over 90.
Horrible draw
pick
for
up
both.
A point for that because it wasn't a full round of fixtures. Patrick van der Boegaard has just beaten Ivor Emmon 5-2. We got a win for Harry Ward over Henry Coates as well, 5-0. Not the way Henry would want to start his campaign. Keenan Thomas 5-2 winner over Michael Poole.
Gosh, there's another horrible draw. Chris Quantock, man that's been on tour before, against Mike Warburton. Ugh.
Billy Fogarty has won 5-0 against Michael Harries.
Has Graham
from the
Usher played?
beginning.
Yeah.
You don't need 512 boards, Stephen. You don't even need half the amount of boards anyway. Then you'd have to find 200 and something markers. Who's posted the highest average so far? I believe Colin Osborne. He averaged over 100. There was two. Matthew Dennett averaged 100 as well. Let's have a look quickly. Who was slightly higher? I think the points might be a little bit different for Osborne because he won 5-1, whereas Dennett was 5-0. So his will just be 100 point less. Lewis Gurney is a 5-2 winner over Lewis Coyne. Carl Snide has just beaten Nicholas Ellis 5-4. Marcel Gurdon has beaten Dragutin Horvat. That's a stinker of a draw, you know.
Yeah.
An early loss for Dragutin. Andy Bartons is through after a win over René Idam. Someone did ask about the cube earlier. He has just been knocked out.
Graham Usher had a stinker of a draw. He got Martin Thomas first round. No Leonard Gates at Q-School.
I was there for the game when Idams played MVG. I was in the players area and I was sat with the Dellas. And we got told off for getting a little bit excited by security. And Keith just looked in and went, "Oi, piss off, you nons."
Gates just didn't want to. He's going to play in the seniors. Scott Baker going about his business as well. Another 5-1 win.
The mod. I've lost Dennant's result. What was it?
Alex Spellman warming up as well.
Yeah, 100.48. So Osborne leading the way so far. Stefan Seatman's a 5-0 winner over Wim Dierks. Danny Tessman, 5-0 winner as well.
Corey Cadby is underway. 1-0 up, averaging 136, Cobb.
11 dart leg to open. Tidy.
Look, we're not going to interrupt the games we've put up, but we will switch to the Cadby game once this one is done. And you can tell that they're self-marked in Germany because all of a sudden it says Corey Cadby has lost 5-1. Obviously, he hasn't. But someone's pressed the wrong button. Now the game, now it's back.
Because Phil's in the press room. He's not in the players area, Jamie. That's why. Cliff Bryer's a 5-2 win over Tom Garfield, and Gary Blades, Choose Blades, has beaten Jack Pledger 5-4.
Ryan is in. Hope you are good, mate. Says, do you guys think Q-School need changing? I'd like to see the Challenge Tour stroke ADC lead to Q-School. Right. Yeah, look, my one is I think Q-School should be how you get on the Challenge Tour. And then however number of cards there are available is done on the Challenge Tour order of merit. So it's almost promotion and relegation.
It needs a significant amount of investment to do that from where it is right now. And at that point, you'd probably be looking at first rounds being similar to Pro Tour level, which was saying that some pros are struggling to survive off and whatever else. It's just a little bit.
But the problem is, at the moment, there's no level of entry. With the greatest one in the world, I'm shit. But I could pay 450 quid and rock up and play. That can't be right.
Go on. Do it next year for a video.
But that can't be right. there has to be some barrier of entry level.
Why?
Because it's just theft. Right? They'd happily take
No,
450 quid off me. Yeah, I've got no chance of winning a card.
Yeah, but that's on your stupidity, not them stealing. They're providing an opportunity. They're providing a service for you that you can pay for at any point that you want. That's how businesses work. You are not obliged to pay them anything. You're choosing to do so. That's on you. The only time you could ever say it's theft is if they take money after giving false information to somebody on how the system works, who is not sound of mind.
I get people choose to do it, but there still has to be some kind of screening period. Like, if I rocked up and said I want to be a boxer, I went to the British Boxing Board of Control and said, right, here's my money, will you give me a license? They're not going to.
Physical, it's different.
Okay,
because
golf.
your screening would be over a season. Yeah,
golf. There is no fitness levels to golf, but I could not rock up to their Q-School with a handicap of plus 30 and get on it.
No.
Exactly.
But that's a handicap system. That's different. How are you going to judge it? Because let's be honest, for the best one in the world, one of the most widely accepted things in the sport is that averages are actually a load of crap. Holy hell, from Cam Crabtree at 170 to win the match for a 12-dart leg. Averages mean cool. So what you can do, monitor how I play in the local league against absolute pigeons, because they aren't on the same level as pros. You can't compare my seasonal averages in my local Wednesday Vodka Wednesday league, as I've dubbed it, to my ability to turn up at Challenge Tour or Pro Tour. There is no affiliation with anybody else because the PDC aren't asked. And if I have a bad half a season or I struggle with an injury and I play through it, then I hit form again towards the back end of the year, you're going to deny me my chance to go to Q-School because I haven't played well enough for 9 months of the year previous. That's how players lose their card in the first place. There's absolutely no way you can do it.
This is why there has to be some kind of
over Jeremy van der Winkel.
There has to be some kind of screening, though. In my opinion, there has to be, because there's too much shit. Because, right, this is the reason we're in this situation now. That 800 people have rocked up and paid their money, and with the greatest respect in the world, probably 75% of them have got absolutely no freaking chance of winning a card.
Yeah. But just under £400,000 back into the system. The players can then turn up to the Challenge Tour and develop their game, which is what that's there for. Quick reminder. And we wouldn't be sat here streaming and doing this for a living if they weren't able to do this. So stop bitching and get on with it and call some results.
Yeah, I'm just changing the game and then... we all know why they do it. Because they make nearly £500,000 from it.
Well, 400 grand this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, that is the whole point of stage two stages as well. We saw that from Q-School, from COVID and from lockdown. And it's another, I think they've stumbled on it a little bit and got away with it to that extent. But it's fine. Denny Carter just won, as is Michael Huntley as well, by the way. Yeah, pay and turn up. And let's be honest, you soon weed out those that actually aren't interested, right? Because if you don't get a card, the first Challenge Tour weekend is in the next 2 weeks. So you have to be able to financially boost that as well. So only people that are serious about committing to both have factored that into their costing and are prepared to travel to that as well, with the advantage that gives them for the potential of being involved in the first Pro Tour weekend. So we lose an awful lot of these players as well. They've paid, they've had their chance, they've had their moment and gone for it. We lose a lot of the shit. Kai Van Lung's a winner 5-0, and James Beaton's been beaten by Matt Cast 5-1. I believe it's the same for Snooker Q-School, but again, they're in a pretty similar condition. I think snooker players tend to be a little bit more realistic in terms of their ability and the costing, and also the minute you get your card, you have to pay something like $3,000 in the first month to enter the events you need to, whatever else. So the costing of that is a lot higher as well. Stephen Plumstead has just beaten Robert Rickwood 5-3. Brian Woods is a 5-4 winner over Jeffrey Murray, and Nico Springer has just absolutely bashed Ryan de Vrede.
Don't worry. If this goes, we will have the Cadby game on, and it does. Right, give me a second, and we will have Cadby's game up.
Some wins. Jim Widderman has been beaten by Marcel Hausotter. There was another result in Germany as well. These just flash up so quickly. I do miss Keith Carter. Keith Carter plays on the seniors tour now. And I'll tell you what, he spends more time on the practice board than anybody else in the room. Even when the event is over, he will still go and put another 2 hours on the board. He absolutely loves it.
James Hurrell, 1-0 up.
When is the next seniors event? The qualifier for the final qualifying weekend for the Seniors World Championship is in 3 weeks' time, or 2.5 weeks' time. Jacob Gwynn's beaten Steve Hine, by the way. Patrick Plotz, 5-1 winner over David Herberg. Ronnie Hybrex has just won 5-3. Callum Matthews has beaten Mark Connolly as well. Next seniors event qualified 28th and 29th of January in Reading. There's 2 more outright qualifiers, and we'll also, by the end of that weekend, know who has come through the order of merit. The top 2 as yet unqualified from that. The top 2 from the seniors money list as well. And we'll be doing the draw live from Reading that night as well. So keep your eyes out on that one. Richard Veenstra, 5-0 winner over Dirk Brooksmid as well. Depending on his draw, I'd be very, very surprised if Veenstra didn't make it to stage 2. I think he's absolutely mustard. Talking of mustard, that's a 15 dart leg for Adam Atkinson. Sven Hoffman's a 5-2 winner over Robert Oberwinkler. Is Stuart Kellett on today? He is. He won his first round game 5-2, I believe. Cedric Wagmans has just beaten Dennis Ruhr. Kellett is currently 4-3 down to Lee Harris. In his second game of the day, he beat Dave Baton 5-1 earlier.
Yeah, also, Corey Cadby in a little bit of trouble here. It's been broken. 3-2 behind. And consistency is the key here. When he's been good, he's been very good. Like we saw opening with an 11. But it's the bits in between.
What the boy? The new highest average of the day, Adam Warner. He has won back-to-back matches at 5-0 this time. 101.55 average. Do you know what? I hope he keeps his nickname, and then TV have to go, nope, maybe not. Because do you know his nickname?
No, I wasn't there.
Well, I'm not sure they played at the Super Series either, but at university, Adam used to be a referee, football referee. David Venkin just won, and so is Stephen Morrison, by the way, in Europe. So he used to go by the bastard in the black.
Yeah, they're clearly not going to let him have that on TV.
There's a reason that's not written on the back of his shirt.
Cadby's missed the ball to break back, and now could be staring at a 4-2 deficit. And it is 4-2. Corey Cadby will have to win 3 straight.
you seen the football news, by the way?
No.
Firstly, somehow Roberto Martinez is the new head coach of Portugal. From failing with Belgium, they're like, yep, that's who we want. Philip Schrader has beaten Michael Rastovich. And there's also talk Moyes will be leaving West Ham for Everton.
Wow.
Torbjorn Gustafsson, 5-2 win over Matthias Athens. Not sure how close that second one is, but yeah, Martinez to Portugal is the surprise in there. Is Conan still in? Conan is still in. He'll take on Fallon Sherrick next. Dale Gadsby's just beaten Steve Detmer. Go on, Gadsby. Go on a feast. Marco Bock has just beaten Marco Fischer. 5-3. Jose Marquez wins again against Christopher Tundas. 5-3 in that one. Yeah, no idea how Martinez has done that. He's absolutely bang average as a coach. Got Wigan relegated. Stuart Kellett from 4-3 behind wins 5-4 against Lee Harris. And Ryan Finesse has just beaten Martin Plant 5-2.
Corey Cadby
from Dorset. Not sure, Jacob, to be honest.
Corey Cadby holds. This is the leg.
Rather
have to find
Dyche. I think if you give Sean Dyche the right set of players, I think he'll be class. Yeah. I just think that he constantly was working on a budget at Burnley that meant he had to go with a style that was just difficult to beat because survival for them was like Champions League football for others, constantly. Sean Ryan's a 5-3 winner over Paul Allen. Any views on the offside decisions at Anfield this weekend? Yeah, I thought they were all absolutely bang on, Simon.
To be fair, how have they got the goal one so wrong?
No idea. Heikki Hyvönen, one of the first winners earlier on today, has just won again. 5-1 winner over Martin Wonders. I still don't know which part they gave offside. Or which part the call was about. Because there's talk that it was from the corner taker coming back from the header. Then he beats the fullback, gets a cross in. It looks like he's offside at that point. Then the ball goes loose again. Then there's like, oh, it's never offside from this part. I'm like, I don't know. Mo was off. How on earth you can use VAR in... I don't think it should be used in the FA Cup anyway, to be honest. You can't have a competition where it's available at some grounds and not at the other.
I'm with you.
It's the same as I don't agree with Minehead events. I absolutely do not agree with, in the same round of fixtures, having a different number of breaks in the match depending on which stage you've been picked on.
I'll tell you what, we'll come back to that in a second, but Corey Cadby may have given himself a lifeline here. Finds a 140 to leave 44 unless this 111 goes. And it doesn't. So Corey Cadby, 44 to find the break of throw and send us all the way. How timely was that 140? It's carved the opportunity and he can't take it.
Ooh. And the top route as well. Aruma Moyman has just beaten Gino Voss, by the way. There's a Jimmy McCurdy win as well over Darren Williams. There was some good news for Welsh darts fans, as we haven't said this very often, but a Welshman has picked up a win today. It was for Nick Kenny. The unfortunate thing is, it's against another Welshman, Lee Davies, so you've lost another one.
And Corey Cadby departs for the day. He had opportunities, but is sent packing gob.
Big story already then, as one of the biggest names here at Q-School is gone in the 256.
Well, let us know in the chat room. Do you like the new setup of the way it looks on screen? Because obviously, aesthetically, we're always trying to make things look better and work.
What does that mean for Cadby now? Right, so yeah, this is a good time to explain how Q-School works again. So he doesn't play again today. That's him done for today. He'll be back tomorrow and Wednesday. So this is stage 1 for the first 3 days. The final 8 in today's tournament will all progress to stage 2. Everybody else will be back again tomorrow, and then same again on Wednesday. Top 8 going through from each. There's already a number of players exempt to stage 2 because of their performances last year in various events. So those that lost their tour card, those that have lost their tour card, those that achieved well on the Challenge Tour, Development Tour, and via the Women's Tour, have all been exempt into stage 2, depending on where they finish at that point. So there's 128 players that start stage 2. So you'll see all the players that are exempt, all the players that make the last 8 on each day in the first 3 days, and then everybody else will be topped up from an order of merit. Do you know what, Phil? I know I signed off on this. Do you know what might be better?
What?
Because of how wide the names are. Swap in the scores and the schools for tomorrow.
We can have a look at it.
Because I think the feature games can be that little bit narrower. In fact, I think they're probably too wide at the minute. And then the others would be wider. But I guess we'd see less of them at that point. We can't get 64 games on screen, but
yeah.
Bo Greaves is not taking part. Fallon is taking on Conan Whitehead. Adam Atkinson, a 5-0 winner over Nick Cox. Scott Artis has just beaten Owen Emmett Bowden as well. A big fan of the fact that Dark Connect are taking stuff on board as well. I've seen a few comments on social media about the update. Initially, we had the 256 going below the 512. Now we've got the 128 above the 256. So that's the newer stuff is going straight to the top in that regard. So big fan of that. I still don't like the player alert bells. I don't think they're needed. Too busy. I get they're trying to push that. I don't like the fan alert system because it's just email. Until you can have an app where it will send you a notification of scores, I'm not a fan. That is all that's missing from Dark Connect, is an app where it is just as functional to follow along as it is to use as a scoring system on a mobile device. If they can get that, absolutely flying. Carol Sedlacek, is he round 1 or round 2? Round 2.
Fallon Sherrick takes out 1-2-4 to break the Conan Whitehead throw. Good leg from both.
Sedlacek straight to round 2. Mark McGeaney, 101.11 average, beats Shane Price 5-1. Jerome Caron is a 5-1 over Eric Gorda. And Marcel Walpen has just beaten Davy Prouston 5-2. Slevin with 102.95. Did we miss that one? Is that one of the ones where we were chatting?
Probably. Yeah.
He did. He beat Lee Barrow 5-0. Average of the day so far. Keelan Kay is 4-2 up on Kieran Tian in the battle of the Super Series. Youngsters.
No, I think we're all in agreement that it's going to take something special to stop Slithen getting a card.
Looks it right now. Daniel Ayres has just pumped Niall Cullerton 5-1. Corey Cadby is out, Mark. He won the first round game, but he's just been beaten 5-3 in his next.
And the other thing that I like is that Slithen is in the Chris Dobie Club. When you know, you know.
Have they decided how cards will be split between UK and Europe? They haven't stated it yet. Todd Rainsley 5-4 against Stephen Rosney. Which, do you know what I think means they're going to do? Graham Usher 5-1 winner over Mark Sadler. They're going to wait and see who's in what position. James Hurrell 5-2 winner over Darren Brown as well. It should be 14 and 13 based on the numbers, given the way that it's been split in previous years. As Arjun Conterman 5-1 winner and Craig Galliano is the same. But I think they're going to pro-rata as an all-in-one order of merit over the 2 days, over the two schools.
I do as well.
And just give them to everybody. Because they can do that starting at 128, and then at that point, there's possibly a chance that they get more UK based that are going to use it, as Fallon goes 2-0 up on Conan Whitehead. Lou Bevan is a 5-1 winner over David Lammy. Any idea what time Bully Boy is on Helwani's show? Not yet, but the fact that he's in America means it's still only 8 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Kevin Van... Oh, I have no idea how to pronounce that one. Huawei? Maybe. It's just beating Sebastian Kine.
I'm looking forward to stage 2 as well. We see the likes of Bilowetsky come in and things like that.
Yeah. I like it. I do. I think part of the beauty of this first stage is that absolutely anybody can do it. And the fact that these guys, the players in this first stage, haven't been on tour. I think there's more stories to come from here. Keelan Kayes a 5-2 winner. Matthew Denon a 5-1 winner over Elliot Philcox as well. And Mark Peterman has just beaten John Desramo as well.
Danny, our pleasure, mate. Thanks for being along.
What was I going to say? There's less appeal to me in stage 2, apart from the fact you get a card, because some of the block is players that have just come off tour. I want new stories. I want new names. I want to get excited about stuff. And part of me thinks that there are a couple of situations where you might have an injury or whatever, but I think there is a large part of it where going, actually, you weren't good enough for the last 2 years. I want to see someone else have a go. Alex Spellman is out, by the way, Barzy. He's just been beaten by Svan van Ockenberg.
Conan Whitehead is back in this game 2-1. It's a hold of throw, but Fallon did miss darts for 3-0. How big could that be for the Barbarian?
You could give a golden ticket to one player that meant they could get on tour. Who are you going for?
Oh. I don't know. Because there are so many different reasons behind you could pick people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You could pick this one for this reason.
There's 2 standouts, isn't there?
Yeah.
Do you have the same ones that I have?
I think one's going to be the same.
Is she currently 2-1 up against Conan Whitehead?
Correct.
Ryan Palmer is out. He loses 5-4 to Shane Hayward. Who's your other one?
But
have they just spent £7,000 to have their eyes corrected?
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil Taylor. Giuseppe De Rocco has just beaten Nico Kurtz 5-2.
Ryan, we're not saying
Conan Whitehead. No, I'm not saying I will.
No, but we were asked if we could give a golden ticket to him. We're not saying that they don't have to earn it. We were asked if there was a golden ticket that we could give to someone, who would it be? Look, the PDC get a lot of stick. The PDC get a lot of stick for the way they've handled stuff, and some of it is fully deserved. Like we said, we knew before that last women's series that all 3 women were in the World Championships. The way they handled it was ridiculous.
It was to sit there screaming, knowing that was the case.
Well, don't. But the way they handled it was a joke. No one's arguing that. It was scandalous. But seeing firsthand, people seem to get obsessed with darts just being a UK-based thing. And I showed some of the Dutch boys our analytics around Fallon Sherrock from a worldwide audience. It is ridiculous.
Crazy.
So
went over Luke Tucker.
So from a point of making darts bigger, better globally, she is unreal. But
look, with that, there is a level of expectation this year. And if she goes and has a similar season, if she's in the spotlight as often as she did last year, that effect might start to dwindle. But at the minute, she is still a massive draw elsewhere. It's not whatever else. We're not trying to justify things that have gone before. We were just asked a question about who you'd put in. Not even who you'd put in as a golden ticket. If it was you could put them to Q-School, you guarantee they get through, that would probably be even better for me. If you're saying who would you absolutely love to guarantee they get through this Q-School? Her? Sorry to Conan's family watching right now, etc., for this match in particular, but whatever. Well, if there was a guarantee that she makes it through Q-School, given the success or the appeal that she's had on TV and opportunities before, to go and prove that she's got that level as well and start taking that away from people who use it as a weapon against her for being in the position she's in, that'd be even better. Lots of results flying in there. Ricardo Perez, a 5-3 winner. There was a few in the UK as well, but it's so difficult to keep up with them now.
Yeah, the interview with
James
Michael Smith from last year, it was in Copenhagen, and it was we spoke to him after he beat Fallon, and we asked him about the Fallon effect, and he said, "Look, his words are, the others need to get real. She's putting more money in our pockets." I can't quite like the way he looked at it.
Philip Sebesta, a 5-3 winner over Stefan Belmont.
Pete, to a degree, that I think they have in the main. I just think they absolutely fucked up the announcement of the World Championship spot. That's my one criticism. That's the one they absolutely got wrong.
Julia Barbara Gonzalez is a 5-1 winner over Massimo Dalla Rosa.
Fallon Sherrock is one away from beating Conan Whitehead. Conan is going to have to win 3 on the spin. We've seen him do it before. Back up against the wall, he is one of the best, but that's not the best start. Cursed him.
Lee Andrews has beaten Richard Butcher. Gabriel Rollo, a 5-1 winner over Peter Trapp. There is a level to the Italians that I don't think we've seen before. We saw a couple in previous years that were capable of the 85s and 90s, etc. We're seeing a few more of them produce that today.
Yeah.
Liam Gallagher did not throw supersonic darts because he was beaten in the first round.
He cast a big shadow.
We're not mad at you, Liam. We're just disappointed that we don't get to sit here and make puns. Jamie Lewis has just beaten Adam Smith-Neal 5-4.
What a response from Conan Whitehead. After a poor first couple of visits, 180, 140 has given him a chance.
Have we really been sat here 4 hours already?
Yeah.
Francois Schweiger. It's a 5-1 winner every hand. I'm just looking at the 128 going, hang about, we're absolutely flying through here, especially in the UK. We're not going to be here till stupid o'clock, but then I've realised we've been here 4 hours already.
I tell you what, we'll never know.
What do the numbers mean on the right of a result? I think it's how long the game. Is it not game duration? I don't really know what those numbers mean. There's a lot of stuff in Darknet that I don't really understand. I think you can certainly tell that the guys that made it aren't from the UK.
Whitehead has missed. Can Sherrock hit? No is the answer. Fallon Sherrock has missed match starts. Conan Whitehead coming back. And pins. Will Fallon Sherrock get another opportunity? Yellow Klassen tied at 1 apiece as well. Gob on our other feature game.
Mm-hmm. There's a result there, but I missed who it was. Jack Vincent has just picked up a victory in the 128. Wayne Jones 4-3 up on Lee Clark. We've just made that 5-3. Another player that's played in the World Seniors. Pascal De Vroy is a 5-2 winner over Eros Odent.
Wayne Jones has just beaten Lee Cox 5-3 on board 25 in the UK. James Richardson takes the opener 11 dart leg against Adrian Gray. Andy Hamilton 1-0 up. Harry Gregory 2-0 up on Ryan Murray. Graham Hall trails Prakash Jiwa 2-0 at the moment. Danny Lauby 2-0 up on Reese Hayden.
Thomas Lovely's a 5-1 winner over Richie Parkin.
John Bowles, that is a blast from the past. 3-0 up against Kurt Parry. And I remember when he missed about 25 million match starts to beat Gary Anderson in one of those foul fashion shirts at the Worlds. They're like absolute gold dust.
Do you know what I'd give to have one of them?
Fallon Sherrock has defeated Conan Whitehead, pins the 78. Queen of the Palace has come through 2 tough games, Gob.
It's looking good as well. Another mid-80s average. If you keep producing that at the right time with the right sort of time, and look, that's a 14-dart leg to get over the line, you can have the odd leg off as long as you produce it in the key moments. So a ton 80, a ton 40, 2-dart combo, absolutely killed it. Played a similar game earlier. It was a 1-2-4 to open that match as well. Like, could be in for stage 2 from Fallon. Because if you keep picking up a couple of wins as well, 1 or 2 more of those, add a couple more points, put it on your ranking. You might sneak in order of merit with a decent draw tomorrow or Wednesday. Kevin Coleman has beaten Fabian Stutz 5-4. Klassen finds himself behind. There was a question in the chat room, actually, about what do we think Klassen could do if he gets his tour card back. I don't think he's going to reach Premier League level again, but I think he's more than capable of a deep run on a Pro Tour or two. You could definitely see him back in TV events. I still think his A game is fantastic. I think his B game needs work still, and that was possibly the issue before. When he's on it, he is absolutely mustard, but he changes action, he changes favourite from 36 to tops, etc. He's a player that has tinkered with his equipment a lot more than others, and he's got such a weird shape of barrel anyway that any change is going to be quite significant. As Adam Warner takes out 109 for a 15-dart leg. Lee Palfreyman beats Paul Mitchell 5-1. Stu Wilson to 5-3 win over Lee Budgeon, and Jim Mostyn has just beaten Jensen Walker 5-3. I am a little bit jealous of Adam Warner. I cannot lie.
Bob, I disagree with this. I actually really like Shut Up and Dance With Me as a walk-on song.
Yeah.
I agree.
Do you know what?
Ice Ice Baby doesn't work. I agree as a walk-on song. But I actually really like Shut Up and Dance. Yeah.
I don't think Ice Ice Baby's got a big enough drop or a kick or a beat to it that's walk-on. Yeah, I like Shut Up and Dance to walk-on. I just think it's got a bit more pace to it. And actually, Bully Boy is very normally at the stage when you get the ooh, ooh from the crowd. And I just think that works a little bit. It's not quite singing along fully, but I think I think it's worked well. It works a lot better and it survived the test of time. I already know the answer to this question because we get asked it an awful lot. Phil's walk-on has just been pinched by Chris Dobie, actually. It is PJ and Duncan, let's get ready to rumble. And mine is Everybody Get Up by 5.
Yeah, when I was half decent and could play, I played county youth and things like that. I used to come on to PJ and Duncan, let's get ready to rumble.
Just come out when you were playing county youth. Danny Laube is a 5-0 winner over Reese Hayden.
Yeah. Not even going to hide the fact. Right.
Anytime I come across it now, it's in Pop World. You're all over it.
Right now, obviously, because I couldn't use it because Dobie thing, I'd throw a right curveball in. I'd walk out to the Baywatch theme tune.
Do you know what? That's a uni thing. So Baywatch, when the nightclub here in Nottingham is called Ocean, and Baywatch used to be like one of its go-to theme songs. They've even had David Hasselhoff there before. Like, absolutely love it, mental. But that was just the sign for everybody to take their tops off and spin them around in the air constantly. So somebody from Trent has used that as a walk-on every single year in our varsity match in front of the crowd because everybody gets into it. I don't think I could do a Baywatch walk-on without taking my top off, and that's not what the PDC want.
Either that or the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
I don't think that would work as a walk-on. Nicky Danoon is a 5-1 over Jack Bishop. Luke Smith has beaten Peter Gallagher 5-3. There's wins for James Howard Hughes over Kevin Lowe, and Glenn Gibson has been beaten by Brandon Weston. There's another one just come in there as well. It's Justin Hood, a 5-0 winner over Gordon Daniel Smith. Aren't you a tad old for nightclubs? I am now. I'm only 27 though, John. It's quite recent in my life still. Come on, man. Kick a guy when he's down. Nico Springer, a 5-0 winner over Vincent van der Meer. Van der Meer was on the top averages in the 5-1-2 earlier. Pascal Ruprecht has beaten Kevin Bellmans, and Remo Mandiao has beaten Sebastian Steinmetz. Michael Burgoyne has beaten Charlie Martin. That's 5-4 in that one. Kurt Parry finds himself 4-2 behind John Bowles, despite averaging 13 points higher.
Oh,
Fallon's
Stephen-
matches with Norris Whitehead, and she takes on Graham Usher next. Christ!
That's an absolute stinker. Danny, I'm not sure why Bo hasn't entered. Look, she does things at her own pace and the way she wants to. I don't think it was ever a consideration, Gob, to you to play in Q-School.
Last I'd heard, it was 75, 25%. 75% yes. That appears to have changed recently. I'm not sure if the moving of the WDF World Championships has played a part in that at all. Moving that to December means we wouldn't be able to do both and want to defend that title, perhaps. But yeah, last I heard, it was 3/4 of the way yes to go in. So not sure what's changed in that regard. I hope she plays development tour. That's
Agreed.
exactly what it's there for. Most impressed with so far. It's between two for me. One of the men currently on your screen right now in Adam Warner and Colin Osborne as well. A total of 128 will reach stage 2 from each Q-School, Tommy. That's the 8 quarterfinalists from each day, the players already exempt, and then the rest pro rata. And yeah, do you know what? Chuck Fallon's name in that conversation as well, by the way. Alan Norris and Conan Whitehead are two very, very tough draws here. Norris's game is on the up massively. John Bowles, a 5-2 winner over Kurt Parry. Paul Milford, a 5-2 winner over Ben West. How do you actually earn the cards then? So in stage 2, the daily winner will earn a card. So we'll have 128 players, basically a Pro Tour format for 4 days. And each day, the winner of each day will pick up a card. Is it runner-up as well? Is it top 2?
No, just the winner. Because remember, Menzies got
the
runner-up and then we're left the sweat.
And then the rest will be from an order of merit. So it's a point per win from each full round. So as of stage 2, day 2, it actually then becomes a point from the 64, doesn't it?
Just looking at Fallon, she's played 2 amazing players and she's still outside the green at the moment.
On legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, daily winners. John Cook just won, and there was another win as well, but I wasn't looking because I was looking at rules. Sparadans, Jeffrey Sparadans just beating David Schlichting 5-1. The Turtle is out. Perry Lubitsch is out as well. He's lost to Peter Strubic.
Just had a message off Mace. He's listening along whilst having a little practice.
Big couple of weeks coming up for him. In fact, this time next month, a month today, the World Seniors Darts Championship gets underway. In fact, the first game will have started 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, John, it is. The seal's gone on it, but it'll have to do for today.
One job. Is the system fair? Look, everybody knows what they signed up for at the start. It's one of those that I don't think there's ever going to be a perfect system. We spoke about a way of screening players for whatever earlier. The one thing I don't like at all is that they push for 128 for stage 2. And then as of day 2, It's down to 127. That should be topped up by the next on the order of merit. And I appreciate some players might have to travel away. And then by finishing outside by 4 places on the order of merit.
Yeah, agreed. It should be
every then come back for day 4, but one day as a crack at it is better than nothing.
Yeah, I know. I fully agree that every day it should be topped back up to 128 as Adam Warner 100%. Takes a 4-0 lead.
Has he dropped the leg yet today?
It's been very, very good.
5-0, 5-0. The boy is motoring. That'll put him top. That'll put him top of the order of merit right now if he goes on to win this 5-0.
Yeah.
Prakash Jiwa has beaten Graham Hall. Big win for Prakash, another man that's picked up the seniors tour of late. Did the entry fee go up this year? I don't think so. Did it go down?
No.
Everyone made that up. It go up a couple of years ago. And Michael Barwick's in. This has come on Jamie Lewis.
God, there's one for you about the seniors there from Bob.
From someone who saw the World Seniors a year ago and not much else since, are we expecting any changes in terms of presentation, format, entries this year? So for the World Championship, the field has been up to 32 players from 24, which means we will have Thursday afternoon and Friday afternoon sessions. So we've got 4 first-round sessions, moving on to second round, etc. The playing format will still be the same. It will still be set play. Presentation, not massively, I don't think. We're still going with the same lineup as far as I'm aware. So it'll be Ray Stubbs, Bobby, George, and Helen Chamberlain as well. I'm not entirely sure who the commentary team are going to be, but I believe Chris Murphy guaranteed to be there as one of them. The rest of the events this year, we've got a Champion of Champions, which is new to the calendar. That'll be in March in Blackpool. Just 8 players in that one. Straight knockout over 2 days, 2 sessions, both in the daytime, actually. Live on Channel 5 for the very first time. There will be 7 players invited to that one. And 1 qualifier, which will be held on the Friday afternoon in Blackpool. We're going to run similar to how the Pro Tours before the Grand Prix usually take place in Dublin, Ireland. There will be open series events for those that don't get through the qualifier for those 2 days as well, which are basically like the equivalent of Pro Tours for the World Seniors. A few more open series events this year. And then obviously qualifiers for 2 new venues for the TV events for this year. So the Masters and the Match Play have both moved. We're off to the Barbican in York and Westlands in Yeovil as well. So things continue to grow. More players from the tour will get spots held back for them for the TV majors, the Worlds, the Masters, and the Match Play. At least a quarter of the field were made up from qualifiers through that one. We will be streaming qualifiers for seniors in the future. We have a streaming board. We did stream the first block. There's no commentary on it or anything like that. It is just a couple of cameras on the board with the scoring graphic overlay. But yeah, there's that. Jacob Taylor just beating Patrick Matt as a result for Richard Shanklin, I think, and a few more as well rather on that one. Yeah, pricing, look, that's out of my hands. I'm just here to look pretty. Richardson has beaten Adrian Gray. That's 3 tough wins for James Richardson now as well, by the way. Philip Borthwick has just beaten Gary Stafford. I think that's an all-seniors matchup. The live order of merit for this, for the Q-School, will be on dartsrankings.com. Whoever is behind that site is an absolute godsend. Reece Robinson has beaten Brian Woods 5-0. Lewis Gurney has beaten Ryan Anderson 5-1. Paavo Mailer of Finland has just beaten Patrick Obermans from Germany. Larry Butler currently 2-0 up on David Pisek. Timo Strauber is 5-3 up on Marcus Hoffman. Adams, his mentality is solid as well. Can be a bit of an arse, to be fair. But he's brilliant. There was a question as well about invites. There is one more invitation to come for the Seniors World Darts Championship, and then the rest will be made up from the final qualifying event in a couple of weeks' time. Hamilton did play seniors a little last year. He come to it a bit late. I'm not sure if that was because of his birthday or just finding his form. So his first event was in Newbury last year. I think then one of the qualifying events clashed with the week where he'd committed to play in the MODUS Super Series as well. He has played a couple of events, though, so if he doesn't get a card, hopefully he gives that tour a full crack this year. Kevin Thomas has beaten Chris Fowler, and Felix Schertz has beaten Seth Stefano. So we've lost a couple of the North American guys in the last couple of rounds.
Let's have a look at Big Ben.
There's been one low winning average in the EU, but I think that's the draw. Like, you're going to get, overall, I think the standard's been pretty comparable. Some want to do some statistical analysis on it later, and tell us what the average for the tournament was at each venue. When is the Seniors World Championships? It is the 9th to the 12th of February at the Circus Tavern.
Correct.
Tickets are available from £13, dartshop.tv. Fallon just broke first leg. Phil, she's flying, mate. Matt Dennant finds himself 1-0 behind to a 14-dart leg from Adam Lipscomb. It is on TV. It is on BBC Digital Services, as it was last year. I think a couple of announcements coming in the next couple of weeks as well, so keep your eyes out on those for the rest. Can't say anything yet.
Can I then?
No. Hamilton beats Patrick Linsky 5-3. Walter Van Rohegem, oh my God, I've butchered that one, has just beaten Saeed Nichovic. Marco Puls has beaten Rodney Vervige. Will we? No, we'll never get to that stage. I don't know who the bookies' favourite is at the minute. They might have Thornton. I'm not sure if anybody would have priced it up before seeing all 32. Fallon and Usher are averaging 113 and 110. Marcel Hirsch has just beaten Carl Johnson. Roy van der Grint, a 5-0 winner over Frankie van der Linden as well. Some of these names getting a bit easier to pronounce. Result for Stefan Siekman, a 5-0 winner over Stefan Mach. Just as I said, they were getting easier to pronounce. No chance any of that one.
That's one for you, Gob, from Tom.
Yeah, Tom's one of our players. Anyone over 50 can still join. You can get your tour card. I'll be putting a post out later. We've got a new top 10 graphic to go out as well. Wesley Placia has just beaten Justin Fawcett. Oliver Muller has just beaten Jonas Oplowski as well. Scott Baker is a 5-0 winner over Scott Artis. Still some 2-5-6 games going. One of them is Sean McDonald, who is 4-3 up on Phil Coward. Daniel Day and Ashley Coleman currently 4 each as well. They might be the last 2-5-6 games of the day, which will put us ahead of Europe. Everything else is a 1-2-8 warming up. We've got a 64-game warming up. This is how ridiculous Q-School gets. We've got a 64-game warming up in Germany, and also 4 2-5-6 games. So Nico Springer or Gilbert van der Meijden might be waiting around a long time after this one. It's a win for Adam Warner, a 5-2 victory over Dewey Bainon. He's now won 3 matches, dropping just 2 legs. Any news on Callum Goffin? Let's have a look for you. He has won 2 games so far today. He defeated Kevin McDine before beating Lewis Pride. That's 2 big wins as well. Sean McDonald has beaten Phil Coward 5-3. As Usher takes a 2-1 lead on Fallon Sherrick. That's with the darts in that one. Who are you most impressed by so far? The man in yellow on the screen at the minute is definitely in conversation for that one. Adam Warner has been superb. 3 wins, dropped just 2 legs over the 100 mark in one of them. Fallon's been mightily impressive so far. Wins against Alan Norris and Conan Whitehead. And the other one standout, I think, is Colin Osborne. I think as a threesome, we've looked at those and gone, yeah, they're the ones that have been most impressive in the UK. In Europe so far, he's not been that impressive in terms of performances, but results-wise, it's been a little bit plain sailing for Jelle Klassen so far. Jacob Taylor, the young Canadian, he's been superb as well. He's into the last 64. Kai Fan Lung is averaging 119 after 2 legs. So that would be a 12 and a 13. That's just dropped to 96 again. Mackenzie gets back. Robbie Knops has just beaten Sebastian Steyer. Steyer was probably one of the standouts so far. But he has just been beaten 5-3. As Larry Butler from 3-0 up has been pegged back to 3 apiece. Jose Marquez, the Portuguese player, has just won, is 2-0 up, averaging 107. Klaassen did win. He finished with a 73 average. He beat Michal Janko 5-3. Gary Jackson has beaten Stuart Kelly. That's a little bit of a surprise. As Rene Favre has just beaten Philip Van Gass as well. Wrong Jacob Taylor then. My bad. He's 54. Get him on the seniors. Colin Osborne is a 5-0 win over Dom Taylor. Who am I thinking of then as young Canadian?
Graham Usher has gone through the gears here, pinned a ton to break Fallon Sherrick, and the gambler is certainly rolling the dice right now.
Bieber's older than I am, I think. I hope so. I've said that. Bieber is older than me.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got the wrong player. Who am I thinking of then? Bielecki's in stage 2, Pete, so he's exempt.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to play this bit, so he won't start until Thursday.
I genuinely fancy Bielawetsky to get a card. Usher is a good player. Graham Usher is a fabulous player. Oh, Fallon. Busted 85. What do you reckon, Gob? Are we going to be nice and say she's hit 45, come inside tops and hit double 15 instead of double 10?
I think so. Marco Verhofstadt has beaten Niels Ablas 5-4. There was 2 more results, but they've gone away already.
Benito van der Pas is 4-1 up. He's on our feature game at the moment. Gary Blades is a winner on board 2-5-3. Yeah, we know all about Dylan, that's for sure. Jamie, absolutely one to watch. What happened to Dawson Michelle? He just gave up and he does a lot of online streaming and that now.
Not even close. Thought Jacob Taylor was Joey Lionel. Good work. Then 4-3 up. Usher gets the job done against Fallon Sherrick. It's a 5-1 win for the Gambler. Solid performance from him. Vinay Ramnath has just beaten Michael Ledforged. Butchered. Cam Crabtree, Ryan Harrington, 4 apiece.
Let's go for a bit of a Arajan compliment.
Adam Lipscomb, he beat Matty Washbrook 5-4. He beat Daniel James Smith 5-2. He's currently 4-3 behind to Matthew Bennett.
Michael Huntley, another senior, has just won Gob.
His top level game is so good. He's a man that's already qualified for the Seniors World Championship as well. Won one of the qualifiers. We saw him in the Super Series earlier in the week as well. I just think this is at such an acceleration in the last year that a lot of these opportunities are so new to him that nerves get the better of him a little bit more than they do others. His first game in the Super Series this week, he went down to Peter Manley. Was nowhere near the level that we know he can produce. Jose Marquez has won 5-0 again against Ronald Balfourt. Five hours, yeah. I mean, I haven't got anywhere near the knowledge that you have either, by the way. Some of the stuff you put in the chat, I'll never be able to come up with. But yeah, I definitely meant Joey Lino instead of Jacob Taylor. So
it's quite interesting scrolling through Instagram to seeing how the 8 players are making their way to Bahrain and which ones are sat on which seats on a plane.
yeah. No, Liner's American as well. It's not even close. That's what I mean. It was so bad. It's not even good. It's just terrible. There are 800 people in here, though. Come on. Larry Butler just picked up a win, as did Titus Canick. 5-3 winner over Bram van Dijk. Jim Walker beats Harry Ward 5-4. Jim's another senior. Kai Fan Lung is a 5-1 winner over Ian McKenzie. Chris Gilliland's 4-2 up in his game. Diego Portela in his 2-5-6 game. Thankfully, there's no more 2-5-6s warming up in Germany, but there are still 3 1-2-8s. There's 1 1-2-8 left in the UK, but I expect that to be over pretty quick. Liner's fantastic. That's what I mean. That's why I got confused. I've absolutely no idea why everyone else followed me in that regard in thinking that Jacob Taylor was a youngster. Thanks for everyone believing me at that point, though. Chris Bird, 5-1 winner over Sam Hodinott. Barney Price's new headphones did make me laugh, to be fair to him. How come the losers at the Worlds don't have to do press conferences like snooker players at the Worlds have to? I don't really know. I think there's just not a lot to get out of it, really. The joint. Do you know what really makes me crazy? Well, there is a little bit to get out of it.
I want the loser of every game.
There's more to get out of it, to be fair. I don't know. I don't know why they've never done it. Do you know what I really don't like, though? Joint. I hate joint press conference. Joint interviews on stage.
This has been the argument in the PDC press room ever since I've been involved. Not just from me, by the way. Everyone, every media, the fact that losers get away with it, because there's bigger stories speaking to the loser than there is the winner.
Yeah. No, I've never entered Q-School, Tommy. Nowhere near good enough for that. Pete Burgoyne's a 5-1 win over Jake Carter. The Peter Wright darts continue to go well, Philip.
Yeah.
No, never entered Q-School and probably never will. Chris Gilliland's a 5-2 winner over Kobe Jones Swanson. I had a bit of a realization last week. I was playing, post-match against former Scotland international Andy Kerr. And I was trying to teach myself to play sober because I can drive now, which is fantastic. But I lost my head a bit and we're having a conversation. He's like, oh, your practice go away, you boys love it. I was like, I just don't enjoy it anymore. Not at that level of competition. So I'm not chasing that. Stephen Plumstead has beaten Daniel Ayres 5-1. Chris Quantock, 5-4 winner over Carl Snyde. And Pat Skirfield is a 5-3 winner over Benjamin Johnson. Yeah. So that's where I am with my darts career. Absolutely losing my head. I've had my experiences on the Dev Tour and whatever. I didn't enjoy playing in that environment as much as I enjoy going for a beer and having a team game with my friends. So not for me anymore.
Was that after I mentally undone you on the Super Series stage by all my antics?
You wish. No, not even that. I just don't fancy it. At uni level and whatever, when I was enjoying the game a lot more, playing wise and whatever, I just had more belief, more confidence. I think, I don't know. When you're sponsored or you've got sponsors that help you to get to events as well, you feel a little bit more pressure on performance-wise and whatever. I enjoy the game. I enjoy practicing. I'll have a throw later on tonight. It will go well. I'll turn up to a game. I'll practice well. I'll start my match and I just spend the entire time trying to play how I know I can play, and I don't enjoy chasing that. So Marcel Gugger has beaten Konstantin Muller 5-4. My current dart setup, they're downstairs at the minute, Jamie. I'll bring them on tomorrow. I need to put them back. I've just been tinkering a bit over the last few days. I've just gone to a shorter stem and for light. Been using L-Star recently.
I'll tell you, what a game. This is Jamie Lewis 2-0 up on Adam Warner right now. First time today that Warner's been under the cosh a little bit, God. We'll see how he reacts.
Yeah. No, I'm not following right, Jamie. I've had a pretty solid setup for a long, long time now. I've thrown the same darts and stems and flights for about a year. I need some new points. Just new ones, not a change. And I've just had a few performances where I don't like the entry of the dart and I don't like my grip at the minute. So I've had a bit of a play around at the minute. I still know what I'll go back to at any point. I just wanted to tinker about with the angle of entry, but I think it's too short for the way that I grip it anyway. So I'm not following right at all. I own lots of sets of darts, but
Graham Usher back out. Quick turnaround. Here's 1-1 as James Richardson there on our feature game seals a 5-1 win. Ruthless already considerably better than last year's Q-School got because it was a disaster.
Yeah, much better for Ruthless. And he's only a couple of wins away now from booking his spot in stage 2. I think we should go to board 3 next. I want to see Dylan Slevin in action because he's been pretty solid so far. James Horrell's been pretty solid, by the way. He's 3-0 up on Paul Milford. I think he'd have a great crack at the tour as well. I think he's solid. Justin Hood is 2-0 up on Craig Galliano. That was one of the last 1-2-8 games to get underway. So everything else waiting now in the UK is a last 64. Jimmy Van Schie and Mark Peterman is a 1-2-8 game, as is Nicholas Ioannidis and Stephen Straub. That hasn't even got underway yet in Germany.
There we go. We'll have a bit of Slithen on the stream as our feature game.
Oh, yeah. Would I enter if all expenses were paid for? No, I don't think I would anymore, Tommy. I'm not chasing that anymore. I don't enjoy that environment. I think knowing that someone else would pay for me as well would just be even worse. Another win for an Italian. Matteo Ognibeni has beaten Mindergas Barascas 5-3. So yeah, just not for me. Tug, I'll kick your ass in York. Don't you worry about that, mate, because you bottled it in Hull.
How are we doing?
The
Simon?
pressure that these younger players are under. I don't think that's spoken about enough, to be honest. The splits that some players and management might be under and that sort of thing, but that's for them to decide, and the pressure of getting onto tour, etc. We don't have any idea how many points should be enough yet. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Lendl's already done the simulations. I was just going to message him on the side. 3 points plus a good leg difference. So a couple of players are, well, anybody in the 64 has already picked up 2 of those minimum. 2, 5, 6, 1, 2, 8. Yeah. Jiwa has a good start today. Could he win his tour card? But another player with a ridiculous A game. Not sure where his B game is at right now. He was a little bit up and down in the Super Series the other week. I know it's a completely different environment playing on that stage in front of cameras, but maybe. Portela finds himself behind again, Phil. Is he going to have to produce the Great Escape again? He's 3-2 down to Mark Vleghert. Daniel Close and 4-0 up on Liam Zammert. Thomas Hudek and Jesus Naguera are currently 3-0. That's a big game, that. They've both been pretty solid. 1 point per round in rounds of full fixtures. Yep.
I'll tell you what, this one will be over in the blink of an eye, and it could go every leg. Danny Lalby against Cam Crabtree will literally be over.
About 30 seconds.
Yeah.
How are Veenstra and Landman getting on? Last I saw, they were both winning. I don't remember saying either had lost. Veenstra won 5-0 against Michael Marius and 5-0 against Dirk Brooksmid. He will be on in the 1-2-8, just warming up now against Justin Helliger. And who was the other one? Landman. That's a tough one to pronounce that. He's also won 2 games so far. Leon Remda and Matt Gies. His 1-2-8 game isn't even warming up yet. Germany is going to start before and finish after the UK. Lau be faster than Evans, yeah.
I think so.
Some more results
Couple
coming
of
closer. 5-0 win. Daniel Carter 5-3 as well. Owen Roloff's 5-1 win as well.
Genuinely, because I obviously do some directing at the Super Series as well, and at times I swear, especially his third dart has left his hand before the second dart enters the board. Swear it.
If Vinstra and Lamra get cards, I can't play Lakeside. That's right. Yeah, 100%. Anybody else that is already qualified for Lakeside right now in December this year, would not be eligible to play in that anymore if they do take their tour card. Rob Owen is a player who has picked up his tour card after qualifying for Lakeside through the Challenge Tour. And he is unable to play there either. Did Chaz Barstow go out? He did pretty early, and it was a little bit of a shock. He lost to Conor Levitt in the 5-1-2, so he didn't even pick up a point. That was a first round. Is Callum Goffin playing now? Not yet. He's warming up, so he'll be underway very, very shortly. He's already beaten Kevin McDonald and Lewis Pride, so keep your eyes on him. Stephen Morrison has just beaten Dustin Strava 5-4. Van der Pas still in, I believe so.
Yeah, because he's going to be our feature game next against Jacob Taylor as soon as it goes live. Been warming up for a couple of minutes.
Jacob Taylor, yes.
That's how I know he's still in, because it's going to be our feature game shortly.
Well, at least you're doing some work today, Philip. Stefan Niles has beaten Nicholas Engelbrecht. Joshua Herman has beaten Dan Bastiansen. And Nico Springer is the first man into the last 32 in Europe after he beats Gilbert van der Meijden.
There we go.
James Hurrell is a 5-1 winner over Paul Milford despite averaging less. Dirk Telnikers has beaten Philip Schrader as well. I'm doing my head in with the amount of times I'm saying as well, so it must be annoying you lot, so sorry. Big win for Dale Gadsby, beats Wayne Jones 5-2. Last 32, yeah. So Nico Springer is in the last 32, and there are 5 1-2-8 games warming up that I can see. So they are 2 rounds behind. Is Corey out? Yes. That means something different in my friendship circle.
Go for a quick toilet break. Do we want to... Oh.
Yeah, Cadby has lost. Graham Usher's playing some serious stuff. He's one of the favourites to get a tour card and has been for a lot of this year as well. He's just been solid. Yeah. Barzi couldn't have timed that toilet break any worse, could he? Diogo Portela is gone. Mark Vlecker wins 5-3. Ruben Moyman has beaten Werner Tiest. Pascal Ruprecht has beaten Kevin van der Vaarwe. Daniel Ziegler has beaten Ziggy Schenk, my favourite name. Marco Cantelli is a 5-3 winner over Nico Wagner. Did Tom Lovely win? It doesn't mean no card for Cadby. He's got 2 more chances to get to stage 2. Still plenty of time to go. Thomas Lovely, he did. He's already beaten Sean Fisher, Richie Parkin, and Shane McGurk. He takes on Lewis Gurney next. That's the last 64 warming up. How's Gary Jackson doing? Gary Jackson is 2-1 down to Stu Wilson so far. I know there's still bugs in this new Dark Connect viewing, Phil, but you know the search function. A, it was so slow this morning anyway, but B, if you use it, it then gets rid of all the results so fast you can only see what's in play, so it's actually quicker to just Control F.
Yeah.
Jamie Lewis is 4-2 up on Adam Warner, averaging 97. Warner averaging 92. Simon Trommler has just beaten Joel Breitenmosser from Switzerland. Cheers, Kelso. How did Kevin Blom get on today? Is he in Europe, Ski? He's not there.
Whilst you do that, Fallon went out to Graham Usher, but she played really well.
Oh, fine, Kevin. Brilliant, mate. You spelled that right? Mason Whitlock lost to Gary Jackson 5-3 after beating Ross Rimmer 5-4. Fallon lost to Graham Usher 5-1. Did Jamie Lewis just beat Adam Warner? He did. 5-2 result for Jamie Lewis. And we've got 4 last 64 results in the UK. Graham Usher against Andrew Steed. That's back-to-back 5-1 wins for Usher. James Richardson beat Grant Brown 5-1. Scott Baker, a 5-2 winner over Brandon Weston. And Jamie Lewis, a 5-2 winner over Adam Warner. 2 more wins. 32-16, and they will be straight into stage 2. Dylan Slevin is another that might be joining them pretty shortly as a last 64 win, 5-1 over Adam Jenkinson, puts him into the 32.
Wrong button.
They're not sponsoring our coverage right now. Or are they?
I clicked the... Yeah. If you look there, on top corner, underneath Windmill.
Hello. Yeah, I've just seen that.
I still clicked the wrong button.
Also, it's Winmore. You should know that as a representative of them.
From years of saying it the other way, it's like... From years.
I know. I'm exactly the same, but still...
What's a game between Lalby and Crabtree? 3-3. We're going to go to the end of this one.
Mm-hmm. Daniel Day is a 5-1 winner over Lee Andrews. Speaking of, they need to kit us out and soon. Look at all the exposure that we could be getting right now of me and you sat there in their branded gear all week, and instead you're in an Adidas jumper that looks like a golf jumper, and I'm in a Nike pullover. Yeah, it's win more. Prakash Jiwa 4-1 up on Chris Bird. Matthew Dennett 3-1 behind to John Bowles.
The Bulldog doing bits.
Jody Toback has beaten Torbjorn Gustafsson 5-2. That's a 1-2-8 result. Josh Payne is 3-2 up on Philip Borthwick. Just 5 1-8 games remaining in the UK. Sean McDonald is currently 2-1 up in his against Aaron Dwyer. John Cook 2-1 up against Nick Kenny. Peter Jakes 3-2 up on Nicky Danoon. Josh Payne 3-2 up against Philip Borthwick, and Connor Levitt 4-2 up on Shane Hayward. Everything else is a 64 game or beyond. Have you spoken to Shawnee Mac?
Briefly.
If he gets tour card, is he going without job?
I think he's going to try and combine both.
Fair enough.
Actually, I know he's trying to combine both.
Yeah. I just know that's held him back from WDF and Super Series and whatever throughout last year, so I wondered if that would change for PDC.
So, judging on the simulations and calculations, Scott Baker and James Richardson are already through. 3 points plus 17 plus 14, and they're still in.
As long as they don't take a hammer in. If they take a hammer in the 5-1-2, it's fine. If they take a hammer in the 2-5-6,
yeah,
then they could still lose 10 legs off that difference. Marcel Hausotta has just beaten Michele Toretta. Is that Michelle or Michele? No idea. Some celebrities in the chat room. John O'Shea's in. Says exactly what I expected of Minefield. And Jim McEwen's in. How are we doing, buddy? See you in Reading in a couple of weeks. Cam Crabtree beats Danny Lauby in an absolute corker of a game. 5-3. That kid is flying. In fact, I think that might be enough to put him borderline through on the order of merit as well, given the projections. It's 128 total through to Thursday, so you've got to take off 5-1-2 leg difference also counts, but not points. Is that an update? Has that not happened in the past? I'm sure we had some upheaval about that previously. Yeah, so it's 128 total through to Thursday. You have to take off the number of players that are exempt to that round, the 8 quarterfinalists from each day, and then everyone else will be topped up from the order of merit. Lee Palfreyman has beaten Mark McGeaney 5-2. There's still 1-8 games warming up in Germany. Still. 2 years ago, last year they changed it. The Yetzi Yan rule. It's amazing what we can achieve with a couple of moans on Twitter, isn't it? When is the next stage? Thursday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's 3 days of stage 1 and 4 days of stage 2. The outright winner of each day from each school will get a card, and the rest will be down to order of merit.
Bit of Shawnee Mac on screen.
Stage 2 is when there's a tour card on. I prefer this stage. I think there's more going on. Stage 2, you don't see the ridiculously low averages in the opening round. You don't get to find the stories. The fact that there's 14 Italians in, or I think it was 9 on the count, actually. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but whatever. No, today's winner doesn't get a card. Today's winner just gets exempt straight through to Thursday, so they don't have to play tomorrow or Wednesday. And it's not a winner. We play down to a last 8 today. So the round of 16 is actually a qualification round, and the 8 winners of that will go straight through to stage 2, which is a bonus because actually that means we're only around 2 rounds away from completing the UK day. And it's only 2 o'clock, and we're still 32 boards. Efficiency, which you normally associate with the Germans, but the UK is winning. Go us. Van der Pass, 107 checkout for a 4-3 lead. Is Cam Crabtree through? Yeah, he is. He's just beaten Danny Lauby 5-3. the stages, they sort of stumbled across them, didn't they? They stumbled across the stages through COVID because venues had capacity limits. And actually, in terms of a filtering system for getting your cards, then has darts rankings crashed? Have people finally found out the gem that is darts rankings and everybody is just following along?
Looks like it.
It's all right for me. You're right there, Jar. It might just be a delay. It's not instantaneous. Do you know what? That's a great question from Jamie. And I'm going to say something, I don't want to say surprising or shocking or out there massively. I think Jacques Labra has a better chance than Thibaut Tricol of picking up a card, because I think we've seen a level from Labra that is similar to Tricol's level in the past, not quite World Championship final, etc. But I think he'll be allowed to play with less pressure, or he'll feel less pressure because the expectation is on Thibaut. He's exempt to stage 2. So he hasn't played yet. Matty Denon comes back from 3-1 behind to John Bowles to beat him 5-3. Surely match results just gone through Dark Connect as well. 5-0 win over Aaron Dwyer. That Van der Pass result on your screen as well. Slevin v Usher is going to be a cracker. Holy. I mean, the way they've both played so far, fully expect both of them to be in stage 2. But the winner of that will surely be very, very close to booking their spot already. Lucas Veinig is a 5-0 winner over Pascal Devroy. And Peter Jakes sneaks over line against Nicky Danoon as well. So just 2-1, 2-8 games left. Josh Payne is 4-3 up on Philip Borthwick. And John Cook 4-1 up on Nick Kenny. We've got a win for Stu Wilson over Gary Jackson. Petros Christodoulou has beaten Aaron Wood 5-2. That puts him into the last 32 as well. Jonas Masselin has beaten Wesley Holtrop 5-0. Still seeing some 60 averages in Europe. Hamilton's taken the first leg in 14 against Ryan Hogarth. Wasn't he in the chat room earlier?
Yeah.
Fair play. I'd watch us too. Which round is Sergio Krasinin? He's in the last 64 and he's 2 apiece with Jerome Caron. Aaron Monk playing Q-School. He was beaten first round, I think. He was beaten 5-0 by Sean McDonald. That's behind. Richard Veenstra, 5-2 winner over Justin Helliger. Jamie Lawrence on EU Q-School missed 1 dart for the 9 darter. Josh Payne has beaten Philip Borthwick 5-4. I've also heard that Jared Cole missed the double for the 9 at County yesterday. He'll be in stage 2, so we'll see him later in the week.
Yeah, definitely. My Darts Connect's not updating. I'm not Dart Connect, Darts Rankings, because I've still got Lauby as in.
Give it time. Yeah, young Jacob Taylor needs to go back to the development tour.
Yeah. Oh. Are we talking about development tours as well?
Piss off, Philip. It's too early in the week to start that. Got six more days of this for you. Do the bookies not take odds on Q-School outright? Some of them are offering them. Some of them, I think the issue is that there are so many players in Q-School that you aren't going to get odds on every single man and his dog, because the knowledge and the depth that the traders have does not extend that far. And a couple of years ago, they tried offering odds on absolutely everybody, and they got stung all over the place. And so they will offer outrights on the big names. Is Ricardo Petrezco in this stage? No. Is he at Q-School? He's not at Q-School. Has he got a card?
I think he's got a card.
He's got a card, hasn't he? You know when you're like,
yeah.
I'm sure he has, but I don't want to sound like an idiot again. "99th on the Order of Merit. Is that year 1? Did he get it last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, look, there'll be plenty of bookies out there that will offer odds at the final stage because it's less people to compile odds about, and they'll have some sort of form guide, even if it's just from these 3 days.
Yeah, they'll have data to go by.
Yeah. Vainik finished with 110. How did I miss that? I called the result in. Stefan Strobe is a 5-2 win over Nicholas Ioannidis. Sam Cromwell has beaten Richard Shanklin. And we are finished in the 128 in the UK as John Cook beats Nick Kenny.
Also, Andy Hamilton is 3-0 up, averaging a ton right now.
It was 110 for Lucas Vainig.
Ryan Furness falling off a cliff. Averaging 65, 2-1 down to James Hurrell.
Oh, we're off board now, aren't we? We're long off board. G will 1 on 26, so he will play the winner on 25 in the 64. He will play Dale Gadsby or Owen Bates, I believe.
Owen Binks?
No. Bates.
I was joking.
Man. Can't get the staff. The WWF website have Krassen down as Dutch, but on Darknet he's Italian. Anyone know? I believe he is Italian. He's always represented Italy in the PDC. Might be Dutch. I don't know. Andrew? Colin Osborne gets a leg back against James Howard Hughes, but he is still 4-3 behind. Will the Modus League take regular breaks or is it continuous? 50 weeks of darting drama for you in 2023. The next time it will take a break will be for the PDC World Championship in December. Thomas Lovely beats Lewis Gurney 5-4, and we are underway in the last 32 in the UK, in which Dylan Slevin has just opened up with a 15-dart leg against Graham Usher. It is a lot of weeks. There's a lot of players. There's a lot of prize money. It's a lot of social media work. Just a lot of darts. 2 wins in the 2-5-6 in Germany. Jesus Christ. Marco Obst is a 5-2 win over Daniel Vogt. And Marcus Kessler is a 5-2 winner over Robbie Van Ballert. They weren't even bad matches either, so that's dreadful before that. When's Wolfie back in the modus?
This week.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was this week or next week, and if it's next week, I wasn't allowed to say. But it's yeah, he's in this week. So is he in the evening? Yeah. Yeah, still in the 2-5-6. That's done now. So we still have 4-1-2-8 warming up, Phil.
We're only 5 hours in.
Jesus. 5 hours in to play 2 rounds on 32 boards. Are they using 32 or are they using 16? They must be using 32.
32.
Sheesh. Dale Gadsby beats Owen Bates 5-4. Go on, the beast. Andrew Beaton is a 5-0 winner over Marco Bock. Bear in mind, Germany is an hour ahead, and some people have just finished their first game. It's like a UK Open qualifier at O'Reilly's 10 years ago. Jesus. Nope, no entry limit. Slevin doubles his lead. Rick Quid is out. He missed out in round 2. Mid-70s average as well. A bit surprising from him. Yeah, sort of in the name, Steve. Danny Tessman is a 5-1 winner over Giuseppe De Rocco. Benjamin Pratnamer is averaging 100.5, but is 4-2 behind to Ricardo Perez.
Yeah, Dylan Slevin 2-0 up on Graham Usher at the moment, averaging nearly 94. Adam Mould against Shawnee Mack, warming just got underway in the last 64. That'll be a bit good.
I like Mould, but I don't like Mould. Because there were 6 players in finals night on Saturday night. 5 of them were World Seniors players, and Adam's like, "Nah, I'm going to beat the lot of you." Osborne level with James Howard Hughes. Was 4-2 behind in that.
Scott Walters is 4-3 in front against Gary Blades. Michael Huntley is behind against Justin Hood, 4-3.
Is Slevin the only Irish left? I think he is, you know.
No, oh, no, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one there because he's in his last 32 game. I think so.
Were you about to quote Slevin and Slevin?
I just saw... I look at flags before I look at names.
You looked at Prakash as well, didn't you? I just saw the colours.
No, not Prakash, but I look go straight to the flag.
Yeah. Who will play next Thursday and Friday? As in this week, I've got the list somewhere, but my emails weren't open. Gabriel Rollo is a 5-2 winner over Cedric Wagmans.
Shawnee Mack has taken the opener against Adam Mould. Sergio Krasen needs to find a break or throw if he's to continue in our feature game.
Stephen says, is Jim McEwen going to Q-School?
I believe for a day, unless that's changed.
We're in the chat room, but let's ask him. But he is exempt to stage 2, so possibly. Scott Walters is a 5-3 winner over Gary Blade. Philip Sylvester is a 5-3 winner over Marco Pauls. And Rumour Moyman has just picked up a 5-2 victory as well. Colin Osborne is out. Is he? Still says 4-all on my screen.
Jim Walker has just leveled it up against David Wazowski on board 21.
All 4 days for Jimbo. Good man.
There you go. Straight from the horse's mouth. And Scott Walters is a 5-3 winner over Gary Blades.
Yeah, come on, guys. We try and answer as much as we can, but if you exclude the 5-1-2 matches, there are over 500 matches for us to keep an eye on across 2 Q schools at once. So we try and flip between both as much as we can. Denny Aldecart is a 5-4 winner over Marcel Hunch, and Roy van der Grint is a 5-4 winner over Kevin Coleman. It is Lucozade, Tommy, you know. Live off the stuff. It's going to cost me a fortune this week, but how old is Dylan Slevin? If I call him young, is he going to turn out to be 54 again?
No, he is young. In control here against Graham Usher as well.
I can't get the emails to open. Let me have a look on my phone instead. Not that one. That's today's. You've already seen today's. No. Ninth to 11th. Yeah, Group B is. Has that been replaced, or have I made that up?
No, the groups have been out, mate. It's fine.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure. The initial thing we got says the wrong name, doesn't it, on one of them? And then we've had a replacement this morning as well. So Group B is Colin Monk, Paul Hogan, and Mike Norton. And then Group C is Gary Stafford, Kev Dowling, and Martin Adams.
Well, that's a giveaway then that Gary Stafford's not. That's a giveaway then that Gary Stafford's not playing the whole of Q-School.
Yeah, true. Jeffrey Sparadans is a 5-4 winner over Jose Marquez. Forgot about that. I forgot we'd seen his name already. Some legged that from Usher, by the way. An 11 darter just to hold his throw, and it looked like he needed it. Yeah, Martin Adams Wolfie plays in Group C. I'm not sure who is doing the business so far today. Kevin Painter, top of the group at the minute, 8 points, 4 from 4. Matt Clark's up there as well. Dave Prince, David Davies on 4 points as well. Barry Bates on 2, and Mike Symes on 2 as well. Estimated points total needed to qualify for stage 2. Lendl from FDI did some simulations. It was 3 points and a very positive leg difference. Should sneak you in at the bottom end. So 4 points would be the absolute guarantee by the looks of it. Jeffrey Sparrowdowns, we've already said that one. Benjamin Freudenreich, conqueror of Corey Cadby, I believe, just beating Timo Strauber 5-2. How did Cadby look? He looked all right. First match was a mid-80s, I think. And the final leg was a bit shocking, so it dropped his average massively. Second second match, beaten 5-3. Chances for 4 apiece. Blew 3 darts from 44 and got punished for it. So, yeah. Fallon with 0 points. She should have at least 1 point because the points will start from the 256.
Yeah, she's got 1.
Yeah. I think darts rankings is just having a little bit of a tough time keeping up.
Yeah.
Although it's caught up a bit now. Yeah, 1 point, minus 1 leg difference.
Yeah, sounds about right.
That loss from Usher didn't do her any favours at all.
What a game that is. Between Usher and Slevin. What a game.
I think we're looking at 2 tour card holders there. I don't see how either of them aren't.
I completely agree.
After seeing this level from Slevin all day so far today and knowing what Graham Usher's capable of, even if it's just for a day, I can see him going deep enough.
Oh, look, you're going to have to play well to beat Graham.
Yeah. And that's not to dispel the quality of players that are already exempt or anything else like that. I just think he looks mustard right now.
Oh, completely. And he's a damn nice guy as well.
Yeah. Yella Klassen in trouble in the last 64. 4-3 down to Marcel Gurdon. We have last 32 games warming up in the UK, and there's still 4 1-2-8 games warming up in Europe.
I'm just ordering lunch.
There's 24 players exempt in the UK. And 15 exempt in Europe. Yes, I did just count them individually instead of scrolling up to the top where that probably would have been available. So there'll be 128 players that will start on the Thursday in stage 2. Jerome Miok is a 5-4 winner over Vitoslav Sedlak.
Shawnee Mack is also 1 away from the last 32.
Chris Quantock is into the last 32. Beats Connor Levitt 5-3. Jim Walker 1 away as well, averaging 95 against David Wazowski 4-3 up. James Richardson averaging 103 against Petros Christodoulou. Make that 3-0 up. Then 1 apiece for Cameron Anderson. Pete Burgoyne 4-1 behind to Josh Payne. Grease not going. Walker through 5-3 win over Wazowski. David Venkin has just beaten Cedric Corrin. It's Marcel Gurdon knocked out Yella Klassen. Will Fallon play more today? Not today, but she will be back tomorrow.
From the EU.
What's happened to Leighton Bennett? So Bennett was still playing in the JDC. Less impact at the men's level in the WDF. He also put himself through the development tour last year as he became old enough. Had a couple of runs to last 16s and 32s within that system. He's here at Q-School. He was beaten earlier on today, but still plenty of time left for him in his career. Will Chris Mason be dropping in as a guest at all? Unfortunately not, because he is covering the Bahrain. Is it called Bahrain Darts Masters?
I think so. Your Bahrain Masters, Bahrain Darts Masters, something like that.
Yeah. Alexander Masek has beaten Jonas Masselin 5-0. There's still 1-2-8 games warming up. Chris Lambman is about to play a 1-2-8 game. Crikey.
Do you think this also comes to not having markers in Germany? So they're waiting around to get markers and people do one?
Yep. Oh, yes. Marcel Guga 5-1 winner. Josh Payne does defeat Pete Burgoyne 5-1. It's 101 average for the maximum. No. What's Payne's nickname?
The maximum.
It is. Luke Lisler isn't old enough, Darren. He doesn't turn 16 until the end of the month. Reese Robinson, 5-2 winner over Daniel Day.
Don't worry, we will get Matt on. I've just gone for a tuna Subway.
Ooh, you're a wrong one. Yeah, just under 2 weeks until Luke's birthday. Peter Jakes is 4-3 up Pat Skirfield. Jamie Lewis 2-0 up on Thomas Lovely. James Richardson 1 away now against Petros Christodoulou. Big game warming up. Cam Crabtree against Daryl Pilgrim.
Gazzy for me.
And 4-1 up on Cameron Anderson. Jamie Lawrence 2-1 up on Stephen Morrison. Chris Lamman 1-0 up on Joshua Herman as well. So that one is underway. One more 1-2-8 game still warming up. It's Francois Svein against Miroslav Grudziski.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Adam Mould was out of this leg until that 180.
Who's the best young, relatively new tour player outside of Rock at the moment? Nathan Rafferty for me. His A game is ridiculous. Shawnee Mack beats Adam Mould. Wow. Depends if Gezzy's new headphones work. Was Josh Rock expected to do bits this time last year, or did he just exceed all expectations? I'll be honest, it wasn't a name that I'd come across at this time last year at Q-School. There was a few murmurings, a few people in the chat room going, keep your eye on this guy, keep your eye on this kid, whatever, blah, blah. But if you go back through this chat, there are 800 players at Q-School, and I think at least 200 of them will have been mentioned by somebody in the chat room going, keep your eye on this person can play, I'm supporting this person. So it sort of got lost in there a little bit as this Q-School began to unfold, picked up his card, then obviously first couple of weeks on the tour, just ridiculously good.
Yeah.
Nope, there is no cameras at Q-School. None of the games are live streamed at all. Everything is just via Dark Connect. So we do this. Raf, Gervin, and Slew will dominate the Youth Tour 2023. Once Josh makes it to the top 32, maybe, Matt.
He can't be far off, can he?
36, I think. He's in the top 40.
It's about 30 grand off.
36.
It's about 30 grand off, isn't he?
Yeah.
But again, same rules apply. I know you don't make the rules, Matt, but Raf shouldn't be allowed to play on the Dev Tour, nor should Slev if he gets a card, the same as I've said that Josh Rock shouldn't either. If you're a tour card holder, you should not be allowed to play on the Dev Tour.
I agree. You are developed. If you're good enough to get there, you are good enough to be there. I might be a little... Well, I say I might be a little bit wrong. Dark Connect may have been a little bit misleading here. Because I'm sat here saying there's a 1-2-8 game still ready to go in Germany, which is Francois Schwein against Miroslav Grodzicki. But he's already won that 5-2 a round and a bit ago. He's currently underway against Patrick van der Bogaard. So there isn't a 1-2-8 game. There are 64s and 32s. None at all, Matt. None at all.
Pete says, likewise, though, thoughts on card holders playing county? Tough one, because it's different organisations, and then you're opening a right set of worms by doing that. But where the Dev Tour, Pro Tour are all under the same.
Yeah. I don't like this. If you play one, you can't do the other in terms of different organisations. I'm 100% behind you that if you have a tour card, you're developed. You shouldn't be allowed the development tour. For me, it's not fair. Menzies played yesterday. There's a few others that played yesterday. There's a few that are obviously going to Q-School as well. Scott Mitchell's big advocate of playing for county. There are various others that do play in the county setup or National League setup, as it's now known as well. And do you know what? I'm pleasantly surprised that how many players still commit to county and how some counties are still continuing to grow and add players. Like, I've seen firsthand the difference in Derbyshire. They built quite a young side a couple of years ago, and it's paying off right now. But the fact that these guys are prepared to commit and travel in an organisation that, let's be honest, it used to come with the added bonus of World Masters qualification or World Championship qualification or routes into that qualifying system. None of that exists anymore. And yet these organisations, some of them are absolutely thriving still right now. Not saying every county is.
I just think I think there's a place for county darts, but I think the whole system needs a complete revamp. In the current climate we are now, I don't think it works. Regionalised. And arguably, do you need A and B? Can you just play a county game and do it all on one day?
Don't know.
But certainly, I think it needs to be regionalised.
Yeah.
And then even if, say you had 8 regions, and then the top 8 then play on a finals day or a finals weekend, then fine.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think there are things to be done with it. I think the chance to regionalise it was 100% when there was a bit of a power struggle at who was going to manage the county game. When organisations stepped up to take on the BDO and the running of it, you had the Tri-Nations group wanting to get involved. You had UKDA, you had BDO hoping to cling on and whatever. Scotland obviously broke away a little bit at that point and went separate. I think the chance to regionalise was then, but there is such a, and probably more so in darts than anywhere else I've ever seen it, there is such a reluctance to change and try anything new. It's so much easier for people to just stick with what they know. And we see that quite a lot in this sport, I think. And at that point, I don't think anybody could take the risk of that being their running point and regionalising. I think it was a discussion, but because it was so split, it went the other way. We were like, right, we'll just keep doing what we know. We'll promise other things and then we can revisit it later on. But committing to change is so much more difficult than suggesting it, and you just get shot down at that point.
Oh, yeah, agreed. But look, I've been to a few county games this year, watched a few different counties, and the current format just doesn't work, in my opinion. I don't want to revamp everything, Rob. There's certain things I wouldn't touch, like never, ever touch the World Match Play. Ever.
Sack off the Grand Slam.
Whoa.
Just because you get comfy chairs in the press room, the rest of the tournament is crap.
Yeah, but I like the group stage is good.
The rest of it's nonsense.
I don't like the semi-final final on the same day. I agree with you there.
Semi-final final on the same day is nonsense. The leg play races are too long. It's basically another match play. They do not need to be over that distance. That's just being greedy with it. And the format for the draw, I believe they're addressing this year, but playing somebody from your group later on to protect seedings within the group is stupid. The 8 players shouldn't be seeded into 8 groups to hide it. You should just be a top 8 player in there, and whoever you draw, whichever pot you get drawn into, should be that. You get way too much protection as a top 8 player at that point. That's how they do it, Danny, because they seed players into groups in terms of ability. Like at the World Cup, it's easier to not do it because the top 8 are just put into any pool. In Europe. Jamie Lawrence is a 5-3 winner over Stephen Morrison. What ranking would RVB need to get up to this year to end up in next year's Premier League? There is no ranking, is there? Well, top 4. Top 4 is anyway, he guarantees himself in there. Everything else is based on picks and opinions. How are you? Afternoon, Derek. How are we doing, mate? Seen Red in a few weeks. How are the experienced players doing? Not bad. Mixed results for a few. Corey Cadby has fallen already, as has Fallon. What round is the Christian Perez game in? 32. And he's currently through and up against Stephen Beasley. So if he wins this one and one more, he'll book his place in round 2. James Howard Hughes beats Scott Walters 5-2. He books his place into the last 16, where he joins Dylan Slevin, James Richardson, Jamie Lewis, and Matty Dennant. Does Barney's manager have any players at school today? I have no idea, but I'm not about to say his name, which is what you're after. So no. Ronnie Hybrecht is a 5-0 winner over Philippe Sebesta. Pilgrim is on fire. What is he doing? He's averaging 107 through 6 legs. Yeah, Cam Crabtree's having 100 and can't get near him. It's 70 for Pilgrim for a potential 11-dart leg to win the match. And it goes in 2. That's an 11-darter for Daryl Pilgrim, who ends with an 110 average, matching Lucas Weinig from the European Q-School earlier on, as he defeats Cam Crabtree to book his place in the last 16. One more win for Daryl Pilgrim will be enough to get him straight into stage 2. Cam Crabtree should have done enough points-wise already, but we'll be back tomorrow to play more darts, and a couple more points will definitely guarantee that. Chris Landman has just beaten Joshua Herman 5-2, and Mark Vleghert 5-0 winner over Kevin Lur. They are last 1-2-8 games. There are still 2 more of those going on in Germany. They're between Luke van der Berg and Simon Tromler, which is currently 3 apiece. Wouter van Rohlegen is 4-2 up against Kevin Constantini. Chris Gilliland is the last player into the last 32 in the UK. He beats John Cook 5-3. Reese Robinson is waiting for him. Patrick Plutz has just beaten Felix Schertz 5-3. Lou Bevan is currently 4 apiece with Scott Baker. We got Perez 4-1 up on Stephen Beasley, 1 away from the last 16. James Hurrell 3-2 up on Andy Hamilton. I don't think those have been down in Portsmouth at the same time, but have both featured in the Super Series. As Perez does wrap up a 5-1 win over Stephen Beasley. Hamilton gets one back, 3 apiece. Thomas Hudek beats Benjamin Freudenreich 5-0. quite impressed with the Czech Republic player there, as he books his place in the last 32. Another I expect to see in the 128. Stefan Niles has just pinned a 110 checkout to beat Lucas Veinig. Scott Baker beats Luke Bevan. That's a 5-4 win for the mod.
He's playing well, Scott Baker.
Jim Walker, 3-top on Sam Cromwell. Now, Cromwell's had a decent day so far, but how did Adam Lipscomb get on?
He did all right today. I think he lost his last game, but he's done all right.
He lost to Matty Denon in the 128. 5-3. Previously, he'd already beaten Daniel Smith-James and Matty Washbrook, so he picked up a point for that one. How's Fallon doing? Fallon won 2 games earlier. She beat Alan Norris and Conan Whitehead, but was then beaten 5-1 by Graham Usher, the gambler, absolutely flying. 110 average for Pilgrim. Yeah, the second 110 average we've seen today. We've seen a couple of 101s and 102s and then 2 110s. There's not been anything in the middle so far.
$110 average from Pilgrim. Yeah, look, we all know Pilgrim's ceiling is unreal. After watching him play in the Super Series, I think there's consistency issues under pressure, but that's what you get from not playing at an elite level all the time. The only way that will just develop is...
He could be the best two-handed player I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen anybody else be able to throw darts to that level.
You meant Graham Usher?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said Darryl Pilgrim.
I thought you said... No, you said Usher.
I said Darryl. That's what I'm talking about, Darryl
Pilgrim. Yeah, all right. We're approaching hour 7. Give me a break.
Oh, yeah. Watching Graham Usher throw both handed at the Super Series is unreal.
How's Jamie Lewis getting on? I think he is out, but I can't remember who beat him. So let's have a quick... No, he beat Thomas Lovely 5-1. So he's 1 game away from securing his spot in final stage
2.
Michael Huntley's underway against Peter Jakes. I think Jakes, he turns 50 this year, you know.
Yeah.
For my selfish reasons. Chris Quantock 1-0 up on Sean McDonald with a 13 dart leg. How did Cabby average 88 and lose to a 79 average? Missed doubles at the wrong time.
That's darts. Darts.
How's Adam Mould getting on? He was beaten in the last round, I think.
Oh, Shawnee Mac.
It was. Yeah, 5-2 loss to McDonald. Average 90.
Yeah.
In the 64. He picked up 2 points for that one. John, that's terrible.
That's like ultimate dad jokes, that isn't it?
Yeah. Feel like it. Yeah, Phil's nearly 50.
Harsh, but
You're closer to 50 than I am. Who is the best left-handed darts player? According to the world rankings, Sir James Wade. Target audience, get back to your nightclubs now. You'll be surprised how broad our audience actually is, according to YouTube.
yeah.
Speaking of, if you've not yet done so, drop us a like and subscribe to the channel, please, everybody.
Yeah.
We don't ask for it.
You know, I tell you, Josh Payne is going through the gears today, isn't he? He's there, one mission to get the job done as soon as possible. Get to stage 2.
Where does he live?
Kent. So I think he'd go home. If he gets through today, he'll 100% he'll go home. He does. Yeah. He did on the Super Series when he won Group A. He went home till Saturday.
Yeah.
%100%. Closer has just smashed darts. Will he get some more in this leg? You'd expect him to get more in the tie. And James Hurrell has beaten Andy Hamilton.
I've been impressed with Hurrell today.
He is still technically England captain right now, isn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Kalkar at the Wonderland.
Yeah, I say technically he's still England captain until he gets a tour card.
Mm-hmm. Daniel Close is a 5-0 winner over Jan de Vet. Very good player, Hurrell, yeah. But he's grown on me massively this year as well. Arjan Konterman has just beaten Jeffrey Sparidans 5-3. That's a top 32 result in Germany. So he's just one game away from booking his spot in stage 2. Simon, that's a drive to Gwynedd this weekend from Oxford. Yeah, that would have been horrible. I only do home county games because that's all I need it for. So I did a drive with someone last year for the day for County Durham. What a round trip that is for 7 legs of darts maximum. Not for me. If Hurrell was to get a tour card, who would be top candidates for England captaincy? Good question.
Aaron Monk.
Ryan. Behave. He can't look after himself. How is he meant to look after a team? I thought it might be, though, but I did have to go and have a look. Do you know who the next top-ranked English player is?
Go on.
Luke Littler.
Yeah, he's not England captain.
Could you imagine? 16-year-old England captain. Other English players on the list. Darren Johnson. James Richardson. I could see James Richardson as England captain. Anthony Allen, Martin Turner, Dave Prince. I could see Prinsey. Marsh, Pallett, Jordan Brooks, Aaron Turner. They might give it Aaron Turner. Francois Schweyen beats Patrick van der Boogaard 5-4. Scott Mitchell, if he misses at Q-School, that's not a bad shout. We know he'd go straight back to play for England anyway.
Yeah.
Is James Howard Hughes the Jamie Hughes or a different one? Different one. Jamie Hughes still got a tour card.
Yeah.
Has he? Or is he exempt to stage 2? Won the 2. It's definitely not Jamie Hughes.
No, Yoza's still in, as in tour card holder.
Yeah. After these matches from this round, you reckon we'll get a tour card? There is no cards today, Luca. We don't get cards until Thursday, mate. This is just qualifying for stage 2.
Yeah.
So there's 24 players already exempt to stage 2 from the UK Q-School, and there's only maximum 4. Well, it should be 13 cards for that school. So there's an argument not a single player that comes from this gets one. Who from this round do you reckon will get through both rounds? Dylan Slevin, Graham Usher, and in Germany. Do you know what? Where's he gone? I've been quite impressed with Marcel Gerdon.
Who's 3-2 up on Nico Springer at the moment.
Yeah.
I agree there with Mace in the chat room. Lucas Vengink is one of the favourites. I agree. I really like Lucas.
He's been beaten.
Yeah, but I still think he'll get through.
Oh.
Yeah, but I still think he'll go and win a tour card.
Okay. Yeah, lost 5-4 to Stefan Niles. Josh Payne, yeah, hard to argue against. Surprising that he had a year out as well. Didn't go and get it straight back last year, but the year on Super Series and everything else he's played has just made him even more hungry, I think. Jim Walker is a 5-4 winner over Sam Cromwell. We are into a qualification match, by the way. James Howard Hughes and Dylan Slevin, one apiece. Winner straight into stage 2. Matt Dennant and Darryl Pilgrim are warming up also. We will see Jim Walker against James Hurrell as a qualification match. Scott Baker against Lee Palfreyman will be 1-2. Dale Gadsby awaits the winner of Chris Quantock and Sean McDonald. James Richardson will play either Peter Jakes or Michael Huntley. Jamie Lewis will play Reese Robinson or Chris Gilliland. And Christian Perez will play Kevin Thomas or Josh Payne.
It's a good reply here from Shawnee Mack. 2-0 Dan. With a big visit here, potentially 4 legs on the spin.
Mm-hmm. Oof. I hate that switch.
Agreed.
That has to be 19s to leave 264 and you can stay straight. Or you can mess around on 19s and whatever from there. The 134 if you need both. The 90, you can go 18s. Just puts you in trouble. And there he's gone single, 18, switch back across and not got it. I hate that switch. That's not a dig at Sean. That's just the way that darts is played.
John says, Jim Walker rolling back the years. Boom. Yeah, absolutely. Might have missed it, lads, but why no Bo agrees at Q-School? Do you think Nothing official, but I think she chose not to. Like me and Gob said earlier, I'd like to see her play on the Dev Tour this year. That 1-2-4 from Quantoc's huge. Absolute huge.
Did the two of you see Pascal Ruprecht? Absolute no-name, 490 plus averages to reach last 32, now against closer. I mean, I've been calling in his results because there's so much going on. I've not paid a massive amount of attention to the averages as well. I missed Lucas Veinig averaging 110 earlier, but 490 pluses is pretty solid. Daniel Closer, it's not a shootout, but it sort of is as well. In that you'll amass enough points to be there too. Richard Vainstler, 5-0 winner over Peter Strubeck. Puts him into the 32. Titus Kanik and Arjun Kontaman both already into the last 16. Nico Springer one away after he takes a 4-3 lead on Marcel Gerdon.
Tidy little game here between Quantock and McDonald. Enjoying this one. Scampy says Josh Payne is flying. Yep.
Marcel Gugger, 5-4 winner over Steven Strobe.
Yeah.
Pending Super Series for Bo. Bo was supposed to have already played in the Super Series, but was a late withdrawal due to illness.
Correct.
The 1-2-8 is nearly finished in Germany as Marco Cantella is 4-2 up on Marco Obbs. Jesus Christ. Who do you think is the best two-dart combination finisher of all time? Phil Taylor.
There's an argument for someone else.
Wadey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still giving it Phil.
Nico Springer has done the job.
One away for him now from qualifying automatically. When does Cabby come in? Cabby's already lost. So he won his first game, lost his second. So he'll be back tomorrow. Don't think he picked up a point for it either because it was... No, was he a 2.56? We waited a while for him to play. Maybe he did. Maybe he picked up 1 point for that. There is more in the EU Q-School than the UK Q-School this year by about 40 entries. Shawnee Mack, I don't want to tell you how old he is in case I get it wrong because someone will definitely clip this and send it back to him. 40s? Late 30s?
No.
Early 40s?
Mid 30s.
Shit. That's what I didn't want to say. $37, late 30s. I'm calling that late 30s.
Pascal's at it again here on our feature game, averaging 107 to take the opener.
Boy, this guy could be mustard. I'm going to have to...
Yeah. Here's one for you, Gob. If you're on 4 points after 2 days, do you take the third day off as a rest day?
I'd have a look at darts rankings that night and see where I am. See if I need it. See if my body needs it.
Mate, Darryl Pilgrim level at 1 apiece.
Yeah, look, I guess the thing is that we've seen models and situations of this should get you through and this might get you through and whatever. They're also a statistical anomaly that might be the complete opposite end of the spectrum. That's the most likely situation. And then you look at what might happen at the bottom end if situations go your way. You also have to look at the other end as well and go, you might sneak in on this, but you might also not get in on this. Because a massive factor of it could well be the draw.
Yeah.
But with this many names and players in it, you wouldn't know that at that point. You might, the minute the draw is made, go from not in to in, depending on how many players will clash 64 and 32 and how many points they can all accumulate at that point and which. But to analyse that many people within an hour is just highly unlikely. So you just put yourself in, make sure, and then watch it. And then if you do get through, not take it easy, but there's less pressure then, isn't there? Chris Quantock beats Sean McDonald 5-4, so that puts him into a last 16. Chris Lamman 3-top and Ricardo Perez. We're still waiting on Cantele against Neven Risetta from Croatia to get underway in the last 64 in Germany. But it doesn't look like they're as far behind as maybe we first thought. They are still behind. We've only got 4 completed last 32 games over there. We've got 1 left in the UK. You think it's going to stack up with Germans on tour this year? I don't think so. Not yet. Look, there's a couple of names that we've been impressed with. Pascal Ruprecht out of absolutely nowhere could be one of those. And there are a couple of other talented players in there, but you look at the exempt players through to stage 2. Bielecki, Desvan, Kist, Kuyvenhoven, Labra, Moulenkamp and John Michael just have a habit of getting through. Kenny Nyans, Karel Sedlacek, Thibaut Tricol, Jitse van der Waal, Barry Van Peers, Gian Van Veen, Neil Zonneveld. I mean, only Max Hopp in there is a German. There's 15 names there. We're expecting 14 to get cards as well. So there's a good chance we don't pick up a single German. Look, statistically, the number that they've got, hedging your bets, the way draws go, etc., you expect a couple to come through, given just the sheer number of players that they have involved, and that the quality does keep going up, and you might get an Aaron Beanie situation or not really, but you might get a decent run from somebody as an outsider. Springer, Veinig, both got chances.
This is some game between Slithen and Hughes. It's advantage Slithen because he has the darts. But that's a slip.
Where has the German fan growth come from? Partly the Euro Tour. Max Hopp and Martin Schindler definitely had a little bit to do with that. Just seeing Germans playing on TV a little bit. I don't really know for the rest. Are we going to guess that combining alcohol and sport as a fan is something that Germans are a fan of when they're known for a beer drinking festival? Quite possibly. Chris Gilliland beats Rhys Robinson 5-2. So that's the last 32 wrapped up in the UK. Next country after Germany to have a darts boom. America looks ready to go right now. They've got a number of players that are capable or have cards already that they can get behind. A few more brewing nicely as Slevin beats Hughes. And with players at the other end as well, you've got David Cameron as a seniors television title holder. John Part's still playing in the seniors. I think they're ready to go, especially with the boom that's going on at the minute. You've got Leonard Gates putting eyes on the sport because he's a bit of a character and entertaining. We've spoken this morning about the Michael Smith upcoming interview with Ariel, don't know his surname still. That's about to do big numbers, we think. The reaction to the 9 data, etc., has gone crazy. Back to MSG next year as well. If that environment becomes even more party-like and they enjoy it, then. And the CDC, I think having a good local governing body is massive for that as well, because they can continue to. There's a chance you miss out on the buzz a little bit. When England won the Ashes in 2005, I don't think this country were prepared for the boom that saw instantly. There wasn't enough opportunities or places for kids to just go and play cricket at that point, and they missed out massively on that. The same with winning the Rugby World Cup. I don't think the RFU in the UK were ready to go to pick up the boom that seeing us win a World Cup would have done for participation rates at grassroots level. Whereas I think having the CDC in America as well as the PDC and everything else, I think they're ready to capitalise on that. So, yeah, it's good for that. Is Walker a 63-year-old guy? Yes.
I think Poland as well.
Poland's brewing. I tell you where it is, but it seems to have a lot less coverage. I'm not sure if it's because I don't think English features as a language as prominently there. Is the Philippines. They are dominating the Asian tour. Once that gets back up and running this year as well. Oh, he's gone 100%. Gareth Bale has retired from all football, not just international.
Shouldn't really be surprised, should we?
He was playing in the States, wasn't he? Yeah. Czech Republic looks good. What round are we in now? What round aren't we in? We have games in the 64 and 32 in Europe. We have a 16 warming up as well. We have just 16 in the UK. Oh my God. Yeah, Dylan Slevin is the first man to qualify for stage 2. Did we see Mongolia at the Youth Cup? Yes, look, there's plenty of African nations ready to go as well, I think. Devon Peterson has had a much, much bigger effect than I think people realise.
Yeah.
Because it looks... Look, Whitlock inspired Australia, Barney inspired the Netherlands. But Peterson seems to have inspired an entire continent, or those that have access to see it. And that's ridiculous. I don't see the PDC holding soft tip. It's just a different game.
Yeah.
Steel tip and soft tip to me is like tennis and table tennis. They're just completely different. Australia isn't a continent. Australasia is a continent. That includes New Zealand and a couple of other islands. So, no. Daryl Pilgrim beats Matty Dennant 5-3 to book his spot in...
Interesting one here, Gob, as well. So, I live in Budapest, Hungary as a Brit. Shocked how popular is it here. Shame they don't have anyone.
Yet. They've got a couple brewing. Patrick Kovacs was the WF online champion over lockdown. Cheeky Nandor. I just think they need a little bit. They need a bigger push, don't they? They just need one player to break through, and I think Hungary will go mad for it. Budapest isn't Hungary, isn't it? It's one of them days. Nandor Bezek, that's it. Cheeky Nandor, as Dan Dawson has christened him. David Venkin has beat Alexander Masek 5-3. I've tried soft tip. It's okay. You throw from further away, soft lighter darts. I used to throw 18-gram steel tip darts, so it wasn't that big a change for me. We have two players that have already booked their spot into stage 2. They are Daryl Pilgrim and Dylan Slevin. It'd be very, very surprising to see James Howard-Hughes or Matty Dennant miss out. We think they'll have accumulated enough points, but they do have the advantage of now being able to play for the next 2 days. No, I didn't enjoy it as much. But it was only an experience. While I was at a steel tip tournament, they came along and came to the uni event a couple of years in a row. Yeah.
I'm not a fan. Interestingly, though, this is what we're talking about, Gob, about the difference here, that there's still last 64 games being played in Germany right now, yet there is a last 16 game warming up.
Yeah. And we already know 2 players through in the last 8 through to stage 2 in the UK, and they started an hour behind.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure 40 entries total is enough to throw that off. It might be. 10 games. That's only one round of fixtures on a board. Hybrex will be back on tour. He's gone under the radar a little bit today. Is he still in? He is. He's 4-2 up on Francois Schweyen. Averaging 93 as well. Jim Walker is 63, yeah, or whatever age he is, but yeah, plays on the seniors. Ricardo Perez beats Chris Lamman 5-4. That's only in the 64, though. Nah, Q-School's never allowing fans.
No, not a chance.
Peter Jakes 2-0 up on James Richardson. Yeah, just not happening.
They used to have fans at Pro Tours from the quarterfinal onwards, didn't they?
Did they? What's
Yeah.
the point?
This is way back in the day.
I just think there's too much that goes on at Pro Tour events or floor events that they don't want being photographed or whatever, and they've got control over the players because they just say you post any of that, you get banned.
100%.
Or you get fined or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah. Canic looks handy. Yeah, he's played World Cup before, hasn't he, Titus?
Yeah. Holding my breath.
I was hoping you hadn't noticed.
Oh, I'd noticed, don't worry.
I was hoping you hadn't noticed, and then May said it in the chat room as well. I was like, no, you don't get to jinx it. This year, I will see one. 100%. I'm on everything. Yeah, basically, Rob, that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
I need a week.
No dramas. Well, God goes to the loo. I shall take over. James Richardson needs this 20 to pin one back. And does 2-1 behind against Peter Jakes. Christian Perez is 2 legs away from stage 2 of Q-School. He's 3-0 up on Josh Payne. Also, Paul Fremont is 4-3 up on Scott Baker. Jim Walker. I'm looking at something else there. Jim Williams 3-1 up on James Hurrell, averaging 101.28. So Chris Gilliland and Jamie Lewis getting underway now for a place in the last stage of Q-School. Jonathan, not sure on Adam Atkinson. We'll have to wait till Gob comes back so one of us can have a look through. But Perez 3-0 up on Payne. Gatsby 2-1 up on Quantock. Hurrell has one back against Walker. And Richardson has levelled up against Jakes. Remember, come and say hi in the chat room. Get involved. Jamie Lewis takes the opener against Gilliland. Daniel Closer is through. 5-3 winner in Germany. He moves into the last 32, sorry. Just tearing up the next. Thank God. One of the questions in the chat room was, how far away do we think a Women's World Championship is? I think the top of the PDC, the hierarchy, are quite split over this. I think there are sections that want it, and I think there are sections that don't.
You think or you know?
No, I don't know. Well, just listening to what two of them have said in different interviews,
Yeah.
I think they are split at the top what they want with it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I stand on it. I think the minute that you have a Women's World Championship, and to the rest of it, to be fair, I'm almost at that point already. The minute you have a Women's World Championship, the other half of your game has to be a men's.
Or an open.
Or an open. I was having this conversation over the weekend, actually, a little bit, in regard to transgender athletes and sport, etc. And I think that will be the way forward. It will be a women's category and an open category, which applies to anybody that has transitioned in either direction or males or anyone else that identifies in anything that isn't other than just a female.
Male or female.
Yeah.
But no, look, there's no secret. We did an interview with Eddie, and Eddie, he's obviously chairman, was 100% wanting a Women's World Championship. But then Matt kind of squashed the idea. So I think at the top, it's very split.
Yeah, but that's because Eddie can just see the dollar signs like a cartoon cash register.
I don't think that's a secret, but in the world of marketing, sponsorship, and everything like that, women's only events do open themselves up to a very lucrative sponsorship market that aren't available to the PDC right now.
Yeah.
We saw that with boxing. That I remember when Eddie signed Katie Taylor, that was the only woman he was going to sign as a fighter. We look now, he's got a huge stable of women fighters because of the opportunities that creates.
Yeah.
Adam Atkinson lost in the last 1-8. Won his first two and then lost. Let's go and find him. Chris Gilliland is still averaging over a ton. He's 2-1 up on Jamie Lewis. Just talking about, how old is Gareth Bale? He's not as old as what we think, is he?
33.
He's quite young.
How's he managed that? Christian Perez has just gone 180, 180, 123 to leave 18. Has he missed the double 18 for the 9?
He's double 18 for the 9. He's on 45 for 36 and come inside.
Mad.
However, Christian Perez is going to the final stage of Q-School. Jamie Lewis has levelled up against Chris Gilliland. Literally, we're a couple of legs away from UK being finished, Gob, at 25-4. So, Jim Walker is over the line on board 6. He beats James Hurrell. Jim Walker is going to stage 2. James Hurrell, with a final, effectively, Gob, has probably done enough on 4 points plus 15.
Yeah, I think that people are losing now. Whilst it'll be disappointing they don't get the 2 days off, they have the option to take a rest if they want to take that risk. The numbers suggest that you've done enough to qualify for stage 2. However, I'd definitely be looking at still playing if I was me. Just go through the motions and keep my arm loose.
Yeah. James Richardson, Peter Jakes is going all the way. It's a 5:01 shootout for a place in stage 2. And is that a slip? Possibly. You'd have to say, Gob, James Richardson had the darts and has potentially blown it.
Yeah, locked in at 4 apiece. Jakesy will take that chance. He loves a little scrap, does Jakesy? Back-to-back visits poor from Richardson. You still say Jakesy's got the advantage here. Steady 60 leaves a finish. 140 is lovely, though.
So, Dale Gatsby is over the line against Chris Quantock. 5-3 winner. He is going to stage 2. Jamie Lewis has turned it around. He is 3-2 up on Chris Gilliland. Gilliland still over the ton average right now. But Richardson, 136. And that's 68 for Peter Jakes goes. He will be going to stage 2. James Richardson will have to come back, but like we said, has probably done enough. And it's a vast improvement on his last year's Q-School, which was a darting disaster. Then Jamie Lewis has broken. He's now 4-2 up. He's one away. One place left for today in the UK. We're going to switch to that game now. I'm just teeing up the link. And Jamie Lewis looks set to convert. 121 points away. Tees up double 16, and there's nothing Gilliland can do about it. Miles off a finish. Jamie Lewis has all the time in the world, as Louis Armstrong once said. Double 16 for a place in stage 2. Goes inside Fireball. Not this time, but will be back. Again, Gilliland. This time leaves a finish, but it is a biggie. You would still expect Lewis to this time tidy it up. And it goes last start in hand. Jamie Lewis has booked his spot in stage 2 of Q-School. Chris Gilliland, it's still a good day's work for him. Just having a look now. Gilliland, 4 points. Plus 9. Tom, no dramas yet. We're still here for another good hour or so, because we will switch our attention back to Germany. Where we will tee up 2 featured games. We are going to go Big Ben. We're going to go Benito van der Pas. Let me just get this one ready. There we are. This one's teed up at 1-1. Big Ben, double 18 for a break. And it goes. Benito van der Pas leads 2-1. We've got 3 qualifying games underway in Germany. Arjan Konterman is behind. Should get one back here, but we'll have to find a break of throw at some point. Owen Roloff is also behind right now. He's just leveled it up as we speak. Richard Veenstra is warming up. Titus Canick 2-0 up as well on board 1. Benito van der Pas is in cruise control here. Big Ben going through the motions. You'd expect him to go 3-1 up here. Conterman pulls one back as well. Still 4-3 behind. Again, come and say hi. Not the best work there from Van der Pas. Professional miss would have been better. No one likes coming back chasing 5s. This is for a 3-1 lead. And he's bust. Making a mess. He found the break of throw in the last game. Is he about to hand it back after a glut of missed doubles? Gob can call this one in.
Yeah, boy. Conterman misses the ball, and it might just cost him for today. Moyman wants double 10 to book his place, and it doesn't go. Chance then for Conterman to level up. Send us all the way. And he does at 4 apiece. Big opening visit too. Jimmy Van Schie goes 2-1 up on Marcel Haushotter as well. Got Titus Canick 3-1 up on Francois Schwein. Who do you think that lost their card this year won't win it back on stage 2? Most of them by the looks of it. I think there's a few standouts that potentially will. Keegan Brown, Scott Mitchell, I think are big favourites for it. If John Henderson plays the way he did at the back end of the year, I think he's got a chance. I'm struggling to put the rest through it. So Kessler goes 3-2 up on Van der Pas. It's Conterman, 32 points away from stage 2. Moyman missed a dart in the previous. And it is Arjan Conterman that beats Ruma Moyman 5-4, booking his spot into stage 2. Philip, check WhatsApp. How many of the seeded players from the WF Worlds are gone? I ain't got a clue. Couldn't even tell you who are seeded from the WDF. Afternoon, Shawnee Mac. How are we doing, buddy? Solid run from yourself today. Not bad at all. We've been here since, I say the crack of dawn. It's just me being a lazy bugger. We've been here since just before 9. Germany still lagging behind, but we are cracking on as per.
Yes, we are. How are we doing, Shawnee? Hope you are good.
9th on the order of merit, Sean. Warming up from 7:30, mate. I'll be honest, my alarm went off at 8 and I ignored it for a bit. So fair play to you for getting up that early and having a crack. But 3 points plus 14, one or two more over the next 2 days should be enough for stage 2. Any players from Australia or New Zealand through to stage 2? I don't think so. Cadby was defeated in his second game in Europe. We did have one in the UK school. When has he gone? He's first. Clarkson, Hurrell, Lauby, Bartons, Landman, Lung, Placier, Tricot, Merckx. Geesh. Quite a few then. See, Andrew knows. Andrew's my guy. Either that or he's just got the best working knowledge of darts Google I've ever seen in my life. If that's even a thing. But yeah, my guy.
No, they'll put the draw out whenever they want to put it out.
Mateo's in. He says, come on, Gabriel Rollo. Jimmy Van Schie. Any Dutch people in the chat room want to help me out with that one? Has booked his spot into the last 8. He beats Marcel Halsotter 5-1. Titus Kanik is just a leg away from stage 2 as well. Some 32 games going on. We've got a 4-all game between Owen Roloffs and Daniel Ziegler. Ricardo Perez, Patrick Plutz. It's 3-2 to Perez, the Spaniard. Van der Pass and Marcus Kessler, 4 each. Nevin Risetta and Thomas Hudek, 2 each. And Gabriel Rollo, 3-1 up on Richard Veinster, one of the favourites to progress to stage 2. Wonder how good the Bahrain qualifiers will be. Isn't Paul in playing?
Yeah, but there's actual some Bahrain qualifiers as well, and I don't think they're that good.
Yeah. There'll be a trade-off, won't it? The nostalgia of Paul in. Wow, what a checkout. Van der Paas with a 1.46. Puts himself into the last 16. Titus Kanik has booked his spot in stage 2 of a 5-2 win over Francois Schweyen. Daniel Ziegler is a 5-4 winner as well. Nevin Rosetta, 3-2 up on Thomas Hudek. Gabriel Rollo's just dropped another leg. 3-2 up now on Richard Veenstra. So we already know 8 players progressing to stage 2 from the UK. They are Dylan Slevin, Peter Jakes, Christian Perez, Lee Palfreyman, Jamie Lewis, Jim Walker, Dale Gadsby, and Daryl Pilgrim. In Europe, we have 3 names out of 8 secured. Titus Kanik, Arjun Kontaman, and Jimmy Van Schie. The issue we now have, Phil, is that there are still 4 top 32 games going on. Can't start the 16s. We are no closer to finding out the other 5 names yet.
See, this is an issue. This is for me where they have to hold games and get the other rounds done, even if that means playing on other boards.
Benito about to get underway against Jamie Lawrence. Where has he come from? Jamie Lawrence against Paavo Myler. Last 32 game was not live by the looks of things.
We're game missing then.
It's been played because Jamie Lawrence is about to take on Benito van der Paas. But he should have played Paavo Myler. They were board 13 and board 14 in the last 32. There is no result for board 7 in the top 32. So I think that iPad might have not been connected to live and are going to update it. Upload the data at a later date.
Someone's done a Daryl Gurney to the iPad.
Get rid of it.
Veenstra is back in this one. Vinstra still has work to do here.
Perez and Plots for a piece. Who's winning the most TV titles next year? I'm going Bully Boy. I'm going the world champ. There was a part of me that when we were going on with when he wins one, he'll win loads and it will just settle him down. I wasn't convinced the longer that went on. But after doing the Slam and the World so close to each other, even when he's lost finals and in the last couple of years, I don't think his level of performance has dropped massively. He's been a bit petulant at times. He's thrown a couple of games away and he's lost his composure on the doubles. But I don't think his overall level has dropped massively. I don't think he's about to crumble under the weight of being world champion. If anything, I think it's just about to free him up even more.
I still think MVG is the best player. And I still see him winning 3 or 4 TV tournaments next year.
Potentially. Look, if he plays like he did through 95% of the World Championship and some of the TV events he picked up last year, then yeah, difficult to argue. I could see those two meeting in plenty of finals next year, unless Peter Wright and Goen Price get their act together or others start challenging. Danny Noppert needs to find an extra gear against the top 8 in the world. Luke Humphries is capable on TV, not at the best back end of the year, but had a great start to the year. Look, there's plenty of names in there that can throw their name in a hat for 1 or 2, but in terms of overall consistency and ability to win titles, I just think Michael Smith and MVG are going to go head-to-head for the next 18 months.
I'm not convinced we're going to see Peter Wright back to the force we once saw him. Now, I'm not saying on a given day he won't go and blitz people, but consistently, I don't think we'll see that Peter Wright. For a couple of factors. Age being one of them.
Yeah.
I think
he's sort of achieved it. There are a couple of tournaments that he's targeting, but I think everybody's sort of returned to form as well, which means the mind games work a little bit less, or the perceived mind games.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. How are we doing, Scott? Hope you are good.
Perez beats Plot, so he'll take on Nico Springer? No? Yep, Nico Springer. For the spot in stage 2.
And Vinstra has gotten away with one there. Survived match starts, but Flyers is through.
Yes, mate. Solid run today, Scotty. There are some models that would put you through already, but a couple more points would just make sure that's solid enough, mate. So get the work done nice and early tomorrow.
Cheers, Roger. Thanks very much.
Rock to be top 16 after year 2. I mean, if he doubles the amount of money he's earned so far, plus qualifies for every other TV. Well, if you say he wins the same amount next year, plus he qualifies for more TV events earlier in the year. What's the 16? 311. Doubling his prize money at the minute would get you to 260, which would put him 22nd. So you'd need to find about, where are we?
It's a big ask.
Another 50, 60 grand. But a bigger run at the UK Open a match play. He's not defending anything either, let's not forget. More Euro Tours. If he gets himself... Is he a seed on the Euro Tour yet? Pro Tour Order of Merit ranking.
Let's have a look.
17th. Is he just outside?
It's outside.
£1,250 behind Dimitri van den Berg. If he gets himself seeded on that Euro Tour as well, he'll start doing some damage. It's a win for Thomas Hudek, 5-3.
So we finally going to get the shootouts.
Yeah, 5 last 16 games, all warming up. RBB back in the top 16. Not for me. Doesn't like the rest of the tour too much.
Nah, not for me. Which one do you want, or which one's out of the 5 do you want as the feature games, Gob?
I want to see Perez versus Springer. And I want to see Hudek versus Closer, I think. But there might be some asking for Benito or Flyers.
Fingers crossed they'll turn these games around quite quickly. Because they certainly weren't hanging around in the UK, were they?
No. Who will be the next new world champion? We've only just had one of them. Come on. I think what you're saying, Matt, is please can I watch Benito? Next first-time world champion. Controversially, Dimitri.
Controversially, I don't think we'll see a new first-time world champion for a while.
Someone will slip through the crack somewhere. As much as we're sat here now, reveling in the fact that Michael Smith, Marco van Gerwen could contest the finals and win the next 7 or 8 world championships between them. Maybe Gezi if he gets his act together.
I just think that in the biggest moments, if the top 4 as they are, and I say top 4 because I don't think, as I said, I don't think Peter Wright will be consistently what he was, but can still turn it on a given moment. I still think on TV they are miles better than anyone else.
Yeah.
And by some distance as well. I disagree with that, Tommy, 100%. I think Gezi can go and win 2, 3, 4 more world titles if he plays that long. But, as I said on social media, don't be surprised if he walks away.
Will Phil Taylor win this World Seniors Championship this year? I think
No.
this year's going to be even more competitive than last year.
I don't think he will.
Which goes without saying, when you've expanded the field, I think the players that we're looking at to come through the order of merit so far, the qualifiers we've got in already, and some of the new names in as well. Look, he's played very well in exhibitions recently. He's been away, he's had his eyes done. He looks like he's taking it a bit more serious this season. Didn't enjoy being on the receiving end of a loss in a final last year to Robert Thornton. 2 finals. Did he lose to Cameron and Thornton?
Yeah.
And an exit to Kevin Painter at the Circus Tavern as well.
The issue is, Gob, I don't think he's battle ready and battle hardened for those big moments. And I think that's what will get him. When he's hit, he doesn't know how to take it anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's the issue.
I think I'm more likely to say that he'll win the Champion of Champions in Blackpool. We know how much he loves the town. And being up there, we know it's a shorter tournament.
Out of the 3 first majors, the longer format ones, I don't think he'll win one of them.
Potentially. Look, there's a lot of talent that are younger and more recently at tour level or traveling and playing consistently than there were last year.
Yeah, and that's the turning point for me, is they're hungry, they're ready.
Yeah.
Where at the moment, when he's hit, I don't think he knows how to bounce back.
Correct.
Right, do you want Springer or Hudek when it goes live in a second?
Hudek.
No, I don't think RVB will win the Bahrain.
No. Then again, I said it wouldn't be going price twice.
I'm with you there. I really like Mace for the seniors.
No, Peter Everson is not playing this year. I do like Mace for the seniors, but the same thing with Phil is with Mace. If he had another week in the Super Series between now and then, I'd fancy it.
But he's still out playing Super League and everything at the moment still.
Yeah, but that's not...
Which is more than Phil's doing. All Phil's doing is playing with his grandson at home.
No, look, I'm not denying that. Look, there is a difference between practice at home and practice there, but there's also a step up between Super League and putting yourself in front of an audience, cameras, and whatever else. Super League, you got your teammates giving you a pat on the back when you get a good visit.
There we go. All games are now underway. And Big Ben is 2 legs away from stage 2.
Because there's a comfort in having your teammate behind you, Ethan, or having teammates behind you in a team environment where you hit a good score. There's that, yeah, go on, mate, or you hit a bad score, come on, mate, back on it sort of thing. Unless you've got somebody that's bought tickets sat right at the front on a TV stage, under pressure against players who you expect to be at a better level than what you're seeing in Super League. Not all of them, but some of them. In a tournament format, in front of cameras and lights and different heat, etc., you don't have that little bit of reassurance behind you. I'm not saying Chris can't handle it. I'm just saying there is a difference between that practice and whatever.
There is. But the fact that he also won his week at the Super Series the first time of asking, put those performances in like that, I just think he's more prepared and better equipped than Phil is at the moment.
Yeah. I'm not comparing him to Phil at the minute. I'm comparing him to the chances of winning it, which is where we got to now. It was, do we think Phil's got a chance? Needs to practice more. But we know what he's like. Do we think Mate's got a chance? Doing more than Phil? Is it enough to do more than a Thornton or an Adams or a Doran coming in?
Doran, I don't know. Or
somebody like Richie Houghton, who wasn't a success at the Super Series, has fallen foul of a playoff, a 9-dart shootout, and then out by 1 leg this week, but has been away and won things like the Viking Cup a few months ago and is playing regularly, playing for Essex yesterday on stage.
I've seen Houghton. I love Richie Houghton to bits, but I'm concerned about him on TV from his last 2 Super Series experiences. For me, his head goes on TV at the moment. It did in the 9-dart shootout. Thought of clarity. And he needed 2 legs in that last game. And the first 3, he tried to play it so safe, it was unreal. I love Richie to bits, but I'm genuinely concerned about him on TV.
Maybe, but he's already won 3-4 games on TV. Last time it took a ridiculous finishing performance from Martin Adams. And let's be honest, Circus Tavern is basically his home venue. It is round the corner. If anybody's going to have support in that venue, it will be Richie.
Thornton and Adams, I worry about the longer format. Again, as we've seen on the Super Series, they're good early on. They empty the tank.
Yeah.
As we've seen in the last 6 months on the Super Series. Good early, but get worse as the day goes on.
Yeah, I like David Cameron's chances. It's just steady. The comeback at Ali Pali, look, silly to put himself in that position. To come back in that first round was solid. Not sure he's got the A game that some of the other players have, where he goes berserk and reels off 4 legs in sub 60 darts. But yeah. Updates in the matches we are watching then. So Nico Springer is 2-0 up on Ricardo Perez. All this way, and Perez is just averaging 64 through 2 legs. Mark Vlegher is 2-1 up on Daniel Ziegler. Jamie Lawrence 4-1 behind to Benito. This 1-2-1 is for a place in stage 2. And Daniel Closer takes a 15-dart leg to take the opener. And is that waiting for 40? Cameron or Gates for the Circus, says Tom. Potentially.
I like Gates.
To win it?
Yeah.
No. Is Gates a Q-School? He is not.
No. Computer
Closer
says
doubles
no.
his lead. And the pass is pegged back a little bit, but he does have the advantage of throw in this leg, or he did until he surrendered it within 6 darts.
I was going to say, he's making a bit of a tough work of this, is Big Ben. Nico Springer, 2 to the good as well. Vinstra, 3-1 up. And in the other featured game, Daniel Closer is 2-0 up on Thomas Hudick.
The problem with that, Sam, is that he won the US Masters at Madison Square Garden on a big stage in front of TV cameras.
What did Cadby average when he was at his best? Oh, he was a ton top and average at his best. He hit some huge numbers.
Oh, no, when he was beat. 79, I think.
Oh,
no, 80 something. He had a higher average, but was beaten.
Yeah.
Uh, 88.7. He lost to Benjamin Freudenreich, who averaged 79.
Jamie Lawrence to break. And he's missed, which means Van der Pass gets match darts, 3 at tops.
Couldn't take 1-2-1 in the previous leg.
He's missed more match darts.
Inside again.
Vinstra, 4-1 up.
And Vlegler, a 2 apiece. For 3, Lawrence has the darts.
But only starts 45. Van der Pass has missed match starts. Will they be on his mind? Vinstra's victory celebration not there yet.
Hudick gets one back against Daniel Closer. Venken pulls one back against Vainstra. Springer 3-1 up on Ricardo Perez. If Euro Tour was to go to a new country, where would you want it to go? Has it done Hungary as a Euro Tour, or was that just a World Series?
No, they went to Budapest for a Euro Tour.
All right, we're going to crack on then.
Yeah, Poland.
Whoop, whoop. Or maybe France. Bonjour. That's as close as I get. One more. What a slip that is from Benito Van, by the way. Making a right pig's ear of this.
Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. And it looks as if we're going to be going all the way, and Van der Pass is It's overthinking it.
Pressure.
To be fair, that's not a bad shot, Jamie. Euro Tour in Ireland.
Can it be somewhere a bit more accessible than the City West? I think the problem is they couldn't find anywhere to replace the City West for a week, So at that point, they're not going to find anywhere for a Euro Tour.
Yeah, but Euro Tour, you only need it to be. Euro Tour, you only need it to be 1,500, 2,000, and it's for 4 days, not
That's
10.
all you need that's all you need for the Grand Prix. You're not going to put 10K in there every day. That was the issue. They could find somewhere that would hold 10K for a day, like the 3. They couldn't find somewhere that is that mid-size arena.
And yeah, but it was the time as well, because the Grand Prix, you need it for 10 days with breakdown and everything like that. 4 days is more realistic.
Give Italy a go. Oh, their comms was mental. Niall's in. Good to see you, buddy. Steady day today.
Doing. Has Van der Pass found his composure when it matters?
Ooh. That invites it.
Just invites pressure.
I don't know where I was at. Wow, I just knew that they couldn't find anywhere for the Grand Prix. Oh, slip. 6 darts from 145 for Benito to book his spot in stage 2.
Is this the moment for Big Ben?
Nearly. Very nearly. Leaves
Setup,
double 4 though. He'll be back as Hudek and Daniel Closer go to 2 apiece. Springer's just 1 leg away, as is Richard Vainster as well. Thanks for joining us, Stephen. We'll see you tomorrow.
Always a pleasure.
We won't see Benito van der Pass tomorrow because he has booked his spot in stage 2 with a 5-4 win over Jamie Lawrence. Hard fought in that one. But Big Ben is back. We'll see him from Thursday. Venken gets another leg back. It's 4 apiece between Vainster and Venken.
Yep, UK Q-School is done for the day. And the EU isn't far off. And as a what kind of Dutch name is Jamie Lawrence? Vinstra is over the line. Flyers is into the second phase of Q-School. Dylan won't be playing again until Thursday.
Jamie, we just use darts rankings, so I think they normally keep a list at the top of the 8 names that are through, and then everybody else goes on to the order of merit. So they just remove those names once they have qualified.
Yeah.
For such a basic looking side, it is so good.
Yeah, it's unreal. Unreal.
Just 2 games left then, Phil. One of them could be coming to a conclusion very, very soon as Daniel Ziegler is 4-2 up on Mark Vleghert. It's Closer versus Hudek in the other. Hudek goes 3-2 up. Ziegler leaves 1-1-4, but he is against the darts, and Vleghert wants 82 to take this match to an 8th leg. How many points do you reckon on the order of merit to get through? The projections we've seen would be 3 points and a plus something teen leg difference. We'll know more as the event keeps going on. There's no guarantee at the minute. 4 maybe. Oh, wow. Daniel Ziegler takes out 114, and that books his place in stage 2, which means we are just 1 game away from wrapping up day 1 of Q-School on 2023. And it is between Daniel Closer and Thomas Hudek. Hudek leads 3-2 and has not quite stolen the darts yet. See? Maybe. There's a chance to break here. Unless Closer can take out this 1-3-5.
This would be a right roof raiser.
Just had a 1-1-4 in the other game. This would be for a 12 dart leg as well.
Let me have a look for you.
Richardson. Tony Richardson lost in his first round 5-0 to Carl Coleman. And Daniel Ayres. He won his first 2 games. He beat Harry Lane 5-3 and Niall Cullerton 5-1, but was then beaten by Stephen Plumstead 5-1, averaging just 76. Points carry over for the next 2 days. So the order of merit will run through stage 1, and then there'll be a fresh order of merit for stage 2, as Hudek did break Closer. So he's just 1 leg away and opens up leg number 7 with a maximum. Yeah, so the points carry over until stage 2, at which point they will start afresh. 4 days to have a go and pick up those tour cards via order merit, because obviously there are players already exempt to that stage. Current leader in the UK is James Richardson. He's on 4 points and 29 leg difference. He's also won 4 points and plus 18 leg difference, winning 29 legs. Scott Baker second. Matt Dennant, always a feature at Q-School. There's always a Matthew Dennant story. James Hurrell, James Howard Hughes, Josh Payne, Chris Gilliland, Chris Quantock, Sean McDonald and Graham Usher round out the top 10. Plenty of others on 3 points as well. Despite the maximum, Hudek is inviting pressure here in a leg that would see him secure his place in stage 2. Followed up with 58 and 39. Looks like a switch and maybe even a bounce out. 140 from Closer does wrestle the darts in his favour. Why do we think few bookies are offering Q-School odds this year? There's just too many players for them to know each name. The traders simply, especially as the list was only announced Friday night, Saturday.
Yeah.
So to put that together in a weekend is incredibly difficult. There's not an awful lot of data for some of these players, and they took an absolute battering the other year when they tried it. We might see some odds for stage 2 when it's 128 names. They've got some form to go off over 3 days of this already to give those that they might not know a fair price, and everybody else they know as well. So for the risk of being taken to the cleaners a little bit, we're going to see it less and less, I think.
Yeah, because they got absolutely pasted.
Misses match darts. Single 20, treble 14. Misses the double 11. He misses a dart for the match. Closer wants 76 to take this one deeper. Doesn't go. Coming back for double 11. And this could be day 1 in the bag. He bust.
we go again.
And he does get to go again at double 11 because Closer has gone inside on 10s and 5s. And it goes in 2 darts. Thomas Hudek is the final player to book their spot in stage 2 in European Q-School today. He joins Titus Kanik, Arjun Kontaman, Benito van der Pas, Nico Springer, Daniel Ziegler, Richard Veenstra, and Jimmy Van Ski. Someone's going to have to tell me how to pronounce that one. Heading into stage 2. But that does pretty much wrap up our coverage for today. Those 8 from Europe joined Dylan Slevin, Peter Jakes, Christian Perez, Lee Palfreman, Jamie Lewis, Jim Walker, Dale Gadsby, and Daryl Pilgrim in the last 8 in the UK. We'll be back tomorrow from 9 a.m. UK time once again, or just before 9 if I can get out of bed in time, to start the European coverage, and then UK will get underway about an hour later. A big thank you to everybody in the chat room that has joined us throughout today for this absolute marathon, day 1 of 7. Thank you to everybody that sponsors all of our coverage, and to Barzy for just being yourself, mate.
Well, you know, thank you very much as always, guys. Remember, we've been Online Darts. Make sure you give us a thumbs up and subscribe. We'll be back tomorrow, as always, keeping you at the sharp end of Q-School. It's us signing out. Have a great rest of the evening, whatever you're doing, and we'll see you all very, very soon.